Good morning, everyone. This is day 2 of competition for the BrightSky Australia Australian Pro Adaptive Surfing Championships presented by Forward Mobility Support. We got some great conditions out there. This is Ben Way, joined by Stevie Ginger, local ripper here, and we have had some amazing action through our first day of competition yesterday. And in the afternoon, as that tide creeped in, it really brought the swell in. And so we've got about at least three times the size of what they were dealing with our morning heats yesterday. You've had a look out there. What's it look like as far as a local's eye?
We've got our classic autumn early offshore winds from the southwesterly, so just glassing off the bay, which is my absolute favorite time of year to surf, actually. Autumn mornings, as you can see there, just crystal clear, so smooth. There's bit of a lull there, but it's absolutely pumping out there, and I'm so excited to see some surfing today. Oh, we're on.
All right, so we've just heard the heat start, and you can see that we have 6 people in the water, although you see only 3 names on there. Reason for that is this is our partial vision division of our women's side, and each of these surfers has what's called a spotter, and the spotter is what can see those. Even they have partial vision. Each of these surfers, they have a limited amount of vision. So as far as seeing waves on the horizon, some of these people can only see lights and darks and shadows. And so one person is there to kind of move them around the zone, find their positioning, as well as eye up any sets and any potential opportunities for scoring waves. At the same time, they also have the responsibility of keeping them out of a priority interference situation. So sometimes you're sending a wave. There we have Bailey Hensler, our water support in the white jersey, talking to Richard Julian. That's the director of our Hawaiian Adaptive Pro Championship. So he's basically our mono of Hawaii. He'll be in the booth talking about that a little bit later. But I'm going to ask our buddy Lockie if we can move our screen, our visual off of the scoreboard. We have Sarah Gibson, Alali Medina. Those two are partially blind. Since this is the women's vision and we have limited surfers in the visually impaired division, Marta Passo, which is from Portugal, is completely blind. So we have 2 partial vision and 1 total visual impairment. There is the side of our competition area. You see that big ramp off to the right? That goes up to where we are, where we have all of our infrastructure up top. That is down on the left side. You can see there's a trailer out there. That's our mobile judging panel. And so Nick Pearson, Zippy, and his panel of judges are able to move up and down the beach depending on what the swell's doing. As the size comes up and that current really starts sweeping, we're going to have that mobile unit going all the way down towards the pass, I would figure, to where we can get a little bit of shelter and get those really stretching rights, which Byron Bay is famous for.
Absolutely. Well, it is the judges and the committee's call of where they're going to hold the contest. So they have decided to kick it off out the front here. So it'll be interesting to see if we, I assume we would keep it out the front here today.
Yeah, it looks like, I guess in the morning we did have a really high tide, which was making it difficult to move everything down the beach. At the same time, we don't have such strong sweep that we really need that shelter of that little nook up there. And from yesterday, we had these really windy conditions, which was helping to kind of pop out some corners where it would normally be a closeout, I would guess. And throughout the high tide and even the low tide, we still had some really nice contestable conditions without dumping walls.
True, very true.
And so today with the offshore, it seems like it's even more under control, which is great. And there is Zippy, Nick Pearson on the left. He's the head judge. Our panel of judges, they will all put in their scores, and then we work out an average from those scores. So it looks like someone got a ride. They're getting a work right there. And they'll write it manually, goes into a pad, and then the head judge approves it as we have white. Sarah Gibson, she's our Aussie national champ from the Australian titles yesterday. And she'll be out there, I believe, with her husband Brett, who's her spotter. And she's out on the D-Birds surfboards, who Daz does a bunch of boards across all of our classifications. And you'll see our men's visually impaired Kirk Watson also on his boards. So I know that Brett and Sarah are on that equipment. Really great shaper, and he was out volunteering with his son, doing water safety in some of our earlier days. Really cool.
Nice.
So Sarah Gibson will be the first one to see a score, and as we mentioned yesterday, in the early heats, the judges are kind of figuring out and setting the scale of what's possible in today's conditions. And they want to make sure not to give too high of a score right off the bat, because you never know what's going to happen throughout the heat, and you don't want to create a ceiling on the judging. So we'll have some pretty balanced scores, pretty moderate reserve scores usually in the beginning, first couple waves.
Mm-hmm.
And since only one person had a wave before that last one, they usually wait till someone else has gotten a wave also to start to kind of give that scale. So if you get the first wave, you usually have to wait for the second person to get a wave before you hear your score.
Yeah, absolutely. And then, of course, it's from the end of the heat, it's your best two highest scoring waves, which give you your heat total, and that's what determines our heat winners.
Yeah, and what's cool in this contest is they use this round-robin format where you're able to take your waves from either of your two heats, and in a normal pro championship, single elimination means that whoever's in third or fourth, if there's four competitors, get knocked out straight away. Pack up your bags and go home, and you've had an expensive surf trip. So here's a replay. Ali Medina slashes it off the top. You can see we still have that high tide, so we've got some kind of pooled up water that kills the energy at the end of these waves, but she was able to get a really nice turn there, and she has two waves, 6.17, 0.57 in the lead at the moment. Sarah Gibson, 4.17 for her opening wave, and Marta has gotten a wave as well, 1.17.
Nice. Yeah, some really interesting facts about Ali. I believe her dad was an ex-pro surfer. Is that correct? From Puerto Rico.
Yep, just to the right, that's Ricky Medina. Really well-known competition surfer from Puerto Rico. And had her on a board and had her ripping since an early age, and does all of the tours with her to California, all around the world. And mom's also with them, so it's a really cool, tight family unit. But
here she goes.
I could see that offshore with that high tides, making it hard to come down the face, you could see. And so, yeah, it's going to take a little more paddle to get down the face of these things. We do have that tide draining out, I believe.
Correct, absolutely.
And so that'll make things a little bit easier, but whenever you have the wind coming from the land, that gets up under your board and makes it harder to get down the face. And in their case, they're not able to read the transition of the wave as well due to their visual impairment.
Of course. But yeah, I mean, for me, mostly as a longboarder, I look at those waves and see absolute perfection and wanting to jump out there. But yeah, on a shorter board, yeah, it's going to be a bit harder to stay on the face of the wave there.
Yeah, for people who don't know boards and surfing, the longer the board, the more it glides on top of the water, the more you're able to kind of stay up towards the surface of the water. And with less effort and less wave power, you're able to cruise along and create speed. With these shorter boards, you do need a bit of guts in the wave to get you in and keep the thing moving on top of the wave. Sort of like an airplane with wings that are too small. If you don't have enough push, enough engine to get the thing flying, then it's going to have to take a little more struggle to keep it going.
Yeah, because the water is not moving as fast going up the face of the wave, right? So when you're hitting your rail, you're going to need longer rail to generate that speed, right?
Yeah, and then you also need a wave that actually stands up, which all of these waves are breaking on different little shallow sandbars of sand out there, and it's energy coming across the ocean until it hits somewhere that's shallow enough to make it pop up into a wave. Right now you can see it's a little deep, so they're having to wait for the sets, which are the bigger waves that come through. And Alalee looks like she's on a pretty good one here. You can see still got that open face. She was able to sneak out a turn. The judges will be taking in consideration the conditions at the moment and what is possible out there. And you can see that they are rewarding a turn, and they do understand that the conditions are very difficult. There she goes, gets a nice little slash there. And just a little burst of power in the waves at the moment.
Yeah, just before it hits that little gutter. And it just fattens out, unfortunately.
Yeah, so Alalee, of course, being one of the younger competitors. Marta, I think, is in her 20s, I believe. But, yeah, Alalee's young and spry and keeping busy out there, you can see.
Absolutely.
Well, this classification of the visual impairment is so interesting because there's this, and also in Marta's case, which is total visual impairment. You'll see, we've seen her in World Championships dropping on a huge closeouts, and you can see she has this sense of where she's just feeling the wind. She can feel her motion, as we have Sarah Gibson up. Got a little bit of a runner there. But the communication of the spotter and the athlete is crucial. In the spotter has to both pick a wave that looks like it's going to have scoring potential. They also have to know the ocean well enough to predict what the wave's going to do. And as you're sending these riders into their wave, a lot of the communication is kind of predicting what the wave's going to do and explaining that this is going to be a fast one. You're going to have to go down the line. This one you might have to fade. It's a little soft. There's a lot of things. No or go sounds the same, so sometimes they have different vocabulary for that. As we see a much better one here, Ali's able to just stomp across that deep section. You saw she really wanted that inside connection to the shore break. Not a lot of room for turning, but she was able to really produce some speed across that one. We will pick that one apart if we see a replay after. So yeah, you can see her stomping across this one. It almost stands up, but just right there, you can see it's going from a shallow spot to a deep spot, where all that energy just falls into a little pool right there.
Yeah, I don't think it'll factor in. Do you think it'll beat the 2.5? I didn't really see any maneuvers.
Yeah, well, they're giving her 4.57.
Okay.
So
doing what she could with what she had.
Doing what she could, and then also it taps into that bit of the speed criteria. So a little bit of speed, more flow than the last one. That 2, whatever it was,
2.5
previous,
yeah.
2.5 previously was for direction change.
Okay.
But, yeah, I think the fact that she was able to keep that speed and really get herself farther down the wave with more speed. And as we talked to Chukka yesterday, they also do factor in length of ride.
They do, yep.
And so in a normal champ, you see, I think that was Marta
here we
getting
go.
the paddle.
Oh.
Also, we have Sarah, Alalee, and Marta are all on quite different equipment.
Yep.
I know that Sarah and Marta have a little bit more volume, a little more length. Marta, especially as she's not able to see at all, just knowing that paddle power is going to give her some glide and give her a little more leeway of not having to be exactly in the power position to take off. Whereas Alalee's, you really have to be in the pocket for a high-performance shortboard like that. And she has been riding John Peisel surfboards from Hawaii, which is John Florence's shaper. So she's got some sponsors and some good support, and people have recognized the value of her position here in the community. Yeah. And also a really bright, super positive person, and she's in commercials on the news in Puerto Rico. She's a superstar over there.
Oh, I love it. Well, she is the 3-time ISA Parasurf champ and a 2-time AASP world champ. So I could see that. And she is the first Puerto Rican to win a Parasurf gold medal. So I think she's earned it.
Yeah, and Team Puerto Rico has been, in our ISA championships at least, Team Puerto Rico has been getting more and more support. We've seen more and more members. We have a big team coming to El Salvador for the longboards coming up next. But live action, Sarah Gibson finds a nice wall on this one. Banks it off that first section, able to keep this flow. And she's on an EPS deburge board. So got that nice float. You can see she's not fighting sinking, and she was able to tap off of a really soft section but keep that speed going. So definitely great equipment for the conditions that we have here. So she's up. You can see picking that nice line. Banks it off that top section. And did the most that anyone could do with that wave.
Absolutely.
For sure.
Yeah, no, I think that was a great wave. It'll be interesting to see what that does to her score and if it takes her in front of Alalee. And maybe she's made the right decision with her equipment today. Maybe it might have a little bit of an advantage over Alalee. Who knows?
Yeah, I think, here we go, Alalee putting it on rail, slashes that one back. That was a better turn than her earlier little short shoulder turn that she did. So we'll see how that works out in her score line. But as we look at the score total between red and white, very close. And I'm not sure how the, wow, nice degree of turn, had it on rail there. The wave just disappeared.
Fizzled out, as we would say.
Yeah, it definitely fizzled out. And I'm not quite sure how it will, here we go, Marta. Marta on a good one here. And she is so good at solid drops. The waves in Portugal are pretty big, strong, and cold. And she's probably used to mostly surfing in a full suit. We have to in California as well.
Yeah, right.
But probably having that freedom is definitely going to make you surf better. She's got to be feeling good in the warm water. But she is so solid on her feet. And we've seen her, the first time that I saw her surfing, there was about 4 or 5 foot closeouts. And this was in Central California, Pismo Beach. And it's the first time I'd ever seen blind surfers in my life. And handling these huge drops that would give anyone a challenge without any impairment. And just having this amazing sense of balance and the way she uses her arms, feeling the wind against her arms, and she can feel the direction. And then also, I think the blind surfers have a different sensitivity of the water pushing against their feet, against the board. And I worked with Matt Formston as his spotter in California in one of our ASB championships. And when we went out training, I wasn't sure if I was going to have to tell him when to duck dive. And he said he can hear the wave breaking, but also Matt has, he can feel the wave sucking him towards it as it's breaking, which gives him the timing to duck dive without needing any visual cue. And he said he gets out there faster than some of there's Chuck. He'll be sitting right in one of these chairs, talking it up later.
Getting the lowdown from Kyle, one of the pushers from the Prone Assist team. Oh, Alalee on a ripper.
Yeah, she's been doing a lot of training. Puerto Rico has had some pumping surf this season, so she's definitely used to dealing with a little bit more energy in their practices, I'm sure, pre-season. But love that snap off the top, able to come out driving with a bunch of speed into another one, and just showing why she's a world champion.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm wondering because...
Oh, that dropped in as a 7.33.
Wow. Mm-hmm. So she's holding some good scores. She's able to kind of relax out there and maybe wait for some bigger waves that have even more potential. At the moment, she doesn't really even need to take a wave.
True.
And in Marta's case, I'm wondering if the scale will change or if she could possibly just be getting scores separately because she normally would be in a different division.
Yeah. Yeah, I was going to ask you about that. I wasn't too sure if we were just operating together or is it going to be mixed and we're combining,
So
you know what
it
I
says
mean?
blind no vision and blind partial vision, which Marta definitely is at a disadvantage of these two being completely blind. So I think that her points will kind of go into a different category, even though she's the only one. So yeah, just great to get them all out, and then we also need to fill a heat with as many competitors as we can. So we will do mixed heats at times if we don't have enough in that division.
For sure. Look at the beautiful little pulses just rolling in. Obviously not surfable, but just that change in color.
Yeah, I think we're probably starting to see that tide receding, which is explaining that the sets are kind of taking a little bit more time than they were earlier when the high tide was still kind of at a still. And so we get that energy of the tide pulling the ocean out, and that also slows down whatever swell is trying to work its way in. And yesterday, after it bottomed out at 1:30 in the afternoon, towards about 3, as it surged back in, the size increased at least triple from the morning.
Did you manage to get out and get a wave?
Yeah, I went out and took out my body surfing gear and happened to see a couple competitors out there, and Parker Olnick, one of our prone competitors, he was caught in a probably about 7-wave set. So I used my flippers to give him a little cheat on the way out, and we got a few waves. It was fun. There's the man, Chukka.
The man, the myth, the legend.
Charles Webb. He comes from my hometown of Oceanside, which is North County, San Diego, and that's where we have the final event, the U.S. Open final event of the AASP season. And we have a really nice spot with a pier that the pier kills the current and the summer swells.
Oh, Sarah Gibson on one. That's sitting up nice in front of her. There was a nice little flurry of action there. All our athletes got a wave, one after the other.
Oh, I'm loving this board, man. She just keeps that glide.
Yes. Go.
And that was a beautiful ride. That was...
yeah, she knows it. Go off, sis.
I really like that one. I like the previous one a lot because she did have that section that she banked off, but the speed and the line that she picked here was just beautiful, not to mention just great wave selection by spotter Brett. So, yeah, she did get a top off the section there.
And she does manage to link it up here into the next
This
sandbar.
That's not an easy section to keep your speed across right there. Most surfers would have just come to a dead stop, and she was able to get over that little ledge.
And we've got to remember and we've got to remember as well that she does not have the vision, so she did all of that by feel. Like she felt that happening. That is the shaper. That's Daz.
Oh, sweet. Yeah, and I love that wing squash tail she's got on that. That wing, which is the break in the curve right behind the side fins right there, you can see.
Yep.
That reduces the pressure that you need in slower speeds to turn the board. And that thing looks like it's going great. As we had Marta Paso.
Little up and down.
Nice ride there.
And Alali. Oh, that's Sarah again.
Oh, this is the replay of Sarah.
Yeah.
So, Marta, we hadn't noticed that Marta had gotten a wave pre-takeoff on this one. Really, really like that wave.
Great job.
So is that her
is it
score?
gonna jump 6.1.
Was that the last score?
I think. Might not be.
So much happening here. So
We've
you saw
got 2
Brett.
minutes left.
Brett tapping his left hand. That's the signal to tell the beach commentator that you want to know how much time is remaining in the heat. And so we have 2 hand signals. Yeah, so that was a 6.1 as we hear the beach announcer at the moment for that nice long ride. And it's a very close heat here. Basically, red and white are in a field of their own in that class, as we see that it is the combined division heat. But Marta over there also building on her score line. She started with mid-ones. Now she's getting up into more of an average score.
Mm-hmm.
But this is also, for Marta, this is really, really small surf. She's not used to surfing and stuff this small. And when you don't have that push from behind you, that takes away probably one of her senses of the feeling of having that energy behind her. So making it even more difficult. She's still doing great.
Absolutely. And I mean, this is the first stop on our 3-stop world tour, so she's already coming in within an advantage into the rest of the tour when we do have some more athletes probably joining her division in Hawaii and in Oceanside.
Yes. The blind no vision division is one that we are lacking competitors. We'd love to get more and more people in their division so we can stack these heats even more. But in her division, she's 4-time world champion and 2-time European champion. And, yeah, I really would like to see her get a good size wave so she can show everyone really, like, how impressive her riding is, which we will probably in her next heat, which will be, I'm not sure when that draw will come up, but we know that we'll have some increase in size coming
later during the week. I do believe Saturday is being called off because it is predicted to be quite a nasty little onshore northerly wind and a bit yucky and messy.
All right, so I guess, man, that blew by fast. That was a lot of fun. We have finished the heat, so we're going to take a quick break, and we appreciate your company. We'll be back with more action in just a moment. We'll see you guys in a second. All right, we are back with the BrightSky Australian Pro Adaptive Surfing Championships presented by Forward Mobility Support. There on our screen, we have just locked down one heat, the first heat of the morning, which was our totally blind and partial vision impairment. As we watch Alali Medina and Barbie Garcia will be our Neil competitor in the red jacket. And I just noticed she's not on a Paizel. She's on a little carbon IPA board there. So it looks like she's got her small wave equipment out there. Alali just did some great riding. And this just happened. This is DJ Lombardo, Daniel Lombardo, coming out of USA. And he was second last year in the tour. And he is he's been out there a few times. We had a couple free surfs with him. He's traveled here with Chaka. And he's been training underneath him a little bit.
Oh, just falls short of that one. Just a little bit too far out. But it doesn't look like it would have walled up too well for him. So maybe a good thing that he missed that one.
Yeah, and another competitor we have out there is Richard Julian, one of the legends of the sport, who is also our organizer for the Hawaiian leg of this adaptive pro surfing tour. And Chris Astil is the leader of the Australian Adaptive Board Riders Club, and he has been arranging surfs at Urban Surf, the wave pool. He's got them behind boats doing wakeboarding and wake surfing. Got them doing indoor and outdoor skydiving. Insane stuff. And DJ Lombardo puts a first score in 3.67. Chris, we know Chris from competing in prone, but he's also in the Waveski this time.
Nice.
Which is really exciting stuff. Fun to try out 2 different types of wave riding on some different craft.
For sure. I did read in the bylaws that that is allowed to, if a competitor qualifies for 2 different divisions, they are allowed to do that as long as there is no competitive advantage in
Yes.
the division.
So red, DJ Lombardo, second wave. He's young and full of energy. When we were out in the free surf, and there was about a knee-high to maybe waist-high wave out here in our early days before the opening ceremony, he was on everything. And he was so charged up. His boards, he's got a Steve Bainey Infinity Waveski, which Steve Bainey is a Californian legend shaper. That brand Infinity, his sons also shape. But he's on a nice floaty, nice kind of a little contrast of what we'll see Chuck on. He's on a nice glidey, little larger size wave ski. So in the smaller stuff, he's able to really get in there early. Just the same thing we were saying about the boards. When you have more length, you got more glide. You're not sitting under the water. You're up on top of the surface. And his board's been working really nicely. He uses it as a single fin. And there we have world champion Pauline Menser and Alali Barbie, and that's Alali's mom to the right. Sarah Gibson coming in. And so such good vibes down here. Everyone in this community. It's a competition in the water, but on the beach, it's just a big family gathering. It's super, super fun. But, yeah, the difference in these boards, when you look at the bottom, which is really, really cool to people who are used to just traditional surfboards like you and me, where the fin is in the very back eighth of the board. Right. These guys have their fins and their fin clusters set up directly under where they're sitting.
For sure.
And so where a normal surfer, stand-up surfer would have the fins more directed under their back feet. There you go. Perfect timing. So you can see how far that fin is from the tail. And that's at least 2 feet farther up towards the midsection than a standard surfboard. And that is Spike Kane, our legend, coming out of Liverpool, England. And Spike Kane's been one of the leaders of the community in California during the competitions. He welcomes a ton of competitors to state his big compound just inland from where we have our final event of the season, U.S. Open.
So good.
And everyone takes turns cooking. Chucka was explaining, everyone who's a guest takes turn cooking food from their own country, and so everyone gets to try a bunch of different food. And I guess they're following suit at Mono's compound this time.
Yes, absolutely, they are. And just going back to what you were saying with the fins, obviously when you're a able-bodied surfer, when you're wanting to really drive that fin in, you shift your foot back to be directly over the fin. So I guess that's why the fin is directly under the Waveski where they're sitting, where the center of gravity is, right?
Yeah, and that's a great point I'm going to get back to after this ride of DJ. Redirecting it, reading this one really nicely. And that little gutter is getting more predominant as the tide moves. So that's going to be the end of the line for basically all of the rides, unless we get a little bigger set that has the punch to get through that deep spot. But, yeah, I was going to say, you know from riding a longboard that if you're in the center of the board and you go to turn, the thing just flops over. And you really have to have the weight over that fin. The longer the fin, the deeper it is, the more pressure it takes to get it to turn, to change direction. And so a lot of these guys, perhaps if these wave skiers had a regular fin setup, it would be like them trying, it would be like them being us trying to turn a longboard from the center of a board.
Yeah.
And the thing would just flop over.
Here
we go.
Richard pulls in. It looks so nice from this drone shot. Oh my gosh. Nice redirect back there, staying right in the pocket of the wave as well, which is where you want to be. That's what the judges are looking for. And yeah, as it hits that gutter there, it just fizzles out.
He's looking solid. So far, Richard doesn't have a wave. Richard said that he hasn't been out practicing or free surfing at all. So this is his first test session at Byron today.
Interesting choice.
Yeah, he was here last year, but I mean, last year was a completely different beach, different waves. But like we said earlier, everyone has a chance to build up on their scores. They're going to have another chance. DJ's just nonstop. He was saying to me earlier that he is, every surf for him is such a blessing and such a gift that he doesn't take it for granted, and he tries to get every wave he can. And he said he's gotten some words in the water by able-bodied surfers for that, which he said he tries to contain his excitement.
I love it.
Yeah, he said some grumpy people were yelling at him about getting too many waves when no one was even on them. And that's something you don't yell at people about.
No. Oh, nice little fade. Beautiful turn there. Oh, my gosh. And again, just rocking side to side. There's rail to rail, you would say?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I really, really like that. So, yeah, when I got into starting to get into board design for these adaptive, my focus was on the prone guys, because the prone boards seem like the least developed. We've come leaps and bounds in the last 4 years, but we're still discovering. You can see, I think that was Richard taking a paddle there. He's just kind of feeling his way around the bar, finding his positioning. We got Chris out there on the left side in the middle. But on the prone guys, I was watching people get dumped off of their boards, and everyone was still riding boards with a regular fin setup in the back, where these guys, who especially in the prone, who were forward on the board, all of their weights being controlled from the center, sometimes forward of center, made no sense to have the fins in the back where you can't push on them. So I started borrowing from these Waveskis fin positions and moving the fins way up on the board in a similar position, up under where their hips would be, and the performance in the boards and the way they're able to control the boards changed immensely.
There we go. Thank you, Kyle. Getting Spike into the beach chair there. Preparing for the next heat.
That thing looks like a moon rover.
They're really hard to push, by the way, because it's not the back that moves. When you see there, you can see the chair.
Rear wheel steering, yeah. It's kind of like trying to turn a boat.
Yeah.
You got to think the opposite way.
Yeah, Chaka. Yee-hoo.
Chaka. His association, Stoke for Life, also does great things for the community, as well as being one of the CEOs of this tour, being the CEO of this AASP tour.
I think Richard Julian going for it. Oh, I think he's sitting just like that little bit too far out.
I think he's figured that out, though. He's come in quite a ways. And
bit tricky to read the waves there. Like they're really, what's the word I'm looking for?
Well,
illusions.
Yeah.
You know, deceptive.
For sure, especially when you have these glassy conditions. the subtle lines kind of just disappear into that reflection off the top of the water. Another thing about this class is while we have our hands in the water all the time, for the normal able-bodied surfers, they have to see the wave, turn this big board around, also get it into motion to have it kind of up and gliding as that wave energy meets them. And that timing, there's no buffer right there. You really have to kind of predict what's going to happen before the wave even reaches you to already be in motion. So as far as these guys, they really have to read the waves more than anyone out there.
Yeah, and it must be tricky as well. Like, you're sitting so far up above the water. Like, you think when, we're paddling, we're down at the water level kind of thing. You're looking up and you can see the wave up behind you. But these guys, it's below them. So it would be a whole different perspective.
Definitely.
And really difficult to read if it is going to actually sit up or not.
Yeah, in this heat compared to that previous one of the girls, it looks like there's not as many sets on offer. Yep. It's we saw that yesterday as the tide went out. Between heats, depending on where that energy was hitting on the sandbar out there, sometimes it was hit or miss. And it just seems like some of the
Sorry.
Spike's getting a little free ride. The reason it wasn't just that they were doing some fun, fancy maneuvers. Those chairs, they float so much with those wheels that if you don't hit the wave direct on, it can just topple you and the rider over. And so those chairs are great for moving the riders on the beach, but once you get to the wave, it's a little tough.
Nice crew down there. This is what we're all about, helping each other out. It's all about community. Everyone making sure Spike's safe, happy, comfortable, ready to rock and roll in his heat, which is coming up in just under 10 minutes.
Yeah, we have the best water safety assistants, pushers and catchers in the business. That's Jeff from High Fives up the nose. Of course, Kyle. We got Bailey back here. This is these Waveskis are so tippy because they have such a high center of gravity. They really need to help get the riders past the breakers until they can start digging in and getting into motion. Because until they can get their paddle on and get that motion going, the things can fall over so easily. And so they really need to make sure they get through that shore break, get them cruising, and try not to send them into a bunch of whitewash sets breaking on their head.
Haven't seen any activity from Chris Astill. He's just cruising. Do you think he is just biding his time, waiting for the set waves to come through?
Yeah, I think. I think his positioning is just a little far out there. Of course, he is. I'm not sure how much time he's actually had in this division, but I do know him as a prone surfer foremost. But that is, for our friends at home, you can see this giant infrastructure that we've built right here at the main beach here in beautiful Byron Bay. Off to your right side is where the downtown area is. Fancy clothing shops and beautiful restaurants and bars and breweries, and we've got a really, really cool community here, and everything is within access of all of our competitors, which works out perfect. All of our competitors can wheel around, walk around, however they move around, but able to make it into town without needing cars, without needing parking. And so this place makes the perfect venue for this event.
Yeah, absolutely. And just before as well, you saw the famous Norfolk Pines right up at Main Beach, right next to the surf club there. So I believe that this is the only place in Australia that has Norfolk Pines other than Norfolk Island, where they come from.
Wow.
Yeah.
And what are the big white screaming birds that are always up in those pines?
Well, we've got a couple. The big white ones are cockatoos. So they could be the sulfur-crested cockatoos, or I'm not sure what the other ones are. But you might be hearing the lorikeets, the rainbow lorikeets. They're the ones that are very chatty as the sun goes down.
Yeah, I
Beautiful.
think that's what I hear.
Yeah. What have we got here? We're counting down just below 7 minutes left in the Waveski sitting men semi-final heat 1. DJ Lombardo, the only man with some waves under his belt, with a combo of 9.9. Still waiting on Richard Julian and Chris Still to get a wave there.
Yeah, in this heat, they definitely had some more scoring potential in the first half of the heat, it seemed like. And it helped that Daniel was keeping really, really busy. But we know there's more sets on offer. I think just as far as Richard and Chris, they need to redirect and reposition themselves a little bit farther in. Basically, when you're a surfer and you're not getting any waves, if you just start paddling towards the beach, eventually a wave's going to hit you and you'll catch a wave.
Exactly. We've got Chaka running up the beach there, making good use of our sprightly volunteers.
Yeah, this is being a volunteer or an assistant for these athletes is such a good surfing workout.
Oh,
You're getting running, you're powering through that shore break, fighting the water and the currents on the inside. And when I've gone through a couple of these championships as a volunteer, I've come out at surfing probably the best I ever have.
Absolutely. Well, it's also like a spiritual thing, man. That's the benefit. You know, making those connections, having that community feeling, that's got to improve your surfing, because that's what it's all about.
Yeah, not to mention just being able to watch. Here we go.
Richard Julian on his first one.
So everyone's going to need 2 scores eventually, so that's great to have one. And it looks like Richard had repositioned himself farther inside. I think he's on the paddle back out. He'll start to kind of figure out where he wants to be for the next one.
So maybe not having a surf before the comp started hasn't quite worked out the way he wanted.
Yeah, and the conditions at the moment looks like it would be tough for anybody. But see what DJ did here. Gets over that lump, scoops it, hooks it, gets a nice turn there. You can see using the paddle almost as like an extension of your right and left hand, creating that access to pivot and initiate the turn. Looks like Chris had gotten a wave. So we're seeing Chris on the inside. So I believe he was much further out the last time we saw him. Okay, so he just basically repositioned. We're getting some intel at the moment, and I think he got caught by a breaking wave. But sometimes when you're sitting out there waiting for those good ones, and you decide to take something, on your way back out, you see all these waves that you didn't even know were going on the inside. So it's always good to get another perspective on your way back out, because you can discover a different sandbar that wasn't within vision. The Richard Julian, nice big scoop on rail.
Okay, so that was just a little replay there. And we're back to Chaka. He was chatting yesterday afternoon about hoping that things were going to hold off, because he wasn't looking forward to this paddle out. His shoulders have been feeling it lately, he said.
Yeah, and I think he'd come off a bicep injury. But here we go, Richard following his way. Nice, keeping with this one, getting that inside connection. That's a good one. So his first wave, 2.90. I'm guessing that's going to be a better wave than the last. And so he should have two decent scores as we're getting into the dying moments. And we do have a score for Chris. So Chris had gotten a wave, 2.57. But DJ definitely controlling the heat at the moment, having 2 nice scores. He's definitely been keeping busy, and you can see how much farther towards the shore break that he's sitting. So he's definitely in a position to get anything that comes through.
Yeah. There we go. This is Chris's replay. Okay, yeah.
Right.
I see. Just, I believe it was just under Richard Julian's in the score, yeah. 2.57.
So I love these wave skis. They look like such spacecraft to someone who's used to just regular surfboards. And the one thing in this division is those wave skis are so highly developed and they're so high performance. While most of the other categories, except for our standing categories, people are on very specialized equipment. These guys are riding wave skis that are basically almost the same of what all the able-bodied wave skiers would also be riding. So it's the design is that good and that versatile that you can just kind of throw anybody on those. They're so well developed.
And speaking of which, I do believe one of our sponsors, Waveski Adventures, every day is doing from 12 to 2, a free come and try
Yes.
experience. So anybody looking to give Waveski riding a try, come on down to the comp area anytime between 12 and 2, and we'll get you out there on the water with some professionals. Get that thrill of riding some waves yourself.
Speaking of Waveski Adventures, we haven't mentioned our partners in this amazing event. So we're going to have a quick thanks to our sponsors as we see time clicking down. Don't see too many waves that we'll have to call. Possibly, if we get a wave ridden, we'll stop the sponsor call out. But we have BrightSky Australia, Forward Ability Support, Visit Oceanside, Storage Investments Australia, Rumia, Surfing Australia, High Fives, Reflections Holiday Parks, Byron Bay Services Club, Waveski Adventures, Kennard's Hire, McGrath Real Estate, Royal Rehab LifeWorks, Sargood on Coleroy, Thomas Foods, Byron Central Osteopathy, Wetflix First Nations Lifeguards, AASP Brook Farm, Kennard's Shire, and Stoke for Life. Without all of our partners, we wouldn't be able to have this amazing event. As we've just heard the horn, that is going to shut this heat down. We'll be back for more. We'll be back for the second wave ski heat in just a moment. We're going to take a quick break, and we'll be back with you soon.
UDC started over 25 years ago, and it was always the purpose that people with a disability live a life that they truly love, and it's about making choices in their own life and having independence. UDC do things a bit differently. We believe in person-led approach. We don't believe that the person should be in the middle, surrounded and smothered by support. We believe that they should stand at the front of their support and lead their lives in their way. And I think that's what makes us a little bit different.
All right, we are back. We appreciate your company. This is the BrightSky Australia Australian Pro Adaptive Surfing Championships, presented by Forward Mobility Support. And there we have Daniel Lombardo, DJ Lombardo, who just got himself 2 nice scores in that previous heat. We have just finished our first of the sit or Waveski division classification of this competition. I'm Ben Way, joined in the booth by Stevie Ginger, and it looks like we already had some action during the break. As we see, much nicer waves off the bat on the beginning of this heat, and Yellow getting up on top of that thing. Rock and roll floater. That was Mick Johnson. As we have Spike Kane finishing his ride. So yeah, we've had some action early on this one. So as we were saying earlier, as the tide moves, all of a sudden that energy is able to hit a different point of the sandbar, as we see Spike Kane motoring up and over this one. Nice, using those paddles, getting that degree of direction change. And so he's going to see a score come in, 3.67. But Mick Johnson, 6.50, I believe, for that rock and roll floater that we had seen just coming in from commercial. And really amazing to get up on top of the wave in a sitting position, be able to reconnect with that energy to get back into the wave. And looks like Chukka also got a wave, 3.67. As we have a second score for Spike, 2.50. So within the first couple of minutes, we got a lot of action. There we go. Chukka leaning into that one. Nice top turn here. And runs into that gutter. But, yeah, looking active. You can see the length of the board that Charles is on. It's almost like what the kind of stand-up sup guys would ride, with the addition of a big seat on top of it. So the outline, the base of the board, is sort of like a big surf sup with a pulled-in nose, like a giant shortboard, basically.
Right.
Along with that fin positioning that we'd spoken about. But Chukka definitely needs to put more effort into the paddle being on a shorter board. As we have Nick Johnson catches the nose on that one. He tried to redirect right in the pocket, but that thing hit a shallow spot in the sandbar and didn't give him the clearance for the nose of the board. So here he goes. You see he's eyeing up this section, and this thing, you can see it just hit a shallow spot and came dumping up and over.
Spectacular wipeout.
Yeah.
Full forward roll.
Exciting stuff.
Now water safety team getting it to the athletes there, because obviously it can be a little bit tricky getting back up on your board out in the water if you're right in that impact zone there where that white water is going to take your board away from you.
And Mick Johnson is the 2025 Aussie titles champ in this division. He showed some great riding a couple days ago as we were knocking out to see who would represent Team Udukanjis in the Worlds later in the year. Exciting stuff. But this is nice. I love seeing everyone get some waves off the bat. David Monk.
I don't think it's here.
I was going to say, I didn't see a blue jersey out there unless he's off at his own bar in Clark's.
Yeah, probably. It's a shame. David Monk is a local legend. Unfortunate that we don't get to see him today.
So we are confirmed we don't have blue, unfortunately.
Look at that glass off.
There we've got our Japanese contingency. We got Kenjiro Ito and Naomichi Katsukura on the left. He'll be in the stand division. And
I believe it's above knee stand?
Yes, above knee stand. So the higher degree impairment. And this guy, surfs. They're so stoked. But Katsan on the left, he stays about 40 minutes from where I've been over in Japan, and every day I've been looking at his Instagram just to see how the surf is. So he's my official surf report, but he's been getting out there, and he says daily adaptive training, and then shows his big fancy lunch that he has after it. That's his Instagram post.
I love it.
So he's my surf line over in Japan.
So good. Who have we got? We got Michael Johnson paddling for a wave, pulling into the left there, up off the top. Comes out of it.
Oh,
Nice.
so sick.
Yeah. Keeps paddling, but doesn't quite make that one, of course, as it hits that gutter there and just gets too fat.
So in skateboarding, that'd be a rock and roll to fakie.
Hey.
And pretty insane. So very technical maneuver. As you can see him just motoring. And then look how he leans into the rail to get that thing up and over. And being that the fins are up and under him, he's able to get that thing to rotate and come back. I love that. And there's your beautiful mom keeping us charged up here. Thank you, Debbie. And so we're going to see another score come in, 5.67, I believe, for that last one. I like this replay.
Look at that speed. Yeah, just
So he was literally
smacks it.
out of the wave, reconnected with that lip energy, and brought it back in.
Beautiful, like swooping line as well. Yeah, just really nice to watch.
Looks like Spike possibly coming off of a ride or just kind of changing position. There you see Adam land our... All right, here we go. Yeah, that was the end of a ride. Nice redirect there. You could see that lip coming clamping down. Man, just refused to get toppled over there. Fought that whitewash section in the flats. And so what we saw earlier, or just before the replay, Adam land our water safety. You could see him kind of keeping Spike in position, making sure they got safely through that wave. The water safety is not able to advance our surfers into position, but they will keep them stable, make sure that they're getting through the impact zone or getting them back on their equipment. And that is the rule in our prone division. Only the pusher or the catcher can get them out towards the surf, but in the event that they get toppled off of their board or they're stuck in the impact zone, the water safety will help them pull through. And yeah, we got everyone so charged up on the beach. And this beautiful accessibility mat has been donated to us for the event and makes it possible for everyone to wheel around and say hi to their buddies and get back and forth
Chuck
around.
on a ripper. Absolutely. Looking so good.
This is a sick one. Big cut back there.
I can't quite remember what his first wave looked like, but that's got to beat his 3.67 for sure.
I think it was kind of a shorter wave, but that one was radical. A lot of direction changes. I'm going to pick this one apart. You see how he uses that paddle. Already done 2 direction changes on the way down. Make sure he doesn't get hung up on this one. Keeping that speed up. Nice big cutback on the end section. And so in tune with equipment. He knows so much about the skis. He's been in the design process with King's Water Sports, which is the shaper of his board, who also does a lot of work with our adaptive athletes. But getting those wave skis totally dialed in, fin positions, rails, how the seat is. And here we go. White. Is that white or yellow?
White, I think.
Yeah, that was white. So that was Spike taking a little paddle there. Already we're seeing a lot more ocean activity in this heat.
Absolutely. Yeah, that tide has started to drop now, so it's coming off the back of the high tide, so that should rearrange the depth of the water depending on the sandbar, so it's going to start breaking further out, so they're going to be able to get onto those waves soon.
Low tide should be rocking. Might come clamping down on a couple people, but definitely going to have a lot more activity out there as we lose this deep water. Kind of empty out those little pools and gutters that we have out on the sandbar. A nice even score line across here. Everyone's got some waves. And Chukka gets a 7.03 for that last one.
Nice.
Knowing him, he's definitely hungry for another one of those.
Michael Johnson taking a look at this one. Looks like it could open up really nicely for him. Going for the left again. Oh, so close to pulling into the barrel there, but just comes unstuck. What happened there, Ben?
Yeah, you know what? I think it just, well, it looked like he had an open shoulder that he'd be able to shoot out. Everything just came down at once as it hit a little shallow spot, but he was in perfect positioning for it. Yesterday we had those south winds with that offshore. It would have opened that up for him a little bit more. But yeah, nice. Got way over the tail right there. Possibly, I think because of the fin positioning, the farther back you get, the more that fin can release. Instead of really waiting over the fin, you're actually taking pressure off of the fin the farther your head gets back behind it. So kind of like if you try to ride a twin fin fish in a performance shortboard position, you're behind the fin and the thing skips out. Here we go, replay. Setting himself up perfectly. For this thing just would have opened up a little bit more. And it looks like it just kind of lifted up his tail and dug that outside rail. But he's already sitting pretty with some nice scores right here. Basically just going out there and having a fun free surf with only two other buddies at the moment. Yesterday those lefts were kind of opening up. Before I went out body surfing, we still had that south offshore, and I could see just that little left that he was on was the one that was opening up. Looked like it was providing a little barrel, but it's a little more visual than you get out there. You don't really, it's not as easy to get into.
No, definitely not.
If we have some more size, kind of open that thing up a little bit more, we'll be able to fit these guys in their wave skis inside the barrel.
We'll see what happens later on during the week.
And 30.
Who have we got?
So 10:30 on the clock.
Family affair down on the beach. Loving it. I'm not... Chris Blouse.
Yeah, Chris Blouse will be in that next stand heat coming up. So he'll be out there with Katsan from Japan. We'll see who else is in that heat. I was going to bring my iPad down to have our live heats open so we could see who's coming and who isn't.
Oh, I can do that.
I'm eating into my California data if I come if I leave it open the whole time. So, yep, we will have Katsusan, Colin Cook, Chris Blouse, and Terry McGrath. That's going to be a fun heat coming up.
There we go. Katsusan.
Chris and Katsusan coming up next. Yeah, looking like some really fun conditions for those guys. It looks easier for the stand than our visually impaired girls were dealing with earlier, starting to lose those flat spots.
Yeah, as the tide drops that little bit, as we said, that we should see some nicer walls on the waves, giving our athletes a bit more scoring potential.
Definitely. Yeah, and it's always good just to not see people sitting still, hoping for waves, and actually having to deal with more waves coming in as they get out. So this is a good sign. Seeing more bump out there on the sandbar, as well as at the bottom of your screen. You can see that shoreline just quickly disappearing, and so as it moves out, it's going to get steeper, more consistent, and also provide a lot more speed on the waves.
Yeah, we do have a very big difference, about a meter's difference between high and low tide. So, yeah, it is going to drop really quick. We're going to see it really run out. Pretty much the same as yesterday.
Do we have a full moon coming?
Oh, I'm not sure.
It's usually when we're close to the full moon, we get those big sweeps of tide.
We had a blood moon just recently, last week, I think it was, and that was a full moon.
Yeah,
I can't remember.
off of my astronomy and astrology.
Southern Hemisphere, completely.
There you go. I'm hanging upside down.
Yeah, you are. Who we got? Michael Johnson having a look? No, pulls out of that one. reads it well because it did just close out there.
It's amazing how different the waves are from the beginning of the heat till now. You've seen these things kind of closing out and clamping down.
Oh, this could be a good wave.
Nice line. Yep, drives that, gets a lot of speed, able to get a big sweeping turn, keeping that connection over that deep spot.
Ooh.
And whips it out with control. That was a good-looking wave.
Finishes with authority, and as we have seen yesterday, the judges love it when you finish that wave with control and speed and authority, and it's really going to increase your scores.
All right, here we go. You can see he's eyeing that up. Knows there's not going to be a barrel, so he navigates around that section, finds open face to redirect, gets over this little double up lump, keeping a lot of speed here, and whips that out right before the shore break. And also smart idea because there wasn't really more scoring potential. Had he gone any farther, he would have had to deal with getting over a couple shore breaks out of that position. And already he's got to fight a couple waves out, even in his positioning right there where he kicked out.
Waiting for that score to drop from that ride. Do you think it's going to be bigger than his 6.5? I think so. Maybe not. I think the 6.5 was where he did that massive floater.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out if it was the 5.67 where he came down backwards or which one it was, but the...
Shall we consult live heats?
Get in there, tech wizard.
6.5 was definitely the floater.
Okay.
Yeah.
See, leave it to the youth. Better memory, better technology skills.
We are at a technical disadvantage here in the booth, unfortunately. It seems our producer has 2 screens and we're left with 1 screen.
I'm going to bring one tomorrow. I just got to lock it onto the Wi-Fi. But, yeah, it's also it's good to know what in this round robin, there's no elimination. But when we do get into single elimination, we're going to want to know what the requirements are for the surfers in the 3rd and 4th position who will not advance.
Absolutely. It seems like either the judges are deliberating or you only got a 2.67 for that wave.
Yeah, I guess really the biggest degree of direction change was just on the kick out.
Right.
And so I don't think they're counting that as a maneuver. They would just count that first turn that came around that section. So
interesting.
they're getting a little harder to budge. They've seen so much hot action that they're
that's it.
needing to keep them more entertained. So you can see him drive around that turn there. And then okay, there we go.
There we
so
go.
We weren't seeing the score. The judges were having a good think about it.
7.27. So that just beats Chucker's excellent. Good to wave. Good wave.
Yeah.
So is the good range 7.03 for Chucker, and that's oh, he's keeping busy. What a man.
He's just connected out there. He's finding all the little nooks and crannies on the sandbar, redirecting it. And so, yeah, it was funny because we were watching that replay and do the score. I was trying not to like it too much, but I did like that ride. We were so impressed off the live action.
Yeah.
So
that's why I was so confused. I was like, surely that was a great wave.
So we thought in the beginning. And look how much the beach has grown in the last 2 heats. This is just insane. There's now Michi Katsukura. He's coming up next. Charged up.
We've got just over 3 minutes left of the Waveski men's semifinal heat 2. Currently leading Michael Johnson, 13.77. Spike Kane, 12.17. And Charles Chucker-Webb, 10.70. So Charles looking to improve, get another higher score in the good range of scoring to take through to the next round. He 8.5 for Spike Kane. I don't remember that wave.
Yeah, there's something that something went down that we weren't seeing, but that is great. We had seen both Spike and Charles kind of out of camera view, so I don't know if it was that they took some different waves off to that north side of the sandbar or just kind of got drifted out of position. But look at these beautiful glassy conditions. Yesterday we had a lot of bump and chunk with that kind of onshore wind until it switched around. But we had some kind of bumpy wind swell yesterday where this is just nice groomed lines. Picture perfect Byron Bay here.
Yeah, you can see our iconic lighthouse in the background there, and just down to the left, the end of that little landmass, that is the pass, or what we call fishos, those rocks there, Fisherman's Lookout. But that is the famous pass where I grew up learning to surf.
That's so cool. So we got a replay here.
Spike Kane's 8.5.
Wow.
Ooh.
Wow, he did basically a rock and roll floater off the takeoff. That was insane how he got his rail to engage right there. That would have easily turned anyone upside down. So, yeah, that was almost the same maneuver that Michael Johnson did on the left with speed, but off the takeoff, just hanging himself on the lip. And, yeah, that was a pretty extreme, wild maneuver. I love this. Look at this.
Oh, actually comes down backwards, like diagonally on the back.
So connected to his equipment. And so Spike also rides the same equipment as we saw DJ Lombardo out on earlier. That's also a Steve Bainey Infinity board and Infinity ski. As we have Terry on his way out. Terry qualified in the national champs for his division. And that board was working great for him yesterday.
Colin Cook there in white, making his way out as well.
Yeah, so it's really great to see how the classifiers, Maureen Johnson and Daniel Bennett from here in Australia, were at the Byron Bay Services Club reviewing range of mobility, checking the level of impairment, just to make sure that everyone gets put in the right place and we make an even playing field. Even though you see different types of prosthetics that are used, the next round will be the higher level of impairment of our amputees. So we are going to take a quick break. We just heard the horn for the end of this heat. There on screen, Michael Johnson had some amazing rides. Looked like he definitely kept the busiest in that one. And we are looking forward to joining you in our standing classification in just a moment. We're going to take a quick break. We'll see you in a second.
Every journey is shaped by people. And your path home should be led by people who value community. People like ours. McGrath, guiding you home.
All right, welcome back. We appreciate your company. This is the Bright Sky Australia Australian Pro Adaptive Surfing Championships presented by Forward Mobility Support. And
Goes white, second red, third and blue, fourth yellow. We've got 18 minutes to go. priority needs to be the first one is white, first priority, second priority is red, third priority is yellow, and fourth priority blue. As we have 17 minutes to go, the sun's out, it's all happening. BrightSky back to play. Fast and incredible athletes from all over the world demonstrating their skills and abilities and fun. It was quick shootout, Mango turning it on for these guys.
Here we go, mate. I'm going white, you go blue and red.
fourth. So many legends down here. So, with the rest. We'll check out time down the road the next time. This is Waveski, thanks to the second lady in the plane, unassisted. Coach.
I'm definitely still competitive. If I see a couple of other surfers, I always still like to just show off a little bit. Yeah, I've been using no pong for about 6 years now, and I wouldn't change a thing. It just works amazing. You just put it on in the morning once, and you're good for the whole day.
It's like the perfect wave. You couldn't ask for anything better. Left, right, tube, doing airs, like you can do it all.
All right, welcome back, friends. This is the BrightSky Australia Australian Pro Adaptive Surfing Championships presented by Forward Mobility Support. And a little sound issue. Just giving your ears a rest from the two bogans in the booth. This is Ben Way and Stevie Ginger, and we are now in a new classification, a new division. We just finished the above-the-knee stand, where we saw Colin Cook take the highest scores, I believe, in that last one. And it looked like all of our competitors got some great ways. We did have one of our first priority interferences. Unfortunately, we didn't see what happened there. But as we said, this is a round robin, so even if you lose your backup score, you're still holding one score going into the next round with the ability to rebuild or replace that score. So out in the water now, we have our women's unassisted prone division. Sam Bloom, Lori Fody, Grace Kennedy, and Catherine Beattie out there. We can see that tide has drained out. That little wet spot there is almost where we saw some of our morning heats breaking.
Absolutely, yeah. This is when you've got such a big difference in the tide heights and the top of the tide and the bottom of the tide, things change rapidly. Conditions can change within 20 minutes. So you could be sitting there watching the heat before you, trying to suss it out, planning your moves, where you're going to sit, where the spot is, and it can change by the time you're out the back there ready to go. So
yeah, we have we got a nice stacked heat out here. Sam Bloom, of course, the 3-time parasurfing champion, and she is also well known for her book, Penguin Bloom, and I believe there's a movie as well about her story. And Sam Bloom was on a vacation, and I believe it was Bali, and when they had a balcony collapse, which caused her injury and brought her into our world of parasurfing. She's been a bright character ever since, and also a fierce competitor. That's her out there in red. Lori Fody, Michael Fody's wife, mom of their beautiful kid, and we had Michael on the in the men's kneel division. Lori competes in this prone unassist division. Grace Kennedy, her nickname's Disgrace.
she's the baby in Irukandji, isn't she?
She comes up from Jervis Bay, and her first ever pro event was last year here in Byron, and she had a session at Urban Surf earlier on, and she's part of the Good Surf Adaptive Club. We also have Catherine Beattie, our competitor from the United States, and she was third on the tour, AASP tour last year. She also has medals with ISA. 2021 had a bronze, silver in 22, and HASC silver in 2024. And Catherine Beattie's also a television writer, and she writes for, she's well known for writing for NCIS, for all of you television fans out there. And so we have this outgoing tide. You can see it shifted our competitors much farther away from the judges than our earlier heats. And not quite as glassy as earlier, but sometimes you get this little texture on there, and that actually feeds to the scoring potential. Now, so with a lower tide, it'll open up some shoulders here and there as you get that little bump. Whereas the more shallow the water is and the cleaner the wind is, sometimes it all comes down at once as it hits a shallow spot in the sandbar. So things are looking good out there, and these ladies are just finding their positioning in the lineup at the moment. And we see no scores, no rides yet. And I'm sure in 17.5 minutes with this stacked field, we'll see a couple scores coming on the board soon.
Yeah, just looking at the water there, it looks like we've had a bit of a change of direction with the wind. Looks like it's gone a little bit to the east. As you can see, it's a bit more bumpy. It's not as glassy and smooth as it was before. We had that southwesterly coming from the opposite direction.
Dead set.
Yeah, interesting. But did you know, Kath Beattie was actually the first woman to land a backflip in a wheelchair.
Yes.
How
yeah, actually,
insane.
you know what? I was forgetting. Catherine Beattie comes from what they call WCMX, which is wheelchair, basically skate park freestyle. There's a character named Aaron Jaws, which you'll see doing these giant mega ramp jumps in his bright green wheelchair. He's the most famous, and he's brought it to the mainstream. But that's something that's existed for a long time, and we have quite a few of our competitors have shifted from riding the skate park and half pipes and transition on their wheelchairs to bring it to the transition of the waves, which is very, very cool.
Very cool.
A lot easier on the landings in the water than on concrete.
I think that's why we surf, isn't it? I gave up skating a long time ago because, yeah, it was a little intimidating.
I've done my knees and my ankles plenty, but I still get on a board here and there. So here we have coming up, we have on schedule for our next division will be our prone assist women's heat. And that's Ashley Bunting. She'll be along with Annie Goldsmith and Jocelyn Neumuller. That's going to be a spicy heat as well. As we see Chukka rolling in the booth out of the wetsuit. He'll be back in the booth in just a bit here. But we have seen some very, very amazing rides this morning, and we know that the conditions are going to be improving. That's Annie Goldsmith down the middle. Her dad, Ben. Here we have Jocelyn Neumuller, Jake Tomlinson, and Maddie. Speaking of skateboarding, Jake on the right, the hairdresser at the moment, he is a gnarly surfer and skateboarder. And you see that guy high flying above the lip of waves and ramps.
Nice.
All right, so we have a score. Lori Fody, 0.50 for her opening wave.
We can see Adam Land, our head of water safety, chatting up the pretty ladies.
Yeah, we have a huge team of volunteers that have brought themselves. And I know Adam and his dad help with a lot of the funding for the lodging for these guys, and help to bring all these other water safety volunteers, who a lot of them have paid their own way to get here, which is really, really cool. They've been scouring, their gang of water safety has been scouring Byron Bay every afternoon. You see them making their way around to to the pubs and the restaurants and soaking it all up. They're not missing a beat.
I spent a lot of time with them down there in the water last year. It's absolutely an amazing crew to be a part of. But unfortunately this year you guys poached me out into the booth.
Unfortunately? Did you hear that, Chukka? She said, unfortunately, she got taken away from water safety and gets stuck with you and me. Yeah, no, I could definitely think of some other...
Well, unfortunately for them.
I could think of some individuals that you'd be more happy to sit next to. So it looks like we had a little paddle possibly by Red, I think it was, out the back there. It's definitely getting really tricky. You can see how that shore break's rippling. That just shows the speed of the water being drawn out to the ocean, which, yeah, that was Sam Bloom going for a little paddle there. But yeah, when you have, you already have to get yourself into motion to keep up with the energy of the wave and get into the wave. But when you have the ocean sucking you back out to sea, you're dealing against two forces at once, which is quite tricky. And so the bigger waves that come through, the set waves, will be easier to get their hands on. But definitely some tricky conditions right now.
Yeah, unfortunately, that wind has gone straight east, which is why we've got that rippling across the surface of the water there. It is the same wind that we had yesterday, so that does make conditions a little bit trickier. But there's still a nice clean face on the wave. Still plenty of potential for the athletes to score some nice scores.
Seeing someone on a wave now. And that looks like it was Sam Bloom on the inside from our drone shot. As that might have been Catherine taking a paddle there. So I think Sam got an opening wave just below our drone. We'll see in just a moment if a score comes in for her. Yep. 5.67 for Sam. So we saw her zooming down on the left side of your screen. Looks like we'll have a replay here. Sam, lots of speed into this one. Gets a little redirect. Almost pulls in right there. And zooming through on her Luke Short Designs. LSD has been making her boards for a long time. It's got this nice bright yellow one this time.
Oh, I think somebody just went up and over.
Yeah, it looked like a little board mishap possibly on the outside. I think from the color of the board, that might have been Lori.
Yeah, I think so. I think that's white.
She's got that one that looks like it's a blue board dipped in dripping ice cream.
Oh. Yep.
Yep. So that was Lori. Like we said, we have that uneven topography of the sandbar. So you got shallow to deep to shallow to deep, and just depending on where you take off, you may just have the bottom drop out of nowhere, and that's what happened on that one. We also, Lori's on a little bit longer boards than some of our competitors, so definitely when you have that straight angle coming down and the bottom drops out, it's easier to pearl the nose there.
Looks like Grace Kennedy might be sitting a little too far out again.
Yeah, either she's possibly just waiting for a bigger set. Everyone's kind of just spread out and kind of feeling their way around the sandbar. Sam Bloom did get that wave quite far in, so she's going to see it. She's going to be able to kind of see the other options that are sitting inside of them, and she may choose to sit a little bit farther in. Look at her, just drops in with so much speed, uses that arm drag technique to redirect, just as we see Kai Collis using, which we've mentioned many times through the day yesterday, was created by Bruno Hansen, who is multiple champion and famous for creating that style, which a lot of our competitors are trying to emulate, which is such a functional way of riding. Yellow, looks like yellow got in. Grace Kennedy.
The baby Irakanji.
So yeah, nice stretch on that one. Good speed. A little bit of a direction change.
Looks like she's coming in.
She might be coming in, or she might just go, hey, you know what, I'm in here, I can get another one, but it's pretty close to the shore break, and you can see it's running right. I think she wants a little of relocation possibly, so she's going to come in. They all have the opportunity to jump on one of those beach chairs and move down to a different spot with time allotting that they get back out into the lineup. So with 9 minutes, she still has plenty of time to get down to the other side. Big steep section right here. And yeah, she was just avoided Lori Foti's board on that one, but happened to be in a good spot where she just got moving. And so the farther you take yourself in, sometimes those waves will pick you up and even put you on the wave without wanting to be on the wave, which everyone wants waves at the moment. But, yeah, without even needing a paddle, the farther in you get, the better. And it looks like Catherine Beattie also using that arm technique that we've mentioned before, putting that arm to create an axis and start redirecting, engaging the rail of your board, and also giving you the chance to paddle out of the maneuvers and keep your speed going. Catherine's going to get a 3.83 for that one. Nice steep takeoff on this. I like how busy her hands are. You can see she moves from left to right, controlling the board with one, and you're always using that outside hand to engage and initiate the turn. And that's something it's really hard for these surfers to train for, is keeping that core, keeping that balance on top of the board while letting your hands off to switch around on the board, and getting used to swapping hands to control the board, which hand's going to go into the water. And so that is, as we see in Joel Taylor's side, who's used to a bodyboarding stance where you always have grip on the board, which it's very natural to switch to that outside rail to get that leverage, but they're actually at points where their hands are not even on the board at all while they're exchanging hands to control. So something that takes a lot of practice inside and outside of the water.
Yeah. I was also wondering, when you're prone as well, do you think the athletes have a preferred direction that they like to go?
That's a great question. You would think that when you're going straight in a prone position that it wouldn't be like having a goofy foot or a regular foot, where you would have left foot forward for a regular footer, right foot forward for a goofy footer, but your body actually has a natural gyroscope. And so I remember back in my boogie boarding days, I was way better in the barrel going left, and I didn't like the control of going right, like we see Sam Bloom right here. I didn't like going prone on rights as much. So I used to get into a drop knee or a stand-up on the bodyboard on the rights, and then prone on the lefts. So, yeah, there definitely is a human gyroscope, and your body wants to gyrate it one way naturally, as we see. Sam, she repositioned herself after that earlier ride to sit a little bit farther in, and she was able to find a nice bump in the sandbar to get another one. So I figure that she'll be kind of migrating back to that same zone since it's feeding her some scores. 5.67 and 3.60. Don't have the aid of Chukka's bifocals today.
Not yet, anyway. And also, you got to think as well, like, these athletes, like, that would feel like just dragging dead weight, right? Paddling back out. Like, you would need some serious upper body strength there.
Definitely, especially on a small board like Sam's riding. And Sam's on similar equipment as she rode previously, where she was in the assist division, where her husband Cam would help take her out, take her through the waves, and also get her into the waves, where classification shifted her into the non-assist within the last couple years. So she's had to readjust to getting herself out there, getting that speed into the waves, which is a whole other aspect.
Yeah, because, you know, you're thinking when you do have the use of your legs, like if you're just not about to make a wave, you can have a little kick there, you know, like just that little extra push with flicking your foot can just be enough to get you onto that wave. So they don't have that advantage. So the fact that she can paddle into those waves, pure upper body strength, mad respect.
Yeah, I was out with Catherine and Parker Olnick yesterday afternoon when we had that incoming tide after the low, and we saw the size increase about 3 times from what we had in the morning. We had some pretty decent shoulder high sets out there, but also had about sometimes 5 or 6 waves to a set, and I could really appreciate how much work they had to put through to both paddle out, stay stable through the whitewash, duck dive, get pushed back, and able-bodied surfers like you and I, not on a longboard, but you're usually able to use your legs and arms to sink that board down out of the energy and kind of keep your position as the wave goes over. They're unable to do that, so they're not able to punch and get into the water as deep, and so they really feel that wave energy when a breaking wave's coming across them.
Yeah, I mean, like, I wouldn't say I'm new to shortboarding, but I would say I probably only make about 9 times out of 10 a good duck dive, and that bad duck dive, that, yeah, when you cop that in the face, a nice little nasal wash.
That's what beginning surfers probably struggle more with than anything. It's such a weird movement.
And sometimes you just time it wrong and
Get smashed.
Absolutely. So we've just got over 2 minutes and 30 left on the clock for this heat for the unassisted prone women. Sam Bloom out in front, 5.67 and a 3.6, giving her a heat total of 9.27. Kath Beattie on a 3.83, looking for a second score to back that up on a second wave. Grace Kennedy, 2.73, that's a combined total of 2.4 and a 0.33. And we've got Laurie Fody in 4th position, combined total 1.27, 0.50 and a 0.77. So it's not over till it's over. There's still time for any of these ladies to get another absolute screamer of a wave.
And there's going to be another heat for them to have another chance to get 2 more. So in Catherine's case, she's got one decent score. She'll be able to carry that over. And in the next round, either replace it or keep that one and add another score to it. But yeah, it definitely looks like one of the trickier heats as far as just that quickly receding tide. Once it kind of gets out farther, it seems like it settles a bit more and things are a little bit more easy to judge. We will be moving into our prone assist division where luckily for the competitors, they'll have the aid of being propelled into the water by their pusher. And so even with these flat conditions, they're going to be able to get up to speed and get into the wave without having to use their to propel themselves.
Yep.
And so with these tricky conditions, that will make things a lot easier for them. Here we go, Catherine. Nice, sticking with it, keeping that glide. You can see her head really forward on the board, keeping over that flat spot, plus just giving some deep paddles to keep going. 25 seconds, not going to be enough time to get back out and get in position for another one. However, Sam might be able to get herself, wow, man, you can just see, just as what we were saying.
Yep.
Without being, I'm sure you felt it on a longboard before when you've tried to punch over the wash, but it's been a little bit too big to actually punch over. You go up and over just like that. So we just heard the horn. That's going to be end of that heat, but everyone was able to get 2 scores, which is great. It's always good going into the next round knowing that you've got a couple scores under your belt. So we are going to be back with another women's prone division. Next will be the prone assist, which is going to be really, really exciting. Stick with us. We appreciate your company. We'll be right back after these messages.
Welcome back to the Bright Sky Australia Pro Adaptive Surfing Championships. I'm Charles Chaka Webb. I'm joined here with the legend, Richard Julian. How you doing, Richie?
Yeah, good, mate. Good, very
Nice,
good. Much
nice.
better now after that morning session.
Yep. It's always good to get wet. We've been watching some really good surf conditions, a lot better today than yesterday. So you notice that the wind is switched from the north to the south. It's got nice glass on it, maybe a little baby offshore wind, but a lot more push today than there was yesterday. How was your heat, bud?
Yeah, it was super fun. Yep, really beautiful morning out there. I was glad to get nice conditions, and the first 10 minutes of our set was of our heat was really nice. So, yeah, some really nice ones came through. I missed a couple of them, but towards the end of the heat, I managed to jump on a few and get some scores.
Nice. Right now we have the prone assist women. It's the AASP World Champ, your Australian National Champ, Jocelyn Newmiller and Ashley Bunting from the U.S. representing High Fives, and Annie Goldsmith, also from Australia, white up and riding Ashley Bunting on the right, drawing a nice little line, getting a nice little push on the inside, see if she can get a redirect. There's the redirect. Back to the power. Oh, she gets the reform. Ashley on the inside with a beautiful little ride, milking it, connecting from the outside to the inside, which we haven't seen much today.
Yeah, that nice reform on the inside is a fun little section.
Yeah, that looked like she got a lot of speed right there, was able to get probably milk a little bit more out of it, and it drops as a 7.33, setting the scale for this division right off the rip. We got Ashley Bunting from the U.S., and here's the replay. Call the replay, Rich.
Yeah, it looks like she's coming down. She's chosen a nice wave to get started here, and she's got her eyes on the set there, and she sees it's going to change direction and goes for that reform to the left there. And yeah, she's done all she can on that wave and gets a good 7.3 to start her campaign with.
Yeah, that is a nice number to. Oh, yellow taken off. It's like Jocelyn Newmiller. Redirect on the inside. She's trying to get that reform as well. Can she get it? She can't quite connect it. So she'll put a score on the board as well. Yeah, we had a little heat out there earlier with the Waveski guys, and it's pretty fun right now. The waves are filling in a little bit. Had a good time.
Yeah, everybody's just getting warm and, yeah, getting their toes wet and getting some water under their fins. So, yeah, good morning.
And the girls start their campaign. Nice. Here's the replay. Jocelyn dropping down. Not really getting any open face opportunity on that. She redirects right there to get the rebuild and to get that little power push on the inside and try to get that reform, but didn't quite work out for her. She couldn't quite connect that, so that comes in at a 5.33. That was Annie Goldsmith. Excuse me, that was not Jocelyn Newmiller. I apologize for that. I'm colorblind right now. Let me get back in the swing of it. That was Annie Goldsmith. Jocelyn is in red. So they both wear the similar kind of helmet. Kind of threw me off a little bit. I wasn't really looking at the jersey.
Yeah, just a beautiful morning on the water out there. You see the Julian Rocks in the background there. And, yeah, I was trying to line myself up with that and pick some points on shore and offshore to stay in position out there. So, yeah.
So that's the name of the rocks out there, Julian Rocks?
I believe so. I don't know the story behind it. We'll have to talk to the elders and find out what the story is behind it. But, yeah, it seems like everybody was triangulating between the rocks and the beach mat earlier this morning,
nice.
From what I can see from the back.
White up and riding again. There's the replay on that one. That's the 7, the reform from the drone shot. So Ashley just showing us what she's got, kind of setting the scale for this heat right here.
And I believe this is Ashley's first time to Australia, Chaka?
Yeah, her first time to Australia, but she did really well at the U.S. Open this year. She's been traveling the tour with the High Fives crew, so she is representing High Fives right now, and she's doing a great job. That infinity board that you see, Rich, obviously me and you are pretty versed with infinity boards, but Steve shaped that board for her, and it looks like it's working great for her, man.
Yeah, I saw some photos of her with the High Fives crew in Puerto Rico, and she was just charging out there, and it looks like she's gotten some new equipment that's really working well for her. And I just love her attitude. She came out to Hawaii a few years ago and did the camp with us out there, and since then she has just taken it next level, and she's such a great competitor. You know, she's just takes off on anything, and yeah, she just really goes for it.
She has been progressing immensely. Like she's come from, just barely knowing about competitive adaptive surfing to really being one of the girls to watch. And obviously she's throwing a 7.3 down for her first wave. So she's got a good little crew with her, and she's getting some time in the water. That Puerto Rico trip with High Fives was, I didn't go on it, but got to see it on social media and got the inside scoop from my guy, Roy Tuscany, who we're missing right now. But he's got a lot of representation here, a bunch of really good athletes. Claudio Morales, you saw DJ Lombardo. We got Ashley Bunting here, Ryan Porteous. So there's a good squad of athletes here representing High Fives at this event. So
Absolutely.
It's kind of died down on us right here a little bit. It's kind of given us a little lull in the action. It picked up real quick there, but then it kind of dropped off. So we're just waiting for some sets to come through. We did have a nice little push from yesterday to today. The conditions really cleaned up. And while we are just chilling, we would like to thank our sponsors, BrightSky Forward Ability Support. They are the name sponsor of this event, the title sponsor of the Australia Pro Adaptive Surfing Championships. We'd like to thank Visit Oceanside. They are the title sponsor of the ASP World Tour. Storage Investments, Ost Romeo.
We've got a rider up here. Looks like it's Jocelyn. She's got a nice little left here. Yep, she's got the reform going. Let's see if she can get a little further in on it. Nope, looks like it's going to pit her out there.
Not quite the connection she was looking for. We'd like to thank Surfing Australia, High Fives Foundation, Reflections Holiday Parks. We're going to see a replay on that in just a sec, Rich. Right here's the replay. Jocelyn dropping in, getting some open face, getting a little top turn right there, little change of direction. Bam, getting a little face wash right there, trying to smack that. She gets it kind of just getting forward on the board so she can keep her momentum to get into that inside, but it doesn't cooperate with her, kind of like how Ashley's did, but she'll get a nice score on the board and she'll start her campaign as well. Some of our water support helping our athletes out in the water. I believe that's Emma Dieters, and I believe the kneeling women are going to be coming up, so watch out for that. Yeah, we would love to thank all of our sponsors, Waveski Adventures, Kennard's Hire, McGrath Real Estate, Royal Rehab LifeWorks, Zargood on Coleroy, Thomas Foods, Byron Century Osteopathy, Wetflix, and First Nation Lifeguards. Man, that's a mouthful right there. They got a lot, and Jocelyn drops an 8.33 for that nice little set that she got with that nice top turn and that closeout. She got an 8.33, so these girls are putting up some numbers. Annie with a single wave score of a 5.33, which is very respectable. Here is another replay of Jocelyn's wave. She gets up, top turn right there, and she hits that little closeout right there. She didn't get up on it, but she hit it hard enough for that to reflect in the scoring. She gets up on the board right there. Doesn't really get the momentum to catch that inside reform, but the work was already done. The number was already met there, Rich.
Yeah, she'll be happy with that 8 for sure. Take that on into the next rounds. That'll be a great score for her.
Yeah, super stoked. Like I said, the scale set an 8.33, a 7.33, and a 5.33. So these girls, it's anybody's game. Those are all single wave scores. The next wave could, take the lead on the heat. And that will be Jocelyn outside on the left, drawing a really nice line and snapping off the top. Jocelyn Newmiller is going to get a nice second number for that. She's not done. She's trying to catch that reform. Hits the fat spot, not happening. But the work was already done again. She just hit the top. That's what she wanted to do on the last wave. She does it on this one. She's going to get a really nice score on this one, Richie. Call that replay.
Yeah, it looks like she's got some really good speed coming down here, just enough to get her up onto the top and down into the trough there. Yeah, I've seen her last week in Sydney taking that board up to the top of the lip and smashing the face pretty nice. So I think that was what she was looking for there, to really hit that lip up there.
And it comes through as an excellent 8.17. So she's went excellent twice. 2 waves, 2 excellent scores. Set the scale at a 16.50 for a 2-wave score. So she's coming out here just letting the girls know, you know what, this is my division. I own the title, and you're going to have to wrestle it real hard.
Very nice top to bottom riding there with a lot of speed.
11:40 on the clock. This girl still got plenty of time to catch some surf. And look at the conditions are cleaning up real nice. The swell is going to start filling in tonight and tomorrow. So we definitely got a way better push than we had yesterday. It was kind of messy yesterday, a lot smaller, not as many scoring opportunities, even though those guys really dug it out yesterday. You know, they found the little gems in the surf.
Yeah, it looked like everybody was having fun and just taking what they could with what they were given.
Yeah, it was tough conditions yesterday. The wind was a northerly wind, which is not what you want here, and it's turned around. So we've got a good forecast for today and for tomorrow. Saturday's forecast is not so good, and we got somebody dropping in right here, yellow.
Yep.
Annie
We got Annie up and riding here.
Annie will get her second score on the board, and here goes Jocelyn on the
look at
right.
that speed.
Just
she's
up into the upper echelon of the surf right there.
I really like the lines that she draws there. She really keeps that speed under the board and takes her into that lip, and she's really able to show some power in her surfing.
She's aggressive for sure. She draws aggressive lines. She knows where she wants to be. She knows that she wants to climb the top of the wave and do her maneuvers at the top third of the wave. That way, it's the critical section of the wave, and that reflects in the score line. Let's see what dropping in. She just climbs up and hits that top floater. And that's what the judges like. They want to see that exclamation point at the end of the wave. They want to see finish the wave with authority. And they've been rewarding for it as well. And they reward her again. 8.87.
Wow.
She
that's
increases
awesome.
her score line to a 17.20 two-wave score. She'll be really happy with that. Just nice little surf coming in. It's filling in, and here goes Ashley Bunting on a nice little insider. Not very much open face on that, but she'll change direction right here.
See if she can get that reform on the inside. It looks like it's going to pit her out there, but she is working, trying to get turned around, get back out there as quickly as possible for the next ride.
Annie's second wave was a 4.0, so that'll hold her in second place with a 9.33. But Ashley just caught another wave, so we're waiting on a score for hers. So maybe that might change in situation, bump her up into second place. So there's nice conditions. You can see that that it's kind of filling in. It looks way cleaner than it did yesterday. So it's going to be getting a little more consistent as the weekend moves in, as we move into Friday, tomorrow, and Saturdays. Saturday's forecast is really bad. So I believe that they've already made the decision to scratch Saturday.
Yeah.
So there will be no surf on Saturday. All the finals will be held on Sunday. So which the forecast for Sunday is a lot better than Saturday. And there's still a lot of swell coming in. So dropping in on the right. Annie Goldsmith in yellow.
Yeah, I was just speaking with Mark Mono about that. It's just such a great thing that he's able to have lay days for weather type situations like that, and really choose days that are going to provide the best possible waves to surf in. So those lay days are really key for us to get the best conditions possible.
Annie screaming down the line, getting on that rail, changing direction, trying to stay with the power part of the wave, and then it kind of hit the fat spot of the wave, the deep spot out there, and kind of died out for her, but she'll get another nice score, and that score comes in at a 6.0. So Annie increases her score line to an 11.33, and Ashley's second score comes in at a 3.83, so that bumps her up to an 11.16 two-wave score. So this is really still, these girls are still fighting it out.
Yeah.
Ashley's got a 7.33. She's in striking distance. Annie puts up a 6. She's in striking distance. So they're going to have to put up an excellent score to keep up with Jocelyn, but that 7.33 that Ashley has kind of keeps her within the realm of chopping it down. So if she can put up another high score like that, it'll close the mark.
Still plenty of time on the clock with 6:30 to go, so she can get back out there and try and scope out a nice one.
Jocelyn's made it real hard, though, with that 8.87. That's, even the 8.83 going excellent like that, but that higher 8 towards the 9 really makes it difficult for these girls to say, okay, I'm gonna be able to catch her. Ashley's within striking distance. If she scores a high 8 or a 9, that puts her in the realm of that 17. But she's gonna have to make the most of that,
Yeah, I would definitely be looking for 6, 7, or 8 here in this last 5 minutes here for her for sure. Carry something over really nice into that second round that she can work with.
And you can see the conditions are really favorable right now. The tide is dropping, so we had a real kind of high tide this morning. The first two heats were right at the peak of the tide. Your heat specifically was right on the peak of the tide. I think the high tide was at between 8 and 8:15, right in there somewhere. You guys paddled out right at about 8:25, so or buzzer went off for you guys. And then I think you guys got a lot of good waves in your heat. It just was real peaky, and you kind of had to hunt them down.
Yeah, there was a lot of really nice waves came through the first 10 minutes of our heat. It was really gorgeous. And
it's good to see that across the board from division to division, the judges are being very consistent in their scoring. So we've had some high scores that were very deserving of those marks, but we've also had some good scores, the 6s, the 7s, those scores that are really kind of hard to judge. Those have been coming through too. So we've had very consistent scoring all the way through yesterday till today. So that's always good when you come to a contest and you're not seeing big dips and dives in the, big peaks and valleys in the scoring. It's pretty straight across the board, and where it needs to be rewarded, they're doing that. Where it's like, that wasn't a big reward. But here goes Annie on a big left. Does a nice mid-face turn right there. Annie just ripping this one up.
Nice selection on that one.
That was a good, nice little insider. That might get rid of that 5.33. Nice replay. Annie on the face, open face, nice bottom turn up, midsection turn right there, just whips the tail. She does it again, gets on that inside rail, that outside rail. That should show up in the score line. Let's see if how much the judges like that one. Well, it looks like it comes in at a 5.17, so maybe not. So they didn't
here
like
we go
it
with
much.
Jocelyn taking off on a nice another right here. It's screaming down the line. Check that turn right there. A good open face. Yep, she is working really well with this one.
Oh, wow. Nice ender on that one. Climbed it up. I think they're going to reward her big fat for that. That was a beautiful wave. A lot of action on it. They've already set the scale. She's already got an 8.87 for a nice big snap off the top. So she was able to maneuver on that. Let's see what they give her for this one. He gave her a 10. That came through as a perfect score for Jocelyn Newmiller, our first 10 of the contest. Jocelyn just working that, and with that little snap at the end, I think that just put the exclamation on it. The judges gave her a perfect score. It is a 10 for Jocelyn. She's pretty much put this one out of reach right now. She's got the field comboed. It's an 18.87, our highest heat score of the contest. Jocelyn throws down a perfect 10.
Yeah, she waited very patiently for that one. I think that's the one that she was looking for sure.
Yeah, that was a great wave. And the way she rode it, she was very patient. She hit the turns where she needed to. It looked like she started to dig a rail when she was going up into that ender right there, but she had enough power and speed to pull it out, to dig that rail out. And here's the replay. Down the line, top turn, snap. Top turn, snap. Another little check, cut back. Stays in the pocket right there. Oh, you see the outside rail was digging, but she dug it
right out.
And she pulled it up there into the section and was able to snap that out. Looked like she was digging that outside rail, and then she was able to unbury it. And there goes Ashley Bunting up and down on that one.
Yeah, I'd like to see the bottom of Jocelyn's board and see what type of fin set she's riding, because it looks like she is just flying down the line. She's got a lot of speed coming into all those turns there, and it just looks really pretty on the wave.
Well, one thing I noticed is that she's getting farther up on the nose of her board than she has previously in previous years. Previous years, she's ridden a little bit farther back. But this year, I noticed that she's really riding forward, and it's carrying her. It's given her a lot of speed. The downfall of that is that she dug that outside rail a little bit, but she was able to dig it out and still finish the maneuver for a perfect score. Our first perfect score of the contest. We've had some 9s. We've had some high 8s. Now Jocelyn lays down the first perfect score. Congratulations to her. What a great heat for all of these girls. Annie Goldsmith putting up a combined 11.33, and Ashley Bunting put up a combined 11.16. These girls will still get to surf again tomorrow. So this is just the first round of the round robin. They'll get the opportunity to surf again. And Jocelyn is going to try to get a perfect score with this round robin. You can sure bet she wants another 10. She's going to try to go into the next round with a come out of that with a 20.
Yeah, good job, Jocelyn. That was amazing surfing there.
Great heat for the girls. Great heat for the women. Now we have the kneeling women right now in red. Oh, we're going to go to a commercial, Richie, so taking a quick break. We will be right back with the BrightSky Australia Pro Adaptive Surfing Championships, brought to you by Forward Mobility.
Girls, happy? Ken Oath, all right. From big jobs to even bigger jobs. Get the Ken Oath feeling. Ken Oath's make your job easy.
UDC started over 25 years ago, and it was always the purpose that people with a disability live a life that they truly love, and it's about making choices in their own life and having independence. UDC do things a bit differently. We believe in person-led approach. We don't believe that the person should be in the middle, surrounded and smothered by support. We believe that they should stand at the front of their support and lead their lives in their way. And I think that's what makes us a little bit different.
Welcome back to the BrightSky Australia Pro Adaptive Surfing Championships here in Byron Bay, Australia. There you have the recipient of the first perfect 10, your defending AASP world champ in the women's prone assist, and your current national Australian champion. She just scored a perfect 10, and she also had an 8.87, so she has the highest heat score of the event so far with an 18.87. Jocelyn Newmiller really making the most of that heat. I'd like to congratulate the ladies. Right now we have the women's kneel out in the water. We have in red Barbie Garcia. In white we have Emma Dieters, and in yellow we have Victoria Pendergast. And it looks like Barbie's on the board with a 4.17. Barbie Garcia from Mexico. She is a Stoke for Life ambassador. We've been supporting Barbie for a few years, kind of training with her, coaching her. And here she is putting up a 4.17 with her first ride. So the conditions cleaning up real nice. Today is a beautiful day. Look at that little reeling left coming across. Here's Barbie's 4.17. Barbie up, out on the open face of the wave, giving it a little bit, and they reward her with a 4.17 for that. She's going to want to connect those to the inside, but also the conditions cleaning up for today, giving us a really nice forecast for tomorrow. Unfortunately, Saturday is called off, and we will just go right into the finals on Sunday. Forecast for Sunday is a lot cleaner. Saturday is just a really bad onshore 30-mile-an-hour wind. Call it the northerly. They call it the devil wind here. So, yeah, when it gets northerly and it gets onshore, that's when they call the heats. They actually will run the heats during the rain because there's no real runoff here. So like we have in California, we get that gray water, and like you do in Waikiki, you get to what's called the brown water. Is that what they call it?
Yeah, brown water advisories, and once the rain starts getting that heavy, so yeah.
So here they don't have that, so they just let you run.
Yeah, I was told by the local lifeguards that once it rains like that, it flattens out and gets gorgeous, and you want to be out there then.
So they're just waiting for the conditions to clean up. Here it is today. We were kind of, it was forecast to clean up a little bit earlier in the week, but it kind of got pushed back a day or two. So, but here we are on Thursday, ready to rock and roll. March 27th here in Australia. If you're watching us back in the States, it's Wednesday, March 26th. But we're a day and a half ahead of you guys over here. Beautiful day. Water's laid down. The swell is filling in. As the tide drops, it's going to get a little bit more consistent. The wind's kind of staying dead for us, which is really nice. It was a little bit southeast this morning, which is an offshore wind here. You want that southeasterly wind to blow offshore. The northwesterlies are the ones that blow in here and really smash it up. So here is white. That is Emma Dieters. And here comes Barbie Garcia with a nice carve. Barbie with a nice bottom turn and just diving, trying to get out of that one. Yellow behind her. Victoria Pendergast. The girls with a nice flurry here. All three catching a wave, just kind of right in a row. Barbie with a nice set. We'll see what that comes through. Emma with a nice wave. She comes through with a 2.50. Emma Dieters, her first score. We're going to see what Victoria Pendergast. Here is the drop in. Barbie dropping down, getting a nice bottom turn, challenging the top of the wave, doing a beautiful turn right there. Bottom turn, chooses to dip out, realizes she probably doesn't have the speed to do an ending maneuver right there. But all three ladies will get on the board right now. There was a kind of a furious exchange right there. It was Emma, then it was Barbie, and then it was Victoria. So Victoria Pendergast comes through with a 3.67. Barbie Garcia dropping a 7.17 on that one. She's going to love that score right there.
Yeah, great backup score.
So Barbie Garcia's been training down in Ensenada. She's been training in San Diego. She's been surfing a lot. She's been traveling with the tour for the last couple of years. So she's been putting in a lot of time. It's nice to see her getting rewarded with a nice wave.
She'll have a little bit of time here to work on bettering that 4.17. See if she can get some something better to replace that with.
Yeah, beautiful wave selection too. You know, that one really offered up some open face and some speed. And if she would have had enough speed to like really do an ending maneuver right there, wow, she probably would have went up in the excellent scale right there. But she's put down a 7.17. She's going to love that score. And she's got plenty of time, 16:30 left on the clock. And if you're seeing right there down the corner, the point right there, that's the pass. We're down a few breaks on what's called Main Beach. We're a little bit towards the pass from Main Beach, but it's kind of in between Main Beach, right down from a place called Stewie's. We're right next to Stewie's. So we're hoping, nice little set coming in.
Barbie sees something. She can get on that.
Can't quite scratch into that. Didn't really have much to offer. But as the week fills in, hopefully we're going to go up around the corner right there. You see how the coast bends around into the bay. We're hoping to go up around the corner right there, up to Clark's or Tomos, or even at the pass as this little swell fills in. It hasn't quite hit up around the corner yet, so it's a little bit better on the beach break right here until it fills in the bay, and then it hits that little point. And then hopefully tomorrow we will all be going up around the corner on that. And Barbie combined score 11.34. Victoria single wave score 3.67 in second place. And Emma Dieters in white with a single wave score of a 2.50. There was like a quick flurry right there, Richie, and then all of a sudden it said, all right, we need to wait a little bit for another flurry. So
yeah, a little bit of time to regroup and figure out the strategy for the next waves that will be coming here shortly. So that'll give them a minute to come up with a good game plan for that backup score there.
There's our water support crew right there. Some of the ladies that are helping out here, volunteering, keeping everybody safe in the water, making sure that if you get stuck on the inside like I did, I got stuck on the inside for about 4 or 5 minutes, and I only caught 2 waves in my heat, but that was kind of the main culprit right there. I just got stuck on the sandbar, and I just couldn't get off it, man. It took me about 4 or 5 minutes. And then that's the water crew kept me super safe. If you guys got a chance to see it, they're not allowed to advance me. They're just allowed to get me up on my board out of the impact zone. So if we're in the impact zone, they can advance me right to the opposite end of the impact zone. But at that point, they have to stop and hold me. And until it dies down, and then cool, they can just let me go. They can't push me. They can't excel me in any way. So if you noticed, Emma Dieters drops a second wave score of a 0.90. But if you guys kind of notice that, they can't advance you. They can advance you through the impact zone, and that's it. Once you're out of the impact zone, they keep you stable, and then they'll just let you go. They'll say, you okay? You okay? And then just let you go, and it's up to you to just paddle off. Unfortunately, every time they let me go, I paddled off right into another wave.
Yes, you did. I saw a few of those coming right at you.
It's tricky, man. And here we go. Red paddling
nice.
For this one.
She's
not going to get it. Little set wave coming through. One behind it.
More.
Yellow. Paddling, scratching yellow, trying to get into this one. Victoria Pendergast cannot quite do it. So a little flurry right there. That little set hitting the sandbar right there. You can kind of see the white water. It was kind of split left and right. The girls couldn't quite take advantage of it. They still have plenty of time. 13 minutes left in this heat. And also they get to surf again. So they also get to surf on Friday. So this is heat 1 of a round robin for the ladies. They will get to surf again tomorrow, and or they might surf their last heat on Sunday. I'm not sure if they give them that opportunity. I'm not sure the format right now. Like, let me see tomorrow what that is. Let me see what that looks like for these ladies.
Looks like we got waves on the way. Barbie's looking at this one here. Oh, nope, it's going to flatten out a bit.
Yeah, the ladies will not surf again until Sunday. All finals will be run on Sunday. So they'll get the opportunity to run with all the other finals. Yep, they surf at 9:26 on Sunday. So this they won't have to surf on Friday, which is awesome, and they'll get Saturday off because of the bad condition and the bad forecast. So and then they'll just set up right for Sunday. So look they're going to get this great day of pre-surf right here. You know, this nice little heat where they're able to just kind of feel it out, get a bunch of good waves in this great conditions that we have today. And these little rollers on the inside, white.
And Medita's here.
Trying to get up on her knees. Emma not quite able to get up on her knees, but she might get rid of that 0.90, or excuse me, that 0.90. Emma does get rid of that 0.90 with a 2.23 for the effort. Barbie's still sitting on the outside waiting for a good one. She's got 11:15 left. She's being very patient. She knows she's caught one pretty decent one with that little drop that she got for the 4.17, but that real nice one with the 7.17 had a lot of open face, gave her opportunity to do a nice turn at the top, get back up in the section, had a lot of power. So she's waiting for another one of those.
Yeah, I think she's waiting for something special here for sure. She's got plenty of time to work with, so I think she knows what she's looking for now.
Yeah, definitely knows what she's looking for. She knows that she's got that 7.17. She knows she's got a big score on the board, so she's like, look, man, I got 10 minutes. She's most likely got priority as well, even though I can't see the priority board. It's first to paddle, last in line. Both of those girls have caught another wave. Victoria Pendergast has only caught one wave. I thought she caught a second one, but maybe not. So maybe Victoria, it might be Victoria then Barbie, so in the priority. But 10 minutes left. Plenty of time to just chill, wait. She's got a big score on the board. The other girls will need to get a little bit more busy if they want to catch. And here goes Barbie on the inside. Can't quite get that one. So Kai Colas messing around on his Firefly right there. There's his mom, Brooke, board caddying for him, strolling down.
Yeah, what I really love about this break too is you get separation between the other surfers. So you know, the pocket is not so tight. You don't have to sit right on each other. You get room to work with out there because there's so much room out there, and that is really nice.
Yeah, we had Emma Dieters take off on the inside. Yellow up and riding. Victoria Pendergast with a nice little insider. Gets kind of caught behind it, but had a nice little takeoff. So she'll get a nice little second score for that. See what they give her. But it looks like Barbie's paddling up the beach a little bit. Looks like those little right-handers might be coming up a little bit farther up the beach. So she repositions. Plenty of time left, just under 9 minutes. She's sitting on that 7.17. Victoria Pendergast, second wave, comes in at a 2.83. That changes the situation. She jumps up into second place. And it looks like Barbie, looking at this one, a little late, so that does change the situation. Barbie late drops, side slips down the face. I don't think that's going to factor in to her score line, but she wanted to give it a go. Took off in the real critical part of the section. Can't quite pull it out. Was pretty closed out right there. Pretty late drop. She's stuck in that little spot right there. that I was talking about and that I'm very familiar with, that spot that I was really familiar with, got real comfortable there for about 5 minutes. She breaks out of it and just paddles back out. So she's right in the spot she wants to be in. She knows she's got that little peak right there. Everybody else is kind of inside and down the beach a little bit. So that's what it is right here. It's, you know, even when we were out in my heat, I wasn't sitting in the same spot as everybody else, although we did at one time during the heat all end up on the same sandbar. For most of the heat, you know, Mike Johnson was up and down the beach. He was up the beach catching the right, then he was down the beach catching the left. So he was repositioning himself. Spike Kane kind of caught a couple different waves in a couple different spots. I tried to stay on that right. I caught early on. I caught a late one, and then I caught a good one. But unfortunately, that inside section was relentless and wouldn't let me out. So Emma Dieter's fourth wave, will not factor in. It's a 1.57, so that will not factor in that last wave that White caught. She needs to drop a 2.23 or 2.50. And Barbie's still looking for a secured second wave. She's trying to get rid of that 4.17. And ultimately, there's Aitor. My guy, Aitor. He's been the ASP World Champion in 2022 and 2023. So very versed, very veteran, seasoned surfer. Travels around the world. He's in the blind division. He has no, and man, if you saw the guy on a wave, you'd never think he couldn't see. He draws some pretty good lines. Used to be a surf coach, from what I understand.
Yeah, he did teach surfing before he lost his vision. Yeah.
Yep. So I heard he suffered from a condition where he lost his vision in one eye first, and then lost his vision in both eyes, rendering him blind. But he's not let that stop him. He's lived out the dream of being a professional surfer. He's lived out the dream of being a champion, U.S. Open champion. He's lived out the dream of being a AASP World Champion. So he's here to try to reclaim his title. He wants it back. And
big smiles from him today.
Always big smiles from him, this guy. And there's your judges right there. Zippy and the boys. All dressed to kill. Looking great with their shirts. All matching like us. Me and Ben, we're all wearing the uniform.
Yep, we got 5 minutes left, so we'll see if we get a bit more of that flurry going here towards the last 5 minutes. Everybody knows they got to get busy here, so hopefully we'll get some more sets coming through.
Yeah, actually, Aitor is your defending world champion right now as well. Nope, I'm wrong about that, sorry. 2023, Kirk Watson is your champion in that division right now. Emma Dieter's not getting up on her knees, so I'm not sure that they're going to score her on that. She needs to get up on her knees. She's just kind of laying half prone. She is in the kneel division. Barbie taking off late on the left. She's just giving it all she can right now.
Yeah, she committed to that for sure.
Yeah, she did. Aitor and Kirk Watson have been exchanging, points and championships and titles back and forth for the last few years, and in that division. Yellow up and riding.
A good selection here.
Victoria Pendergast staying out on the open face on that one. Got all she could out of it. She couldn't really climb the face, but she got a really nice line right there, dropping in, getting that bottom turn with her hand in the water, stays up tight in the section, rides it out. And she will probably better her score line with that 3:20 left right now. And they're probably looking to drop one of those other scores at 2.83. Victoria Pendergrass drops a 4.50 to increase her score line. Barbie taking off on this little insider. She's really trying to get rid of that 4.17. She's got plenty of time to do it. She gets to surf a whole nother heat. Here's her dropping late. Not sure that's going to get rid of that 4.17. We'll see how the judges like that. Barbie on the late drop earlier. Emma Dieters does help herself out and gets rid of her 2.23 with a 2.83. So increases her score line to a 5.33. Victoria drops that 4.50, increasing her score line to an 8.17. And Barbie still trying to get rid of that 4.17. That last one didn't factor in. But wow, the conditions sure did clean up. It sure is looking nice on the dropping tide. Some really good little gems coming in, some little corners, opportunities for scores. All morning we've had excellent scores up in the excellent range. Jocelyn Newmiller in the last heat drops a 10, perfect score. She dropped an 8.87. These girls here dropping some mid-range scores, but Barbie with an almost excellent score of a 7.17. We had a bunch of good scores in the Waveski division, had some 8s, some 7s. Spike Kane dropping an 8.5. He yelled out, "That's the highest score I've ever scored." So Spikey with a big backwards floater, just scoring an 8.50. Super stoked to get the highest heat score that he's ever scored, single wave heat score that he's ever had. So,
yeah.
And I had an awesome view of it because I was stuck on the inside.
And that was quite late in the heat, so he was,
Yeah.
you know, he was really hoping for something good, and he definitely came up with it.
Yeah, super stoked to see that. It's
Yeah.
always a great time when you see your friends score the, highest single wave heat score that they've ever scored. That's always super stoked.
And there's no doubt about his commitment. Spike is he just goes for it,
For sure. I was right below watching what he was doing, and it looked bad for a minute, but then it looked really good when he rode out of it. So
The beach erupted when he got that one.
yeah, that was a really nice wave, and deserving so of getting the 8.5.
Yes.
But we got these women's heat that the kneeling right now. It's Barbie holding on strong to a 7.17 and a 4.17 for an 11.34 to secure first place for this first round of the round robin. These girls will have a second chance to add to their scores right now, but Barbie's going to take a 7.17 into the second round and the final on Sunday. Victoria Pendergrast in second and Emma Dieters in third at this time. So give those girls a big round of applause. We're going to cut away to commercial right now, but you are at the BrightSky Australia Pro Adaptive Surfing Championships here in Byron Bay.
You and I, we belong together.
Every journey is shaped by people. And your path home should be led by people who value community. People like ours. McGrath, guiding you home.
Life. It's full of changes, and your need for space changes with it. So it's good to know there's a flexible, secure storage solution just for you. Roomia Self-Storage. With our focus on service, security, and understanding, you'll discover how a little extra space can change your life. Get a quote today and make your life roomier.
And welcome back. This is the BrightSky Australian Pro Adaptive Surfing Championships presented by Forward Mobility Support. And we have had some amazing action all morning on this day 2 of competition. Just finishing up our Neil Division heat where we had Chukka, Charles Webb, we got Barbie Garcia, Jeff from High Fives. So we had Charles Chukka Webb and Richard Julian, 2 of the main tour dudes who were out there on their Waveski heat earlier on. I'm Ben Way, and I'm back in the booth, and the vibes are high down on the scene.
Chee-hoo. Yeah, it was fun to have Richie in here. He is one of the, the old guard of the sport, especially on the competitive side. He is the founder of the Hawaii Adaptive Surfing Championships. That was the premier event that pretty much set the standard for professionalism in professional adaptive competitive surfing. So it was fun to hang out with Rich. We're good friends. We get to surf a lot, and we got a score drop in here. It looks like Kai Colas dropping on a right. Kai screaming up, bam, snapping that one with that fantastic hairdo that Kai's been supporting, and he's going to get a fat score for that.
Yeah, we saw him perform twice yesterday as he snuck through and took that Australian title in this unassisted prone category, and then smoked out some really nice scores on his first heat yesterday in this Byron Bay adaptive.
Yeah, Kai was able to pull out a last-second wave in the Aussie Nationals and snatch the title from Joel Taylor, who had surfed a beautiful heat, and super tough loss for Joel. We could see that he really was fighting hard for that title, and he surfed a really great heat. And Kai was just able to come back at the end and get that. It was a 6.9, and he outscored Joel by a 0.3, 0.3 of a point.
I thought it was a 0.03.
It was a 0.03. You are correct.
0.03 of a point.
Yeah. It was.
Yeah. But, man, it looked like Joel really came out and retaliated in his first heat of this event.
Yeah.
And took out some of the highest scores in this division going into his second round.
Yeah, Joel was, he fought for the world title last year, actually, and it came down to a tiebreaker, which Kai actually squeaked him out right there again. So this is something I'm sure Joel is going to be fighting hard this year for a title. He's always represented himself well at these stops. He always surfs at a very high level. He knows what he's doing. He can read waves. He was a high-level bodyboarder for many years before his accident. So, we don't expect anything less from Joel Taylor to contest everything and to make sure that he puts a stamp on it. And he wants to come away with one of those belts as well. So here comes Kai chasing it down.
Yep, like Kai setting up for this left. Nice clean wall on that one. Big direction change. Snaps that one off the top. And make sure he finishes maneuver before he hits that deep spot. We saw Johnny going for a little paddle there. And tricky conditions, you know better than I know. I saw out there's a lot of uneven little dips and holes and deep spots in the sandbar out there. As we watch this replay, you saw how he got up there in that top third, gets that turn in the critical section. That's what the judges want to see. Want to see those turns done up towards that lip line. And he gets a 6.33, improves his situation. and extends his lead position in this heat.
Yeah, he's got some high scores that he took from yesterday. So this is the round robin. So you're going to keep your highest 2 scores. So I know that Kai scored a 7 yesterday, and he did have some good scores from that heat. So I'm not sure that any of these are going to change situation, but, you know, he's going to put it down nonetheless. Kai Colas throwing down some good scores every time he surfs.
Yeah, and for any of our friends at home who hadn't joined us early on, what Chukka means by round robin means you have a chance to get your 2 highest scores in one heat, or you got in the next heat, try and better or replace those scores. And if you were unable to get the scores you wanted in the first heat, you have that chance in the second heat.
Yeah, so actually that 6.33 is going to help Kai. His high score from yesterday was a 7.33, and his low score was a 5.33. So he just increased his score line by 1 point. So
I know Joel had a 7 in the afternoon yesterday.
Yeah, I'm gonna take a look at the history here, and I'm gonna see what we're dealing with for Joel. And I think Joel threw up a 7.6 and a 7.27. So everybody's kind of in that 7 range. They're wanting to get up into that excellent range. So these guys this will be contested all the way till Sunday. And even on Sunday, they're going to be battling it out. And I can't wait to see this whole year play out. You know, all 3 stops. Look at that little left coming through. Look at these little.
So these two scores from the 2 heats is going to determine who goes. Do they go straight to the final, or is there a semi?
Straight to the final. There's no semi. There is 8 of them. So 4 will drop out, 4 will advance.
Okay.
And they're surfing against the whole division as a round robin. That's what you do. You take. You're not surfing against the guys in your heat. You're basically surfing against all the guys in the entire division.
I love when this lady shows up because it means we're about to get fed. We have 5. Just make sure we get our lunches right. And there we have Kai Kala's grand auntie, and we got the harmonica out.
We got the tambourine. We got beach.
This crew is just going large. Didn't know we had live entertainment on the beach. We have a lot of entertainment all over the place. Yep. And so here we go. 2 scores, and just as we were saying, so between all of our competitors, whoever's holding the top 4 highest score totals between their 2 scores will be meeting in that final. So look at that. Look at that big beach that we've got now. We have a big tidal coefficient where it moves from a really high tide to a really low tide. That was a great top turn there. On this one, he's able to sneak in another one and still keep this going for an end section.
Wow.
Maneuver combination, and that should make that 6.33 his backup score, I would figure.
So I don't know if you noticed how he is changing hands. He's doing top turns with his left hand. When he did that snap, he switched hands. Let's watch it on the replay. Kai going left, gets that nice top turn, drops that arm, anchors it, drops the arm again, another turn. Now watch how he switches. Right here, he's going to switch hands, boop, switches to anchor. So that is what we're talking about between Joel and their styles. There's so much technique in both of the styles, but they're so different. Results the same, big scores. Kai drops an 8.50 on that, goes excellent. So he's carrying a 7.33 from yesterday's heat. He stacks an 8.50 with an excellent score on that. So he's going to increase his score line tremendously. He's going to be stoked with that. Just the technical ability that kid shows right there, and how comfortable he is with his style. He paid Bruno Hansen a great compliment. And look, he's chasing this one down. Call this, Ben.
All right, so he's keeping busy, and he's found his little spot on the sandbar as he gets one turn there, bangs it off, and just as we were talking about, we saw that same technique. However, this inside arm of him on that end section, his direction changes are made by his outside arm away from the wave, and his inside arm for those foam climbs, the floaters, and where he bashes that end section, he uses that arm to actually pull the inside rail up, and he's able to use the force of his arm to get that nose even higher up above the lip. And so very different technique. This is Chuck was saying from the bodyboard technique that Joel Taylor uses, where his nose will be up towards, his hand will be up towards the nose on that inside rail, and it will always stay there. Here we go. Johnny giving a paddle there. Not quite enough oomph in that wave to get that board into the wave on that one.
The judges are taking their time with this one, and it comes out at a 7.17. Kai with dropping right there, bam, right off the top. You saw him switch arms too again. So, and what I was saying about him is he said that he paid a great homage to Bruno Hansen. He said he watched a little film that Bruno did and took a lot of the techniques that Bruno was displaying on that clip, and he said, this has inspired me to elevate my style the way that I have. And I was really surprised to hear that, because Kai is so young, you know, and he wasn't in the community as far as he didn't have his accident or his ailment before, you know, a couple years ago. And you know, Bruno's been out of the mix for a little bit, but to have a guy like that, you know, say that about Bruno, then that's amazing.
Well, the other thing is, if you think about it, we haven't seen Bruno in competition for a few years. Whatever he was watching and trying to emulate the style of was from so many years before that just shows how advanced that technique was when Bruno created that.
Like 2015, you know.
So we have a score. Johnny Konings had gotten a wave, 0.93. And Chucka, get off your phone because you're on camera.
Oh no! I'm trying to get some knowledge here to feed to you guys. So, yeah, I didn't know we were on camera. But hi guys, how you doing? Welcome to the booth.
So Kai now with an 8.5 and a 7.17. So he's definitely up there with Joel, if not past the Joel's.
Yeah, Joel had two sevens. He had a mid-7 and a low-7. So the scale's been reset. Kai is carrying a 7.33 from yesterday. So he does have that 7.33 from yesterday, and he'll carry that unless he gets rid of it here. But that 8.5 is definitely going to help him. Now, Joel surfs in 2 more heats, so the tide's going out. It's just getting better throughout the afternoon. It's just gotten better. You can see Kai scratching across the screen, but Joel's watching this heat, and Joel knows what number he has. Joel knows what number he needs, and Kai screaming down the line just does a slap and re-entry, but cannot pull it off. Too much airdrop on that one.
Yeah, I didn't quite have the speed that he needed to keep with that forward energy of the wave. But I think as time starts to lock down here, we can pretty much comfortably say that we're going to have both Kai and Joel in the final.
That's already been prerequisited by the scores that they put up already yesterday. You know, right now, those scores, even if Joel didn't surf right now, he's got a 15 or a high 14. That's going to carry him right now into the final, into the top 4 scores. So, you know, but of course, Joel's watching this heat and he's going, no. Conditions are cleaning up. It's getting better. White off, takes off, drops in. Not much open face opportunity on that. But you can sure bet Joel is sitting on the beach right now, and he's plotting which bank he's going to surf. He knows that the tide's dropping still. He knows the conditions are getting only better right now, and there's more opportunity out there. So you can sure bet Kai taking off right here on the left. Gets a great section. Just snaps off the top of that one. And he's looking to replace a 7.33 from yesterday. He's got that 7.17.
I'm going to call this a replay. Here he goes right off the top. Top turns it, down carves it over that lump, keeps enough speed to get up on top of the float, and he had enough speed this time to stay with that wave energy to airdrop into the flats, showing even more criticality in that maneuver. So I wouldn't be surprised if that takes away that 7.17. But just as you were saying, Joel out there taking a look at this right now, even as Kai was calling Joel's heat yesterday, he watched those scores stack up. There we go, 9.0. So combination, a lot more speed, a lot more flow, and that end section was just such a violent, high-speed floater on the critical section, airdropping down with authority, and the judges absolutely loved it.
Just top turn right there, drop arm top turn at the very top of the wave, plotting, boom, just snapped, and you see him just grab rail, challenge the top of the wave, get up into it.
You see how he got that one paddle on the top of the floater as well to redirect. So just showing a whole different way, style of control.
Technically, Kai's probably surfing better than I've ever seen him surf right now. He's really elevating his game right now. He replaced both of his scores from yesterday. They're out the window. He's set his scale is different, 17.50 with this with an excellent 9 score. He's got 2 excellent scores on the board right now. So you can sure bet the other guys in the other heat, in this heat, are going, okay, the scale's reset for us. We're chasing Kai right now. So all those guys are just wanting to make sure that they can increase their scores from yesterday, and Kai's just done that. So,
yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing how Joel answers back. So if he knows that 8s and 9s are on the board, he's going to go out there and want some too, and I can't wait to see how he goes to obtain those scores.
Yeah, we're going to be able to talk about the technical differences, but like I was saying yesterday, it was the same result. You know, big scores, big maneuvers, big scores. Technically, we're going to be able to point out exactly what technicalities they're doing differently in their surf techniques, but it's going to be same scores. You know, they're going to be big scores coming in this division, and this is one of the most challenging divisions. You know, there's guys in this division that are surfing at a high level. Ryan Porteous is also in this division, so I know he's not happy with his scores from yesterday. And Kai taking off on the left, another big top turn. Kai screaming down the line, and another big snap, but he can't quite complete it.
Yeah, I think he could even tell as he was coming off the bottom that wasn't going to be the one, so he used that energy to get him shooting towards the back. And you can see him eyeing up this section. And very similar approach as he kind of held it, that first setup turn, holds him high up on the face and holds that high line longer to be able to come down, zooming in that much more into the section. But the section was just lacking oomph. So
yeah, just Kai is taking advantage of local knowledge right now. He knows these little banks. He's just having fun right now at this point. You can just tell Kai's having fun. He's got another 5 minutes. I guarantee you that he's going to take off on another little wave before this ends, and he's going to try to match Jocelyn's perfect 10.
Yeah, so while we take a little breather, while Kai gets a breather between all of those waves, we're going to give a special thanks to all of our sponsors that have made this amazing event possible, starting with BrightSky Australia and Forward Ability Support. So BrightSky Australia, for you guys at home, is a social enterprise, and they provide disability insurance.
Mm-hmm.
So that's the National Disability Insurance Scheme, and they provide high-quality healthcare products, and all the funds that they generate go from that to Forward Ability Support, which assists in assisted living for people with spinal cord injuries. I really wish we had that kind of support in the States. I mean, it is amazing how much Australia is behind this community, kind of making us look silly at the moment.
It's as a guy that's been disabled for 39 years, it's yeah, I want the Australian support for sure. These guys, they make sure that their people within the community that are living with disabilities have the ability to live more comfortably, and have the devices and the insurance that is needed for just everyday life to make it more comfortable and make it more bearable. So, you know, I've seen a lot of things when I've come to Australia that the athletes, their government is very involved with their dreams, you know, and helping them achieve those dreams through grants, through insurance, through, you know, medical companies that are here to help the community. And BrightSky is one of those companies that's really going above and beyond and really helping people out.
In a long scheme of things, as we're shooting towards Paralympic inclusion, hopefully for Brisbane 2032, all of this extra support, all of these channels that they have to feed from, is just going to make the Australian team that much stronger.
Yeah.
And so that's something that a lot of different nations are failing to think about just yet. But that's coming, and so you guys better step it up.
Yep.
And for here we go, Kai Collis, little smaller one, but for our friends at home, the National Disability Insurance Scheme here in Australia would be equivalent to Social Security disability insurance in the States, which, just as Chuck was saying, is heavily lacking. But we have 1 minute and 30 seconds. We're going to watch this. You can see it's a small shoulder here. Fading it back, trying to let this wave energy build up as it does on that more shallow section. Gets a nice redirect cutback right there. And there you got that little end shoulder. But we also want to thank Visit Oceanside, first stop on the tour, Storage Investments, Australia, Rumia, Surfing Australia, High Fives Association, High Fives Foundation, Reflections, Holiday Parks, Byron Bay Services Club, Waveski Adventures, Kennard's Hire, McGraw Real Estate, Royal Rehab LifeWorks, Sargood on Coleroy, Thomas Foods, Byron Central Osteopathy, Wet Flicks, First Nations Lifeguards, AASP Tour, Brook Farm, Kennardshire, and Stoke for Life, which I've got Mr. Stoke for Life right here on my left side. We're down to 30 seconds, and we had a flurry of waves. Kai Collis just happened to be in the right spot at the right time throughout this whole heat.
Yeah, he set the scale right now for this heat. Him and Joel kind of set the scale yesterday, and Kai set the scale right now. He reset it, and he said, you know what? It's better. It's cleaner. There's more waves. There's more opportunity, and he's showing you, you know, what this division is all about. It's all about high-level surfing. It's all about big scores. It's all about defending that title. And this opportunity to come here to Byron has been a blessing for the ASP, and we're just stoked that the conditions are cleaning up. We're getting a little more swell. We're getting a little more push. And, yeah, we're going to cut away.
All right. So that wraps up our first heat of this unassisted prone division. We got Heat 2 coming up right after this. We appreciate your company. We'll see you right after these messages.
Someone to tell us what to do.
All right, welcome back. This is the BrightSky Australian Pro Adaptive Surfing Championships presented by At Forward Mobility Support. We've just wrapped up our first men's prone assist heat of the day, and we are going to move into our second heat, which may have already started. Wasn't listening for the horn, but Kai Collis replacing both of his scores in that last heat with two excellent scores. Now, he has absolutely been on fire today. There's Dad Clint up on the left. Got the little brothers, got the sister, got the whole crew in. And there we have our surfers out in the water. So this is Parker Olnick in red, Jay Stevens in white, Matt McLean in yellow, and Doug Hendricks in blue. So this division's quite stacked.
Well, I think it's a two-man heat right now. I think
oh, you're right. I'm sorry.
I think it's just Jay Stevens and Parker Olenek. The two other gentlemen, Matt McLean and Douglas Hendricks, entered the event in Waveski, but through classification, unfortunately, they both classified for different divisions. The minimum requirement for classification is very difficult. It's not something that's a given. Every athlete is a fingerprint. And sometimes the way you free surf isn't necessarily the way that you're going to competitively surf, unfortunately, through classification. Sometimes people have too much function in a certain area. That creates a large competitive advantage through the other athletes in the field.
Yeah, and our team with Maureen Johnson, we have Daniel Bennett locally, always classifying pre-competition to see any updates in the classification process, and they always tune it up to keep it as fair as possible, always moving forward, as we have Ryan Porteous working his way out for that next heat, and Jay Stevens gets himself a 0.77 for that first one. Of course, high fives athlete. Was he athlete of the year?
No, that was Chris Waker.
It's Chris Waker, I'm sorry, yeah.
Chris Waker was Athlete of the Year, but Ryan Porter, here goes white. Jay Stevens, giving that one a good crack, and he'll get rewarded for that. That was a beautiful little ride right there.
Yeah, nice connection with the lip on that one. And it's interesting, you usually see the prone guys on really, really short equipment, and Jay's riding a pretty decent size board right there. He's also a pretty decent-sized human, so you have to size up your equipment to your body weight. Here we have Parker. Banks it off the section on this one.
Parker Olenek getting a score on the board. Jay Stevens gets rewarded for that nice little snap with a 5.17. We'll see what happens with Parker. It looks like Parker's going to choose to come in this way.
Yeah, Jay just driving, watching the section. You can see the lip really sticking out, and he connects with it for a nice lip bash on that one. So showing the judges are showing that the level of commitment is rewarded, and the more you get into those critical sections and fit those maneuvers on, they're going to be rewarding it.
Looks like Parker's coming in for a board change or wants to go up the beach. There's no real current right now. There's no real reason to go up the beach, so let's see, maybe he wants a board change or something, but Parker drops in, gets a little floater off the end right there.
So Parker's been, he brought this new board that he's hardly tested, and yesterday we took him out on a free surf, and he's got all these different fin options. And I was telling him yesterday, I'm like, I think you got a little bit too much fin in here.
Right.
So he's got trailing fins, he's got twinser fins, which were little fins that go in front of the side fins.
Right.
And in one of his turns yesterday, it looked like his body positioning was perfect, but the board wasn't wanting to hook as much.
Right.
And so I was trying to recommend swapping some fins set up out there and try and get a little more hook. It looks like he's still running it the same as yesterday. You can see he's got what would be 5 fins, but his center fin is actually 2 split fins.
Yeah, I've seen that setup before. He likes it, and it works for him. I'm not sure where he developed that, but but I know that you can see the two fins in the back right there.
Well,
You
that
can see how
split fin
close
is,
they are.
that's an Otter, that's a Christian Otter Bailey design. And so he's been following the Otter split center fin, which is completely unique to Otter and Parker.
Sure.
And but the thing is he's added two little fins in front of the fins, and so he's got a whole lot of fin going on out there. As far as he gets that long line, long punch, he's going to get a lot of drive. But if the wave goes flat, that's a lot of straight drive that's not going to want to redirect as much. So
right.
Told Parker yesterday I'm looking forward to getting that dialed in. He's just feeling it out and trying all the options on that board. And that board almost got broken in half at the wave pool, I believe it was. Or I don't know if it was on the trip here or if he was at the wave pool with you guys.
No, it wasn't at the wave pool with us. It was just me and Deej. Me and DJ Lombardo got an invitation. I had the opportunity to take a few other athletes, but there was nobody really here.
It might have been the Palm Springs wave pool.
Yeah.
But either way, that board almost lost the nose. And Kevin was trying to kind of figure out how to get that thing locked back down. So luckily, Parker does have a board to ride in this competition, and it's a gnarly carbon fiber epoxy construction. But the thing with the carbon fiber is it's not as easy to repair as the regular fiberglass.
Right.
Especially when you're not in your own country with your own tools and resources.
Right. So got a shot of Park paddling back out. Got a 3.50. Kind of wanted to come back up the beach, get in that little what Kai called the gutter, which is kind of like a little channel, a little deep spot that you can get into. I got stuck in the inside. I don't know if you guys got to see that.
Yeah, we saw you guys get pulled way over to the left side at one point, and we were kind of wondering what was happening. You guys got off screen for a second.
Yeah, I got stuck in that little spot right there, and it was no fun. I'll tell you that. It wasted about 4 or 5 minutes of my heat time, so I ended up only catching 2 waves. So it's best if you can get by that. I myself just kept seeing flat water and a chance to shoot through it. On a wave ski, it's a lot harder to paddle through this stuff. Even those little insiders that hit that little bar were unseating me. So it was just something that I didn't. I should have looked and saw the channel, but Park did the right thing. Jumped out of the water, got up the beach. It only took him a few minutes. He's still got 14:30 left, and he's ready to rock and roll.
What's nice is you have this outgoing tide at the moment, the opposite of what we saw yesterday afternoon. But the outgoing tide, actually, all the energy is getting sucked out to sea, so it makes that paddle out even easier as long as you don't have a bunch of sets on your head.
Right. And that's the thing. I didn't have a bunch of sets, but there is a very consistent little sandbar right there. And if you get stuck in the wrong spot, then you're going to pay. And it's going to take a little bit of the time off of your heat. It's going to tax you a little bit, and that's what it did for me. It just wasted 3 or 4 minutes in the heat, and that's something that you never want to do. That's the opportunity to catch 1 or 2 more waves. I only caught 2 waves in my heat, even though it's the first of a round robin, and I did put a decent score on the board that I'll take with me. That's my consolation prize. At least I put 1 good score on the board. So this is the second.
You got some
heat.
nice turns on that one.
It felt good, and it was a good wave, and this is the second heat of their round robin. So this is the last ditch effort. You got to better your scores from yesterday. That's the goal of the first round. You always want the first round. You want to put up at least 1 good, close to excellent score, if not 2. That way you can at least build on it. But if you don't do that and you get 2 average scores, your job in the second round is to replace both of those scores. It's going to, I'll be happy if I can replace a 7.1. I think I got a 7.03. I'll be happy to replace the 3.67 that I got. So, but yeah, that's the goal. What Parker's trying to do is replace both of the waves from yesterday, because I don't recall his scores from yesterday, but I do know that they were in the mid-4s. There weren't any kind of excellent top scores of 7s or 8s. or anything that was above average. So he's really trying to get past that mid 3 and mid 4 section. He wants to get up in those 5, 6, 7 range, where he can pull and try to be one of those top 4 guys that qualifies for the finals.
Yeah, one thing right now we have the priority going on to where whoever got the last wave will have to wait for the previous rider to choose if they're stacked up on top of each other.
Right.
And so Parker distancing himself from White completely avoids any kind of priority penalty. But it does look like White's kind of sneaking over to where he is. And if they get stacked up on top of each other and there's only one good wave, whoever's holding that higher priority is going to have choice. So
Sure.
it's always nice if you can find a separate bar away from the field as you're basically surfing for yourself, surfing by yourself as far as the scores go.
Right.
But if you happen to have 2 good scores that you can get a priority interference, they're going to take one of those scores away.
For sure.
And if that heat happens to have your 2 high scores, that could really mess up your game.
Yeah. Also, I mean, the priority game can work the opposite way as well. You can use your priority knowing that the person that you might be surfing against has 2 decent scores and the opportunity to better their scores today. You can sit on them and stop them from actually catching the better waves if you have that priority. So it's a mind game. Priority, if you use it correctly, can be a really dangerous weapon used against your opponents, and it can be a really strong weapon to use for yourself when there's good opportunity for scoring waves and you can flex that priority muscle and say, you know what, I'm taking this first one because the second and third waves in the heat in the sets haven't been productive. So you can kind of pick where you want to take off. You can kind of flex that priority muscle and say, you're not getting this, or I'm getting this, and you're not. So.
Yeah, and then if it's a single elimination situation, 1 and 2 are only getting through. And if 3 needs something very easy, very obtainable to move up in that second spot, whoever thought they were sitting semi-pretty in an advancing position can get bumped out by number 3. So the third and fourth, towards the end of the heat, if they're really needing a score, it's great to hold that higher priority because they can switch it around and get that score they need with little time for second or whoever got bumped out to move back.
Yep.
So it's really usually in the dying moments where it becomes the most effective.
Right. But, you've got a little bit of time here. This is basically a 2-man heat. It looks like White might be on a nice little corner right there. Maybe Parker down the beach. Neither one of them can scratch into it. So I like the drone shot. Kind of shows the contour of the coast, how it bends, how we're kind of inside the bay, and how it bends towards the pass. And you can see when that drone shot pops up, you can see all of the beach breaks, all those little spots down the beach, all those little peaks until you get to the pass, and then that's just the nice little right-hander. You get to Clark's, and there's that it kind of continues down into the bay, that right-hander. But once you get down here towards Main Beach, you have the opportunity to catch some lefts. So you can see that those little shelves all the way down towards the pass. But once you get around that corner, it's pretty much all rights after that. But we're down here towards Main Beach because the swell hasn't quite filled in the entire bay, and it isn't quite as good up at the pass as it is right here. These little beach break offering double ups, little sections. We've had a bunch of good scores today, and we put a 10 up on the board with Jocelyn Newmiller.
Yeah, she has been on fire recently, and Joss has been so in tune with her equipment and also her team. She's stuck with the same team for many, many years. So they have such good communication, and they work so well as a unit, where some of the competitors don't have that advantage of having that communication, as sometimes they have to just use volunteers locally, someone that they've just worked with. But
right.
the assist division is such a team effort. I like this one by Jay Stevens. Nice line on it. Eyeing this up. Uses that arm pivot technique.
Nice little redirect. That will definitely get rid of that 0.77, and that's going to put the pressure on Parker right now. Jay going left, getting up, drawing that line, staying in the pocket, getting a good redirect with that drop arm turn right there, just yanking it around, getting another little baby redirect in the whitewater, and just says, you know what, this is it, I'm jumping out. But he should get well rewarded for that. That should be a score that he's going to be real happy with. That was a nice little insider. And as the heat gets dropped down, and he does, he gets a 5.33. So that's going to increase his scores from yesterday, it looks like. And Jay's going to be real happy with that.
Yeah, one thing to point out, that left was such a small, seemingly gutless wave, but he was able to get so much speed, keep that glide into that maneuver. And a lot of that has to do with his choice of equipment, of having something that's a little bit bigger, a little bit wider, and really a little bit more energy efficient as far as making speed on a more gutless wave.
Yeah, Jay has replaced both of his scores from yesterday. So like we were talking about Kai resetting his own scale, that's what Jay Stevens has done right now. Jay Stevens had a 3.67 from yesterday and a mid-4 from yesterday. He's replaced both of those with a 5.17 early in the heat, and his last wave being a 5.33. That's really going to help his campaign to get into the next round. I'm not sure what that scale is to get to the top 4, but we're going to set that right now because it's been reset from the first 2 heats. What the scale was yesterday for the first round of the round robin, that scale's being reset in these first 2 heats already. So we'll see. We've got a heat 3 coming up in 5 minutes with Ryan Porteous, Max Devery, Matt Speakman, and Gavin Bellis. And then we have that last heat of the day with Joel Taylor and the surfer from Japan, Mr. Akak. Say it for me.
Oh, Okikazu.
Okikazu. I got to get this, man. Okikazu, that's one of the coolest names in the business. And Fletcher Crowley. So there's still some time for these guys to catch waves. The conditions are way better than they were yesterday. Scales are being reset. Their scores are being replaced. So this is kind of cool to see how the bay's filling in, how the conditions have changed. Even though the weather looks kind of ominous, you know, the wind is what really factors in here in Byron Bay.
Yeah, and we saw it start to kind of pick up, and now it seems like it's calmed down again. It's always nice when you kind of have this cloud cover. It usually kind of controls the conditions a little bit. But nice, clean texture on top of the water.
Yeah, Parker needs to get busy here in this heat if he wants to advance in this division. He's looking to replace a 4.20. He will replace a score from yesterday with that single wave score of the 3.50. He had a 2.47 yesterday. He only caught 2 waves yesterday. So he's looking kind of the same way today, maybe just not busy enough to chase anything down, but he needs to really put up another score on the board and see if he can replace that 4.20 with something else. But right now he's looking to get on the board. He's looking to get a little more busy. He's got 4 minutes left. That's plenty of time to at least catch one more set and get another opportunity to put up another score. He does help his score line, but he needs to get out of the 4 range and up into the 5 range like Jay did, because Jay just kind of reset that scale for him and what's going to be expected to try to squeak into the top 4. You know, with Joel and with Kai just, what did he have, a 17, combined 17, a mid-17 score, so he had an 8.50 and he had a 7.33, so that's going to reset the scale. Joel already has 2 7s on the board from round 1, so regardless of if he doesn't better those, he's going to carry over. Those are good scores. So it's up to the rest of the field to kind of press up against those 2 guys and say, man, we really need to challenge that. And Joel's going to surf in the last heat, so he's going to have a good opportunity to reset his own scale.
So, Jay, I'm just seeing the difference in approach. Jay's staying closer inside. He's also got a board that gets into to softer waves easier. And from the drone view, we had Parker way out there. Here we go. Now we got Parker on a good one. I'm glad to see that he's moved farther to the inside. And it looked like he was just out of reach of getting into those smaller ones on the inside. He was kind of in a position where he would have to wait for a set wave that seemed to never come.
Right.
So that one was definitely one of his better rides.
We'll see if that will help him reset his scale. He's looking to replace a 4.20 from yesterday. He's replaced his lower score. Here goes Jay Stevens, kind of dropping, redirecting, getting into the power part of that small wave, doing a little drop arm turn. We'll see if that is a 5 in the 5 range, but then we're going to get this replay of Parker probably on that left and see what that looked like.
Yeah, Parker's on much smaller equipment that's going to take a lot more push to get into, and so it's a better idea to stay closer to that inside. This one actually stood up. I like that redirect at the top there. Got some good speed into this section. Kind of banks it off there.
Really, really good selection right there, but I think Parker just needed to be a little bit more busy in the heat. He'll catch his second wave. That's kind of what he did yesterday, caught 2 waves. He does replace the low score, and Parker throwing up a 5.27 does replace and helps his score. He's got a 4.20 from yesterday, and that'll count him with a 5.27. So we'll see what that helps him. That last wave of Jay Stevens is not going to factor in. It's a 3.50, so that's not going to play into a score line, but he's already reset his own scale, and Parker trying to help his campaign, getting that 5.27, really helping himself out. He's got a 4.33 already on the board from yesterday, 5.27 high score today. We'll see if that can help him get into the final and be one of those top 4 guys.
Yeah, what I liked about that wave from Parker, it was he got that redirection at the top of the wave, had a lot of speed, a lot of flow, and then banked off that end section. So they're giving him that combination score.
So he was patient. He played his game right there. He said, I'm going to sit, I'm going to wait, I'm going to try to just get one of the best ones I can. Yep. And that helped him out. He got a 5.27. He's got a 4.33 from yesterday. That's going to be roughly a 9.6 to see if that can carry him into the next round. But give those guys a big round of applause.
Yeah, so that wraps that one up. And we're going to be moving on here. We were stoked to see Parker get his 2 waves. So we're going to take a quick break. We appreciate your company, and be sure to stick with us. We'll have more action coming up soon. All right, we are back. This is the BrightSky Australian Pro Adaptive Surfing Championships presented by Forward Mobility Support. As we have sent out our third heat of unassisted prone. And we just closed one down with Jay Stevens and Parker Olnick. This was during the break. Nice line here. Punching out through the lip. Pulled in, punched out the lip, out the back in blue. You could see Gavin Bellis giving a little paddle there. And so Max Devery, we've already got some rides by three of our competitor. Well, all three of this is going to be a three-man heat, I believe. We don't have yellow in this heat.
Yep.
And
a little flurry of action, though, right there.
Yeah, Gavin Bellis, 4.50 early on. We did see, we saw the ocean kind of go to sleep for a second there, and then towards the end of that previous heat, it started to wake up, which has been kind of the pattern throughout the last couple of days. The tide moves. Another 15 minutes later, it's on a new sandbar. 10 minutes later, it's over a little gutter. And, yeah, it's been great. It's been keeping the action exciting as we see Gavin Bellis whip into that one. We saw our surfer on the left side hit that section, but not quite, wasn't able to bring it in. But Gavin has been looking really lively, really on top of his game. We saw him here last year, and it looks like he's been doing some training, seeing a lot more degree of turn for him, as we have Max Devery relocating up the beach.
Yeah, Max throwing down a 3. Gavin Bellis throwing down that 4.50. And I'm expecting to see Red right here dropping in. That's Ryan Porteous. Not really making the most of that one, getting kind of caught behind it. I know Ryan's not real happy with his scores from yesterday, so I know he's going to want to improve on those. And he throws down a 3.67 for that. He is trying to replace some scores from yesterday.
Yeah, you can see how much the beach has grown. As we were saying earlier, we got these really extreme tide shift. And they are way out to sea now compared to our morning heats.
So it looks like Ryan's trying to replace a 5.0 and a 3.53. So that 3.67 will slightly increase his scoreline. But I know Ryan, he's not happy with these 5s and these 3s. He wants some 6s, 7s, and 8s. He wants to go excellent. He wants to throw it down. There was very low scores for yesterday, so it looks like Gavin's going to replace one of his scores from yesterday with that 5.50. That's going to throw out the 3.23 that he had. Max is trying to replace a 2.27 and a 2.10. So Max with that 3.0, that will be his high score. And yeah, like I said, everybody's resetting their scales, man. And I'm really looking for Ryan to be a little bit more patient with this next 18 minutes and for him to totally reset his scale from yesterday and replace a 5.0. And he's already replaced the low score of the 3.33 or with a 3.67 or 3.53, I think is what he had. So he increases his score slightly, but I know he's not happy. He needs to, and here you go. Ben looks like he's scratching into this one. Nice right-hander.
This looks like a good one. Off the bottom, pulls in, able to punch through the lip and come out. We like that one.
Big smile on his face. You can see it.
We've seen that rewarded by other riders, which we saw Max get a little one of those earlier. Great wave selection on that one by Ryan.
So we'll look to see if that replaces his 5.0. Down the line. Nice bottom turn. Picks his line. Bam. Right up in there. Comes sliding out sideways. Definitely complete maneuver. He looks at the water patrol and gives them a big smile. They were probably hooting and hollering for him. So let's see what they give them. What they give Ryan on that.
6.33 for that.
Nice. Ryan's happier with that. That with a 5.0 is resetting his line as well. So he's going to be happy with that. I know that he wants to get rid of that 5 now. So he's going to work
Ryan's
on
a
that.
gnarly barrel rider, too. He has a really good barrel game. If you see some of his Instagram on his free surfs, he knows how to get up and under it. And so
This is a great view.
See him. He sets himself at the bottom. Perfect barrel setup right there. Closed out, but he was able to squeak out. And you can see how shallow the water is where he's at right there. That last drone view, you can see how it's just this light brown little island of sand right in that midsection at this tide. And his right was definitely peeling off the top of that island, kind of.
Yep. Little sandbar, what we call sandbar, and they call a little bank here. What we call a channel, they call a gutter. So we're learning all kinds of new lingo to take back home and to use on our broadcast.
You can see on the top right of your screen, all where that little white kind of foamy area is.
You see that brown spot.
Really shallow little brown spot.
Yep.
It's kind of an underwater island. If you can be in the right side, right in front of it, on the right or the left, the waves are going to peel off that with the most power because it's out of the deep zone. And where that runs into the deep water is where the end of the line is. But that's something that it looks from the lineup and the competitors area. That's kind of where Kai Collis has been picking off his lefts.
Yep.
It's probably where you got your right off the other side of it.
I did get up towards the passway. Just want to throw a huge shout out to my brother James. We're missing you, buddy. James does all the logistics for the U.S. Open, and he is a critical part of the AASP structure and the committee. So he was supposed to be here with us, but unfortunately could not make the trip at the last minute. So just want to say I love you, brother. I miss you, and wish you were here with us surfing Byron Bay and having a great time. But talked to my brother this morning. He's keeping an eye on us. He's giving me some good ideas and some good critique for the things that that we're doing here. So we miss you, buddy. I love you, James.
I think he told me to get a haircut, right?
Yeah, I think he said, tell Ben he needs to cut that thing off his... No, he didn't say that.
Trish out there, she goes, man, you look like you've been having a rough one. Like, no, I just have a really bad haircut.
Got rode hard and put away wet, buddy.
14 minutes and 30 seconds remaining as we see Gavin sitting a little bit farther out than everyone. We've seen him go for a paddle for a couple and hasn't quite gotten into it. And so we saw in that earlier heat with Jay Stevens taking that inside position. He was able to keep a lot more busy, and Parker was sitting pretty far outside for a long time. Finally got his waves when he moved in.
Yeah, and it looks like...
You can see from the color of the water, too. They're in one of the deeper spots right now.
Yep.
They want to be closer to where you can see that brown, beige sand.
And here goes Ryan taking off on the right. Nice cutback drop arm turn. Stays in it with the airdrop, but can't come out complete. We'll see if that replaces the 5 from yesterday. But you can see how aggressive he's surfing that little spot right there.
That was a really sick turn, that airdrop. Had he punched out of that, it could have been rivaling his top score.
Yeah, I think if he makes that airdrop right there, because right here, call it, Ben.
Yeah, puts that pivot. He does that cutback on the top of the wave, which puts him on top of the lip for that airdrop. And so
it looks like that's not going to factor in. It looks like it's a 2.83.
Well, even though the beginning of that was a maneuver, that little loop at the top, being that he didn't finish it in the bottom might be why that affected that score that way.
Sure, and I think if he did complete that airdrop, it would have been a big score.
Oh, Gavin off the same part of that sandbar. This is a good one. A lot of speed punching up there. Got stuck on the top of that double up at the end. But he's holding a 1.35. I would figure he'll get rid of that at least with that ride.
And here's Blue just picking a nice line, staying up. Nice little check turn right there.
Yep.
Another bottom turn, challenging the top of that little wave. Can't quite punch through that, and come out in front of the whitewater. I think that's what the judges are looking for, to kind of punch through that and come down through the whitewater. But it looks like he's going to hopefully replace that 1.33. But you can see that aerial shot, how clean it's getting. And up the bank there, you can see these little sandbars, these little banks up the bank. They're just starting to work and the base starting to fill in. So don't be surprised tomorrow to see us up the beach if that keeps filling in. That's what we want. We want it to push us up around the corner, up into Clark's, up into Tomo's, and up into the pass. But right now we're here at Main Beach, beach break. It's got some little peaks. It's filling in nice, way better than yesterday. The conditions are very favorable today. Nice, no wind, kind of southeasterly, kind of hanging out.
Yeah, so Gavin replaced that 1.5 or 1.33 with a 3.53 for that last one. So definitely got rewarded for that little under the lip snap on the way to that end section double up.
Yep, so Gavin has also replaced both of his waves from yesterday today. So that's what we're talking about, the round robin. You get to surf 2 rounds before it's all said and done. Here's a nice drone shot. Blue taking off late, kind of behind it.
He's been keeping busy. I love how he gets that aggressive stance, getting that head up towards the nose to keep that drive through there.
And let's see if that's going to help his scoreline. We still got 10:40 left in this heat, so there's no rush, man. There's all kinds of. Here's the replay. Gavin Bellis dropping late, staying up high on his board, leaning on the rail, trying to stay with the speed. Redirects in the foam, says cuts out, says I've had enough of that. So that comes in at a 2.97. Not going to factor into a score today.
Yeah, and Gavin's riding, I noticed he's riding the same board from last year. It's I think it's a DMZ or DVS, but it's a quad fin that's actually made for an able-bodied surfer, but it happens to have a concave deck on it, which really helps in the prone division where you have something to really hug your body. And besides what you're doing with your hands, you're able to lean against those contours on either side of your belly to also engage the rail.
Yep. And that's the most important thing about adaptive surfing, is trying to figure out the equipment and how to maximize your ability in the water to where it can translate to scores on the board. And that's, rail engagement is that's always a foundational thing that you want to do. You want to be able to get rail to rail so you can climb the face of the wave, get the critical portions, and get those scoring opportunities where it's getting, up the upper third top of the wave.
Yeah, and the rails in coordinates with the fins are what steers your board. So the more you can get rail engagement, the deeper the turn you're going to get. And you want the outer perimeter of the board really sinking into the wave to get those turns going. And so
Ryan's paddling up the paddling up the beach. He's seeing something that he likes kind of up that way. I think that's where he caught that good right-hander, and he wants another one. He wants a longer one. He wants one that's going to put a bigger score than that 6.33. He's got a 5 from yesterday that's going to factor in right now. It's going to give him an 11.33 versus, both of his high scores from these 2 round robins. Right now he's sitting on a 10.0 for today. That 6.33 is going to factor in.
Yeah, Ryan's coming from Santa Barbara, right? Is that?
Look how far up the beach he's going. I love the drone shot, man. It really shows the contour of Byron Bay, of these banks right here, of these little beach breaks, how many of them there is going up towards the pass, towards Clark's, towards Tomo's. And once you get around that corner, it really starts to push into the pass and that right-hander. But right here you can see those little split peaks coming in on those little banks, and Ryan's just paddling up the beach. He's like, I want one of these bigger right-handers. And it looks like he might, not that one's still holding back a little bit.
So I'll repeat the question, but Ryan's from Santa Barbara, right?
I believe he is from Santa Barbara. I do apologize. I didn't catch that. Sorry
That's all right.
about that.
Coming from Santa Barbara, the majority of his practice would probably be on rights.
Yeah.
As far as the better waves, one of the famous spots up there, Rincon, is one of the best rights in the Central Coast. And so I'm sure his riding is probably favors those rights, and so if he's going to find a nice stretcher, he's going to feel right at home.
Yeah, Ryan is no stranger to just surfing wherever he can. You know, just getting in the water and charging it. The guy's one of the hardest chargers I've ever seen. It's you know, to say he's almost a quad. His hands, you know, are affected by his injury. But he's surfing out here with guys with much lower injuries than him. And you see some of the guys that are assisted are around Ryan's injury level. He chooses to surf independently. He does it really well. He's a super strong waterman. He's a strong swimmer. He can take care of himself in the water, and he knows where to be and where not to be in the surf, as far as where to take off, where to, you know, how to draw those lines, how to gain that speed, how to look stylish and aggressive.
Wow, White smacks it off the top on that one. Meets the lip line. Max Devery.
Yeah, he's come a long way, man. Max has been surfing the tour for a couple years, and he's really elevating his surf. He's really working on that drop arm turn. He's challenging the top of the wave, as you see right there. That's going to help his score line for sure. So we're just waiting for that score to come through for Max Devery right there. But that was a great wave. Max with a lot of speed, challenging the top of the wave right there. Just
he actually snapped on the way up to the lip and continued on up, which is pretty amazing.
Yeah, it was a great little ride.
Was he holding a 3.0 into that exchange?
I want to say that they're going to come through with another score right there.
Yep. Oh, yeah.
4.50.
7.33.
Oh, wow. 7.33. I didn't even see that. Max just resetting his scale completely from yesterday. Max throwing up a 7.33 as we're talking about it. As we're talking about Max progressing, and he's just throwing down higher scores. Reset his scale completely from yesterday.
Yeah, it was a pretty insane maneuver. I mean, where if you throw a turn on the way up to the lip, you're usually going to kill your speed and not even get there. And he threw a little mini turn while still projecting another half foot or more up to meet the lip, which is pretty nuts.
Yeah, that changed the entire situation right there. Max jumps into first place over Ryan Porteous.
See that?
Yep. Did like a check turn on the way up.
Check turn mid-face and got another, like, a second bottom turn to that setup.
That was really nice work by Max. He's kind of just, again, today is the day of resetting the scale, of getting bigger scores from round one in the 2-round robin setting. And these guys are saying, you know what, I want to get higher scores. We got to press the issue. They saw Kai set that scale right there. They saw the second heat set that scale with Jay Stevens making his way. Also, Parker resetting his scale a little bit with that last wave that he got. I think it was a 4.50. So these guys are saying, look, man, we got some scores from yesterday. We're not happy. The conditions were small, windy. Conditions cleaned up, got a little more push today, and it shows in the scores.
Yeah, I'd say within 20 minutes, it already looks twice as contestable as Parker's heat, just in the ways that we've seen from this heat.
For sure. Gavin Bellis giving that one a go. I'm not sure that that's going to factor in, but a nice little drop, a nice little turn, kind of try to get back to the top, but not enough juice on that one. Gavin staying busy. That was his 7th wave that he's caught this heat. Between Max and Ryan, they've only caught 6 waves. So Gavin has stayed so busy, he's caught more waves by himself than the other 2 competitors combined.
Yeah, Gavin also he's got an epoxy board, and as I said, with that concave deck, he's probably got more flotation out there. He's a pretty tall dude, too. But he's probably got more flotation than the rest of the field, which is going to get him into anything that's out there. And so that's one thing that these guys want, the short boards for the maneuvers. But if you can't get into the wave and you can't get the speed, you're not going to do those maneuvers. So
Yeah, you're not
it's
even gonna
such a
get the
balance.
chance.
And
Yeah.
that's what a lot of able-bodied surfers, they try and get these short boards or really thin performance boards that are made for sharp maneuvers before they even have the skill or the strength to build the speed or get into the waves.
Yeah.
And it works against them.
Yep.
So that's where all of these people really need to kind of figure out the volume of foam they need, how far up above the water they need to be. Want to make it easier, of course, to duck dive and get your way out, but if you're just bogging and paddling on the way out, duck diving shouldn't be such a big deal.
Right.
And I have a lot of people in able body where they're like, I want a fun board. I want to go something a little bit bigger, but I want to be able to duck dive really well. I go, well, it's better to be able to just have too much foam, ditch your board when you go under, but then be able to paddle and catch any wave that you want.
Right.
Otherwise, you're not going to be paddling back out in the first place.
Yeah, it's a tough thing to figure out how much volume per body weight you want to use and where to sacrifice it and when to sacrifice it.
And where to put that foam in the board.
Exactly. And I'm dealing with that right now as well. Myself as a wave skier, I've been surfing on the board that I've had for, last 3 seasons, but, not as young as I used to be, buddy. And I carry weight in a different spot than I used to. So we're trying to figure out how much more volume I add to my next board, where we add that volume. In fact, Dave Dom from King's Paddle Sports has a brand new slab for me sitting on the rack at home. I was going to try to bring it with me, but had a couple of minor adjustments we had to make to it, and I'll get back on it April 2nd, and I'll be trying to see if I can bring that board out to Hawaii if it works correctly. But my American flag board, it's been my bread and butter for a long time. And here goes Ryan trying to get on that inside one in the waning seconds, but can't do it. So that's that. Max Devery with the 7.33. We'll take that one out. We'll go on to our next heat with that. And these guys that's going to be the finish for the round robin for those guys. In that heat, we got the last heat in this division, the unassisted prone coming up with
Yeah, we got some exciting stuff, very, very exciting coming up, and we will see you guys in just a moment after these messages. Please stick with us. More action to come.
UDC started over 25 years ago, and it was always the purpose that people with a disability live a life that they truly love, and it's about making choices in their own life and having independence. UDC do things a bit differently. We believe in person-led approach. We don't believe that the person should be in the middle, surrounded and smothered by support. We believe that they should stand at the front of their support and lead their lives in their way. And I think that's what makes us a little bit different.
welcome back. This is the BrightSky Australian Pro Adaptive Surfing Championships presented by Forward Mobility Support. And we have just sent our final prone unassist heat out into the water. We have on the beach Gavin Bellis, who was able to rock out on a bunch of waves in that heat. There's his son carrying his equipment. We had him out there surfing with us yesterday afternoon, get some good ones.
Nice.
This is Ben Way here with Charles Webb, Charles Chucka Webb, and we have seen some amazing action, big variety of conditions as that tide's moved out, where that group of people in the middle of your screen were standing. We had people getting high-scoring waves earlier, so that's how much the tide's moved. This was during the break. White, this is Okikazu, our Japanese competitor, new name to the crew. He comes from the southern island of Okinawa in Japan and making great use of the energy, reading this wave really well. One interesting thing about Okinawa is it's all shallow reef breaks, and they're unable to surf except for high tide.
Oh, wow.
So everything goes dry at low tide.
All right. So this would be a low tide dropping out right here on the sandbars. Okikazu making the best of that one. It looks like Joel Taylor put up a 7.67, which I believe is going to replace one of his scores from yesterday. So here comes Joel dropping down on the right, stacking it up top, getting around the corner, climbing the foam right there again, trying to race this one, getting around the corner on that one, and tapping the top right there with the exclamation point. Now you can see what we were talking about between Joel and Kai. Kai switching hands, dropping arms. Joel using that really bodyboard style, getting up on his elbows, kind of up onto his hips, keeping his chest up off the board and digging the rail and using his elbows to really drive those rails and get that speed leaning forward.
Yeah, one thing that we notice in the difference is Joel with the bodyboard style is controlling the board for the majority of the outside rail of his board, whereas Kai will have more control coming off of his fins off the back of the board and the back half of the board. So their approach is super different, how they use that board to drive and where they're drilling out speed from their equipment.
So that score is going to help Joel's score line a little bit by about half a point. He drops his 7.27 from yesterday and replaces it with that 7.67. And he's also got a 7.60 from yesterday. So he's going to be looking to replace that as well. He saw Kai's heat. He knows that the 8s and 9s are out there. So just right off the rip, he sets it up and says, look, I'm gonna go for close to excellent. He's already starting to reset his scale as well.
Yeah, and even with that score, he's still not satisfied at the moment.
Not even close. He's not going to be satisfied until he sees that same thing that Jocelyn Newmiller saw, a 10 up on the board. That's the standard that these Australians are setting. If you haven't noticed a trend of the Aussies really coming in here, claiming, all of this title. They don't want none of these titles leaving Australia. They want them staying here. So Joel, Kai, Mono, Jocelyn, all of these, even Mike Johnson in the Waveski division, all these Australians, man, they're coming. They're coming to play, man. They're coming.
Sam Bloom. We've always had pretty much the top names in the community. Pretty much have been Team Udukanjis.
Yep. And they always come to challenge. They always come to play. So
there's a Raph with the camera getting the shots. But yeah, that's we seeing Joel and Okikazu get really busy right away. We have seen these heats where you've seen some pretty good sets in the beginning of the heat and then a big dead spot.
Right.
And you don't want that stress at the back half of the heat without scores.
Nope.
So just smacking into something early on is going to give you good headspace.
For sure. And again, the conditions really cleaning up today. Tide dropping out. Looks like White trying to drop in. Can't quite get into that one. Okikazu not able to scratch into that one. We got a 3-man heat right now. Fletcher Crowley still needing to put a score on the board. All these guys wanting to reset the scale, make do.
Looks like it's glassed off again. We're starting to feel it in the booth as well.
Yeah.
A little more humidity going. But
Much wind out there today.
yeah, you can see by that texture, it's kind of getting nice and smooth, which helps these guys draw their lines, help them read the waves a little bit easier. And yeah, things are looking good as we move out to those midday outside bars, which yesterday we had the 1:30 low tide, and it seemed like basically from 1:35 through the end of our heat, it started getting better and bigger as that tide started creeping in.
Fletcher's going to be on the board. We didn't get to see the first part of his ride, but the inside part of it looked pretty good. Looked like he challenged the top of the wave right there. We'll undoubtedly get some kind of replay here in a minute, but White paddling also. Okikazu outside. Joel taking a look at that one, deciding just paddle right by it, not even giving it a second look. He's making his way up the point. And here goes Yellow, trying to climb up, but not quite getting it. Fletcher, Crowley just dropping in late, trying to climb the foam right there, gets rewarded with the 3.0.
Kind of smacked it midway up right there. And that's the one thing is the judges just have so much sharper eyes than we do on the little nuances of each maneuver to keep it fair. And what we're not seeing, there's certain things that they are seeing.
Sure. And, obviously they're seeing a lot of other guys in this division climb that closeout and really tap it at the top of it. That's what they want to see. So when you don't get that real high climb to the top third of the wave in that critical section, that's where the reward is. That's where all the gold is. That's where all the numbers are. And when you can't quite climb up there, you get those 3s and 4s. But when you get up there and you tap that top third of the wave, that's where you're getting the 6s, 7s, 8s, and in Kai's case, the 9s.
But where they're still at least recognizing it as a maneuver, no matter where you hit
For
it.
sure. It's a scoring maneuver. They're doing the judging has been great at this event.
Well, one thing that we are seeing is Nick Pearson in this panel of judges, same panel from last year. They're very, very aware of the sport. You don't have guys that are just being thrown in there that are used to judging regular surf contests, trying to figure it out mid-comp.
Right.
And that's why you're seeing the scores come through fast. You're seeing a nice balanced scoring. You're not seeing some waves judged really high or really low. Everything has been really consistent throughout, which is really good for the competitors.
We love that, and yeah, we love to see that. Well, it looks like we're getting a weather forecast that there's going to be a lot of rain coming to Byron Bay in the next few days.
I see a big red spot on your phone.
And it says Australia set to be smashed with a year's worth of rain. So expect some downpours. It doesn't mean that the wind is going to be terrible, but it looks like White
Okikazu just got a little chandelier downpour. As Joel Taylor eyeing up, gets way up high on that one with the airdrop.
Wow.
Rebounds down with speed. Nice flow on that one. Okikazu got a little mini cover up. As we were talking about earlier, watch Okikazu as he duck dives. He's on like a regular performance shortboard. Look how deep under, not on that one, but the last duck dive, he got way up, way under there, where most of these guys have kind of floaty specialized equipment, aren't able to clear the whitewash on their way out. So him coming from probably some pretty powerful island surf, he's used to equipment that gets you into safety.
Here we go. Okikazu pulling up, trying to get a little hair shampoo there. Just pulled up right in the pocket. They'll give him a nice little score for that. We're going to wait to see that replay on Joel. He throws up an 8.50 on that re-entry. So he has completely reset his scale as well. As we were saying when we were watching Kai's heat, we knew Joel was going to come out here and do the same thing.
Yeah. Look at the speed. The time he spends up on top of the the lip line has been longer than any of his previous floaters like that.
Yep.
So just riding and controlling that critical section into that airdrop explains why he got rewarded so well on that one.
Yeah, that was, you could see that he rode like the lip of that contour, you know, on the outside. He didn't just smack it and tap it on the top. He really floated on top and did a real nice arc and came down with the lip into the white water, kind of not real airdropping, but just kind of coming down with the power of the wave. Really nice reward for that one big giant maneuver, big bottom turn, staying in the pocket, climbing that closeout, and just really claiming that.
So had that been a little bit bigger of a wave, and if he could have gotten one direction change before zooming into that lip, he probably would have got way up into the excellent range.
Yeah.
With that one single maneuver, 8.50 is pretty darn good for a one maneuver wave.
Well, I would say 2 waves into the heat, Joel has reset his scores from yesterday and dropped both of them. He was living with a 14 yesterday with 2 7s. Now he's got a 7.67 and an 8.50. He's up into the 16s. So you can sure bet he's really happy with that. And the finals for the prone assist. And here's the Osteos right there from...
Yeah, that's Byron Osteopathy, and we have Jamie, the leader, always helping out our competitors as well as the water safety and staff with any body issues that they have going. Just behind them on screen, you have the competitors area. That's where all the crazy boards and crafts and beach chairs get stashed at night. But right in front of the zone, these guys can come right out from their heats, deal with any issues that they're having, as well as get tuned up before their heat, thanks to Jamie and his team.
Yeah, the Osteos are doing a great job. I look at those guys are just half asleep right there. I saw Mono getting worked on earlier. My wife has been telling me to get worked on as well. There's some of the other sponsors right here. There you got Chris Still. Who else
We
do
had
we got?
RJ. We just went by RJ.
John McLean right there. Somebody's zipping through on there. Firefly, boy. Just,
I think that might have been M. Dieter. She's flying.
Just screaming through there. There's some other athletes right there with the Fireflies. And
yeah, it's
get a good at the event site. You can kind of see exactly what the event site looks like on top.
So this is where the top of the path of the athletes, just to your left,
Kyle Marty,
is where you have the athletes area. They get to grab their boards, and then they head down that path that we're just about. As we see, Red hitting this one high, and look at the size increase that we've already seen as you look at those lines compared to those drone views earlier.
Yeah. So Joel, I'm not sure if you saw that, but did that smack and then did a flat spin right after it. So on that replay, we're going to get to see him drop in on that right-hander, do a nice bottom turn, top turn, and then as he's dropping down, he goes right into a flat spin, 360. Here we go, Joel.
Angle. So fades it back, puts himself in the pocket, gets that power up for this climb, banks that one off, and yep, flat spin reverse, 360 on the inside, which he's probably done 8 billion of from his professional bodyboarding career. And so airs and air reverse where the surfers are spinning around and spinning back towards the wave all came from pro bodyboarding.
Yeah, and he
so
gets
no one
rewarded.
knew that you could spin the board back the other way, and that was where the air reverse name came for that maneuver.
Yep.
And the reverse spins all come from bodyboarding first.
And he puts up an 8.10 again, dropping that 7.76 or 6.7, resetting his scale completely from yesterday. He's got an 8.50 and an 8.10, 2 excellent scores. Joel Taylor, again, what we told you he was going to do, he was going to watch those heats, he was going to come up with a plan, and he was going to reset his own scale from yesterday. He went from carrying a 14 yesterday, 2 7s, to a 16.60, 2 8s today. Very strong showing by Joel Taylor.
Yeah, and what we're saying is him observing carefully Kai's heat. So knowing Kai's scores, but also he's got some improved conditions and size in this heat compared to Kai's heat.
Yep.
So we've got even better surf, which is actually going to allow for even higher scores.
Sure, and that's what I was talking about when we were watching Kai's heat, and I was talking about Joel. I said the tide was going to drop out a little bit more, and it was going to create more opportunity, more hollow waves, more stand-up sections. As that tide drops down, you can see that little left-hander coming across that bank right there, just standing up. So as opposed to this morning when it was a little bit more pushy across some of those banks because it was a little bit deep. Joel Taylor taking off, getting covered, coming out with speed. Bam! Smacking that one really hard. Just leaning his board over, getting those side fins out. He's got these little side biter fins. That's going to be a score to be contested with. Let's see what the judges drop down on that. I'm very interested to see what they give him on that after an 8.50 and an 8.0. And there goes his major competition in this division, Kai Colas. He gets an 8.33 for that.
That was one of my favorite waves so far of this heat.
That was a really nice.
So hooks in, gets that bodyboard stance, gets up and under the chandelier, comes out with so much speed, and then releases that back corner of the tail against that oncoming section. Where we've seen a lot of the end maneuver be done down the line, that was an actual oncoming wave from the other side. So just way more impact, way more of a dynamic looking turn.
Yeah. And an 8.33 increases his score line a little bit. Inching towards that 17. So raising up the excellent.
0.17 away from Kai, is that what it is?
Kai's got a 17.5 with a 9.0 and an 8.50. So he's a little bit back there. He's got that 8.50 and an 8.33, but Kai's got that 9 yellow up and riding. Fletcher Crowley trying to get a second score on the board. See Joel's matched Kai's 8.50, but has yet to match the 9. So Kai's got about 0.70 of 3/4 of a point of an advantage right there. But look at Kai's studying, man. You can't ever take the kid for granted. He's going to study just like Joel was doing, watching his heat. Kai called Joel's heat with us yesterday.
And then got a really good hit off the whitewash. Definitely deserved that high score that he got. It was a good wave. Yeah.
Yeah, there's Kai just studying, doing his homework, watching his major competition, knowing that he's got still his job ain't done yet, Ben.
All the way to the finish. I mean, we're going to see them battling it out, and I wouldn't be surprised if it was a really, really close finish all the way into the finals, which we're looking pretty solid at the moment. That we'll see those two in the finals.
Very high-level competition right here for this division. I believe there is going to be a final. Oh, there's 2 semis tomorrow. So they are going to have a semi.
They still have a semi.
Yes, they do. So
okay.
Top 6 will move forward. 3 in each semi. And they will have a semifinal tomorrow. And then that's single elimination. So from that semi, the top 2 will move forward to the finals from each semi. So after the round robin, you're done fighting against the whole division, and you're just moving into a single elimination. This heat, 3 minutes left.
So no one's looking pretty then.
No. I mean, you're looking for seeding. So the good thing is that Joel and Kai are probably going to be seated in opposite semis. You don't.
Because I was thinking this was going to go straight to the final.
No, that's what I thought too. But I looked at the schedule and they're going top 6 move forward. I believe that there was 12 of these guys or 10 of these guys to begin with. So I think one of them dropped out, or maybe 2 of them dropped out. But they're going to move 6 to the semis, 2 3-man semifinals, and so it'll be Kai in one of the semifinals. It'll be Joel in the other one. That's where the seeding comes in. You know, if you're seeded first and maybe Joel's seeded third or fourth, maybe he ends up in the same semi that Kai's in. You know what I mean? And that's what you don't want, because top two move forward, you know. And
that's also what the rest of the field doesn't want as well.
Correct. So, yeah, who wants to be that lonely other guy in the heat with Joel and you know? But it's going to look like those top 6 guys are going to squeak in. And it's going to be a tough semi, because one of those semis is most likely going to have Ryan Porteous in it, and or Kai Colas and or Joel Taylor in one. So those are 2 real, you know, whether Ryan's in it with Kai or Ryan's in it with Joel, that's going to be a drag out for the other person that's in that, because, you know, Ryan's come to play. All these other guys are trying to throw up these big scores, but these guys that are throwing the 6s and 7s, it's also Max Devery, the dark horse, man. Max throwing up the 7.33. So look for those guys to really try to unseat, you know, the favorites, which would be Kai and Joel.
Yeah, and I think also with the conditions that we've seen the last couple of days, depending on your heat draw, we haven't seen the best of everyone yet.
Yep.
A lot of those riders haven't found the waves that they needed to really shine just yet, so that may just happen later, as assuring that they did make it to the semifinal.
Right. So this was a great heat to watch. This division reset the entire scale from yesterday. Every single heat reset the scale. Almost every single surfer reset their scale as well. Here's Joel taking off on just a little fun one on the inside. Just a little floater going right. Climbs up, top turn, bam, smacks that one. Not sure that that's going to be a factor, but that would probably be a good little wave, good little throwaway. I think he's just happy to say, you know what, reset my scale from yesterday. I had a 14. Look at, he's happy. He's stoked. Joel's like, yep, I'm coming, man. I'm in the semis. I'm ready to rock and roll, and get ready for me in the finals.
Yeah, amazing riding and such an improvement in conditions since yesterday, and we know it's just going to get better. Exciting stuff. So we're going to take a quick break, and we will be back for more action in just a moment. Stick with us. We'll see you in a second.
Every journey is shaped by people, and your path home should be led by people who value community. People like ours. McGrath, guiding you home.
Welcome back. This is the BrightSky Australia Australian Pro Adaptive Surfing Championships presented by Forward Mobility Support. There you have the winner of that last heat, bringing some high scores, Joel Taylor. So we had some amazing unassisted prone, men's prone heats earlier on. We've seen that tide go way out, and we have seen a lot of improvements in the conditions. But you can see Joel Taylor's custom equipment there. First time we saw Joel in Huntington Beach at one of our ISA Parasurfing Championships. He had found a board like that one, stock board off the shelf in a surf shop in Oceanside, California, and tried it out, ended up working sick, and now he's been working with that company Crime to kind of further on the design, and the thing seems to be working epic for him. We are now in our first blind, no vision men's final. We have Stephen Fox from Australia, Kirk Watson, and Aitor Gallo Francesena from the Basque Country in Spain. So far, we've got one score on the board, 0.67. And we had some amazing riding out there by our crew. Look how big that beach has become with that outgoing tide. We now have the addition of roaming audio, which brings you closer to the action down on the beach. We had Kai speaking about the conditions in that earlier one. I'm going to try and keep you guys as glued to us as we can as you guys are watching us from home. So out there, we do have the blind, no vision final. So we have partial vision and blind, no vision are the different classifications. Most of our partial vision have about 20% or less visual capacity. These guys have absolutely no vision. And so you see 3 names on the board, but you see 6 people in the water. Reason for that is each person has what's called a spotter. They've got an assistant that works as their eyes out in the lineup, and they call out the waves that are about to come, let them know where to be, when to paddle, and also have to describe what can potentially happen on that wave. So they're going into the wave with a little bit of knowledge, being able to predict what they're going to need to do. For example, speeding down the line. Maybe it's a little bit of a fatter wave. They might have to fade back towards the energy, or looking like a closeout, or even a barrel. These guys will be able to prepare their bodies without visually seeing the wave and get themselves in there for some great rides, as well as keeping them safe on the way back out from their waves and keeping them away from potential priority interference, which could also happen a lot in these divisions where someone will get sent for a wave, and while they're so zeroed in on their rider, they don't notice there's someone down the line sending their rider down who could potentially have a higher priority position.
Yeah, but could you imagine, Benny, trying to paddle for a wave without any vision at all and try, the closest thing that I can equate to that is when we go to Oahu for the Hawaii Adaptive Surfing Championships put on by Access Surf. Oftentimes we'll go out in the water at dark, about 3:30, 4 o'clock before Queens gets really packed. The locals don't like to swim with Tony the Tiger, brah. So, we'll go out there and surf, and you can't see. It's nothing like these guys are going through, but, the best I could equate it to is trying to take off in the total darkness, trying to feel the contour of the wave just by the motion that the wave is giving you in your body. There goes Joel Taylor. He's super stoked for that last heat that he just reset his entire scale, 2 8s, an 8.33 and an 8.50. So he's super stoked on that. But the blind division, Stephen Fox, Kirk Watson, and Aitor Francesena. How do you say his last name? Francesena.
Francesena. But just call him Gallo.
I do call him Gallo. I call him Aitor. And I also call him Champ. Yellow up and riding, Steve Fox.
A great ride by Stephen Fox. Beautiful stance and really well balanced over that board.
So Aitor, the champ, the AASP World Champ, 2 years, 2022, 2023. Kirk Watson, comes out last year and unseats him. Here's Yellow up and riding, dropping down, gets a nice little bottom turn. Just try taking off on a wave, closing your eyes and surfing it, or actually try paddling for a wave with your eyes closed and then surf it. That's what these guys are dealing with right now. But swapping back and forth, Ator and Kirk Watson battling for that AASP World Championship this year. They've been going at it for a couple of years. Ator coming out on top in 2023. Kirk Watson coming out on top in 2024. You can bet these boys. There's Daniel. He's going out there with his guide, Sophie, and they will be putting on a show. Met Daniel before the contest. Super amazing young man. Really stoked to have him here. And got to surf the pass with him. Caught a couple waves. Red up and riding. Looks like Kirk Watson.
Yeah, so all these, there you have Gallo milking that one and keeping speed where there should be no speed left in the wave. But Gallo, former pro surfer and coach to some of Spain's top big wave pros, Aritz Aramburu and Goni Zubizarreta, that have been QS guys on the top of the field for Spain and for a long time. Kirk Watson getting a nice redirect there. But, yeah, Gallo was a top competitor himself. As you mentioned earlier, I believe, lost vision in one eye gradually. He had a congenitive glaucoma. First lost sight in his right eye. Gradually his vision worsened and then lost vision in his left eye. So as far as wave knowledge, as far as waves under his feet, maneuvers, the feeling of maneuvers, Gallo has a ton of experience in the water, and you can see his body just knows what to do and knows where to go.
You can see the redirect on the board also is something that the judges are looking for in the visually impaired. You got red up there, Kirk going again. So as it sits right now, Ator with a single wave score of a 6.17. Kirk Watson, double wave score, two wave score of a 6.33. And Stephen Fox with a two wave score of a 3.50. It is first Kirk Watson with a two wave score, second Ator with a single wave score, and a third Stephen Fox with the two wave score. So once Ator gets a second wave, it's almost going to turn the heat. He can probably stand up and fall. He needs just about a quarter of a point to overtake the lead right there. So expect Ator. He's got plenty of time, 14:30 left in the heat. Him and his guide, they are very connected, and they do a bunch of great work. Also Kirk and his guide. So watch the little battle. Watch the little they ain't playing checkers out here, man. They're playing chess. Watch the chess game between the handlers and the surfers, not the handlers, the guides and the surfers. Yeah, the spotters. And I call them guides. You call them spotters. But yeah, watch the chess game that's about to happen in these waning minutes of the heat, because you can sure bet priority's going to come into play, and you're going to see whoever's got priority, whoever doesn't and is close will probably paddle away, try to get some distance, try to find another little bank where they can catch something under priority. And if the person with priority catches on, maybe their spotter says, hey, they're trying to get some distance, let's go sit on them so they don't catch something. That's what happens when you have these close heats. You know, when it only takes a minor score to change and flip and turn the heat, that's where priority comes in. When you have it, when you don't have it, you got to start playing that game.
Yeah, when I worked as spotter for Formston at your event in Oceanside, a couple of them I think even Formston was saying, be careful, because I think we had a heat with Roy Calderon. I'm drawing a blank.
Aaron Polk,
sorry. It was those three. And someone was saying, yeah, you got to be careful, because Roy Calderon's spotter sometimes gets some priority interferences on the guys, which is part of the game. And if they're really on top of it as far as that, you can see White calling for situation at the moment. So they put their hands in the air. They want to know what score they got. They'll also want to know how much time is left, as well as their priority position. So whenever the guys throw their waves in the air, not waving them frantically, which would mean they're calling for water safety to rescue them, but that's just a wake-up call to our beach commentators to deliver some information.
And speaking of Aaron Polk, when he does do the U.S. Open, he usually has Duran Barr as his spotter. So Duran has helped Aaron win a U.S. Open championship and win a world championship. So we always, that local knowledge is something that really comes into play. And Duran has been really lent himself to our community, lent himself to Aaron particularly at different events in California. And so that's the beneficiary of having a good spotter that knows surfing and that can communicate that to you. Aaron was able to take full advantage of those opportunities and win himself some titles.
Yeah, Duran's one of my good buddies. He comes from Carlsbad, just next town over from Oceanside. His dad, Paul Barr, was a really famous shaper.
Paul's his uncle.
I'm sorry, Paul's David Barr, his dad.
There you go.
He was a really famous shaper, and that was a logo that we all can recognize from North County, San Diego from the 90s into the 2000s, as we saw Kirk get a wave and Gallo just got a wave as well. And so guys are keeping busy and considering their way out there into the sea, these low tide conditions, they're all locking onto some decent waves.
Aitor, like I said, all he needed to go was up and down. He does basically that, just gets up into the white water, just a bottom turn, goes down, ends up with a 1.90. That does turn the heat for him. He is in first place. We'll see what that second wave of Kirk Watson does, but it doesn't look like it's going to flip the heat for him. Here's Kirk. We could be wrong. That's a nice looking wave.
Kirk drives it off, gets a little turn there, gets a little hung up on the top there. One thing I want to point out is, did you see Aitor Gallo's body positioning in his arms?
Yep.
It was just a classic pro surfer cutback, kind of Tom Curran arms in that turn, where you can see that his body is just, it's like a lifetime of muscle memory in action. As long as the board's moving, he knows that he can throw a turn.
Yeah, and he's using that body momentum right here. Watch. He's crouching down. Whoa, body momentum. He just swings his arms, twisting his hips,
getting the torque,
using that momentum to move the board in the direction that he wanted it to. But speaking of the old guard in Carlsbad and Duran and David Barr and Paul Barr, I went to high school with those guys. I grew up with them. Very good friends. Know them, their families. That's how I'm acquainted with Duran through his uncles and through his dad.
Duran rips too.
Yeah, Duran's a monster. They don't call him Duranimal for nothing. He drops in on the big stuff. He surfed really, really big waves. Great barrel rider like his dad and his uncle. Aitor. Another nice redirect twice. Catching the foam.
So you can see how aggressive, and there we have Foxy taking off. You can see how aggressive Gallo gets over his front foot, and he just stomps and keeps that speed going. And even though he's not able to see how far the wave is behind him, he's always driving the board, and he's in a position to make speed no matter if there's a wave there or not. But
I think that's kind of a feeler. And here we got Kirk Watson taking off again right here, just kind of getting a little open face opportunity, but there's not much push once it hits that dead spot after it hits the sandbar before it gets on the inside.
So Foxy, Steve Fox, got third in this event last year. I don't think we've seen him on that first wave. You could really see what a beautiful stance he has what good balance. If they get him on a good wave, we can't write him off either. He's still got some scores to build up in this heat. We got 8 minutes. And Steve Fox surfing for 45 years, and he's only lost his eyesight 8 years ago.
Oh wow!
So
bringing a wealth of knowledge to the division. you know, somebody with that kind of knowledge of surfing. Expect him, once he gets his feet under him, you know, in this competitive thing, expect him to be a player for sure. And like you said, you can't count anybody out. That last wave was a 0.77. He does have a 2.83 on the board. Nothing's out of reach right here. Nothing's out of reach. Everybody's got kind of a mid to low, high 2, and then everything else is up for grabs. So A-Tour got that 6.17. Kirk's sitting on that 4.50 as his high score. And Steven does need to increase his score, his setting, with losing that 0.77.
Yeah, you can see now, if you look at the lip of the waves, it looks like we've spun that wind around, starting to get that little offshore going, which can be a good thing because sometimes it'll hold the wave open, but it's also going to make it harder to get down the face into the waves, as that wind's going to try and blow the boards up and over the back. We'll see how that affects the
Yeah, that's the thing about this division, is even though it looks like it's an assist division, it's only verbal assist. You're not allowed to touch the surfer. The spotter is not allowed to push the surfer into the wave or touch them, unless, of course, they're on the inside in the impact zone. Then anybody can touch them and help them if they're in danger. But other than that, competitively, the spotter is just that, a spotter, just to talk to you, just to tell you where the wave is. I call them a guide most of the time, because they're just guiding the surfer. They're telling them how many feet out, how many, you know, what's the wave look like.
The eyes of the surfer.
Exactly, and a lot of them have a number system to tell how standing up the wave is, how in what position is the wave. Is it a 3 and just rolling, or is it a 6 or 7, and that means you're going to be a late drop? You know, so that's the extent of the language between the spotter and the surfer. And I think you know this. I think you did a number system for whoever you were helping. Yeah?
Matt Formston, we use a different vocabulary. It was either fade or run. So you know if the wave's fat with a shoulder, or if it's a long wall, you run. And then we were trying to avoid no and go. I'm trying to remember what we replaced it with, but no and go sounds so similar that sometimes you're like, wait, that's not a good wave.
Right.
And so we had a different language for that, but you also have those last-minute moments where the spotter all of a sudden realizes that you started to set him up for a wave that's not going to be good,
right,
or put him in a dangerous position.
Right.
So you need to know when to call him back as well. But, yeah, it's amazing in how you have to paint a visual picture just with your verbalage.
Yeah.
Verbiage.
Verbalage. Verbalage. We're making up new words here at the BrightSky Australian Pro Adaptive Surfing Championships in Byron Bay. We'd like to throw a shout out to Visit Oceanside and all the title sponsors that help us make this happen. BrightSky, the University of St. Augustine, Access Surf. These are all title sponsors to each event that's on the tour, so we can't do that without these awesome sponsors believing in the platform. Really stoked that the conditions cleaned up today. Really stoked that there's a small swell pushing in. Supposed to be a little bit more push tomorrow and a way bigger push on Sunday. So we are just holding out hope that these offshore winds stay intact through Friday is what the hope is. And it's supposed to, the swell is supposed to fill in a little bit more. Here we go, yellow. Up and riding. Is that white? That's A-Tour? It is A-Tour.
Yeah, really up under the lip, snapping that one. Wasn't able to ride it down. We were mentioned earlier is about the no physical assist. The spotter also needs to know the strength, the paddle strength of the rider, know where to position them to where they're going to be able to paddle themselves in.
Yep.
And when you got a day like this where that lineup point is always changing depending on the tide, to get them in a place where they're going to be able to get into the wave and still have room to actually do a maneuver on the wave as well.
Yep. And he challenged that one real quick, you know, was able to drop in and get a nice bottom turn and kind of climb to that top third of the wave where you want to get the points.
Yeah, you can just see they especially well even in the partial vision, they still have heightened senses in different areas due to that loss of vision. These guys have even more heightened senses outside. So feeling the movement of the water, feeling the pressure of the water against their board, against their feet, feeling the wind against their arms and
Yep.
their hands as far as direction, as well as the hearing of where the wave's breaking. So there's so many other things that are just activated as they're moving through the wave. It's insane.
And like I said, we were talking about Aaron Polk. We'd like to throw a shout-out to Aaron. Aaron is the defending champ of the ASP in the visually impaired division. Aaron, I think, has taken the year off this year. He's been going at it for a few years really hard, and I think he just wants to enjoy surfing out in Maui and just kind of hanging out and traveling with his girlfriend, and they go surf all these cool places together. And so I think that's what Aaron's doing. So we just want to throw a shout-out to you, champ.
And his mom.
Yep, and his mom. We love you guys. We miss you. And hopefully we'll see you on tour. We'll see you in Hawaii when we go there. Come visit us. Come surf with us, man.
Well, since we threw a shout-out for the sponsors of the tour, we'll also throw out the sponsors of this event once more. BrightSky Australia, Forward Ability Support, Visit Oceanside, Storage Investments Australia, Rumia, Surfing Australia, High Fives, Reflections Holiday Parks, Byron Bay Services Club, Waveski Adventures, Kennardshire, McGraw Real Estate, Royal Rehab Life Works, Sargood on Coleroy, Thomas Foods, Byron Central Osteopathy, Wet Flicks, First Nation Lifeguards, AASP, and Brook Farm, as well as Stoke for Life. Without all of the aid and help from our sponsors, this would not be possible. So we thank you all, as well as our in-kind sponsors, Quicksilver ANZ, Qantas Airlines, Red Bull Australia. And we have also need to thank all of the volunteers and everyone who's put in their time, as well as our buddy today, Trevor Mead for Butchers, and the catering crew, of course, for keeping us well fed and energized throughout the day. And the coffee truck, of course, down there, keeping us well charged up as well.
Well, keeping you charged up. I don't drink coffee, but I know a lot of people around here that if they don't get their coffee, it ain't a good day. So
I make a coffee on my way to come have coffee.
Right. I'm stoked that the coffee person is keeping all the coffee people happy. So, yeah, here we go. A-Tour in the waning seconds. A really beautiful ride. Able to redirect 3 times on the open face. Expect him to replace that 2.80. He claps. He claims it. Yeah, ATR. He knows that he got a good one right there.
That was insane. Yeah, to be able to pull that maneuver and bring that one back down was just maximum feeling.
We'll bring that score back when we come back. I'm assuming that we're going to be taking a break here.
Yep, we are definitely going to take a break. We'll come back and see what that last score was. We're going to make you hold on and join us after these messages, and we'll let you know what that last ride was. We'll see you in just a moment.
I'm definitely still competitive. If I see a couple of other surfers, I always still like to just show off a little bit. Yeah, I've been using no pong for about 6 years now, and I wouldn't change a thing. It just works amazing. You just put it on in the morning once, and you're good for the whole day.
It's like the perfect wave. You couldn't ask for anything better. Left, right, tube, doing airs, like you can do it all.
Welcome back to the Australia Pro Adaptive Surfing Championships, brought to you by BrightSky. There is Aitor right there. We're waiting on his score to come through, but he is super stoked. He knows that he laid it down right there. And there is his spotter right there, rocking in. And Aitor representing Spain. That was a 6.67, that last score for Aitor. Gallo Francesina.
And that flag is the Basque flag. So that's the north of Spain, in between Spain and France. They got their own little zone right there. That's where the famous surf break that you hear, Mundaka.
Yep,
The best lefts in the whole world. And they also have some of the best food in all of Europe.
Nice.
Basque Country is known for having San Sebastian, the Basque Country, has more Michelin star restaurants per city block than in the entire world.
We want to go there.
I've been there a bunch. I love it.
Well, you don't have to brag about it.
You're going to have to buddy up with Gallo a little more.
I know, man. Nah, me and him are pretty good friends.
Oh, we got Pierre Rock out there.
Yeah.
Piero Gagliano.
Yeah.
That guy is classic. And Jack Jackson, Daniel Toomey.
He does shred.
These three, dude, this heat is full of characters, man. These dudes are classic.
So this is the visually impaired partial vision. And it looks like we've got some scores already on the board. Piero Gagliano scores a 6.33. Jack Jackson, scores a 4.0. And Daniel
Toomey.
Woohoo. I'm glad I got you here, man.
Well, I didn't know
I'll be over here signing it out.
No, I think Stevie Ginger
sounding it out.
I gotta thank Stevie Ginger for the pronunciation of that, but
he scores a 2.67. Here we go on some replays. Call these, Ben.
All right, what do we got here? We got a left. Driving across that one, I think that was Piero. Have to see my graphics again.
Oh, wow, White with a nice backside snap.
Yeah, and that was a mean bash right there.
So that was Piero.
Piero was White. Okay, so White and Red had split the peak there. Jack getting a couple redirects right there, but Piero just connected with that end section.
I think if Jack can complete that second cutback and stay on and ride out, I think that he's up towards Piero's score as well, somewhere up in that 6 or 7 range. Just falling off on that end maneuver really makes a difference in the score, even though it wasn't kind of the closeout exclamation point. It is kind of that second maneuver in the wave. You don't want to fall on that. You want to kind of complete that. That gets up, and then we got, first of Red. This is the 6.67.
Yeah, driving across that one, down carves it, and zips it out. Good.
6.33 it was what that was.
Some nice speed on that one and really feeling out the transition of that wave. Piero getting another one, 6.33 and 2.33. And so
so Jack got a second wave as well. That looks like that was a 4.43.
So as I was mentioning earlier about the partial visual impairment, is it 20% or less? I can't remember what the actually amount is for the classifying.
It is 20% or less, and I could be wrong on that. Mo would have that. We have a manual right there though with all the goodies in it that we hand out to all the athletes, and so everybody knows So this is Jack's 4.43 we're looking at. He takes off left. Nice carve on the top turn. And if that second he's driving down, and if he drives through on that, if he makes that one right there, it goes from a 4.43 to probably upwards of a 5, 6, somewhere in that range. But Ben's hot on it right now. There is a tour. He says Basque team right there. Look at the color of his board. Calls it the Orca shapes.
That's Puca's board. Puca's is the biggest surfboard factory in all of Europe. They do all the Lost boards.
Yep.
They've got one of their shapers, Axel Lorentz, which might be the shaper of that board. One of the Stab in the Dark, where the pros go out there and test out boards with no logos. Choose the best one, and he was a random one that got chosen as,
That's
as
awesome.
kind of the wild card. But big, huge factory in Spain. And I believe about 10 years ago, the factory burned down and they had to rebuild.
Oh, wow. That's tragic.
But, yeah, it's saying here, any surfer who rides the wave, this blind low vision category, any surfer who rides the wave in a standing position with a low vision impairment. And it says vision impairment, partial vision, 20 over 70, 20 over 200. Not sure the technical meaning of that. Or 50% visual field loss.
So that's what Dr. Mo Johnson is for. She does the testing on that. She knows how to do the testing on that. So, and that is the standard for us. It's kind of like a Paralympic type standard as well. That we'd probably be going off some of that.
But in this one, Piero has no vision in his right eye, and he only has 10% in his left eye. So you have a varied degree of visual impairment.
Correct. And Jackson, excuse me.
They both surf. They both play music.
They do.
So there you go.
Yeah, that's
Jack Jackson actually is a musician, and his old bio said that was talking about his music on Spotify. And during the Aussie Titles interview, I go, yeah, he's still doing music? That's music on Spotify. He
Yeah,
goes,
I remember that.
He goes, yeah, I think that was a pretty old bio. I was trying to get him to play our closing ceremony. He asked me how much money I had.
Yeah, I said that. He
Told
said,
him,
how about $5? He said, it's worth more.
Yeah, well, it's guaranteed it's worth more. I'm not in charge of the entertainment.
Yeah, for sure. You usually are the entertainment, buddy.
I'm usually not the budget for any of that has anything to do with the content.
You usually are the entertainment, bud. The DJ Benway.
Red, Jack Jackson, backhand.
Ooh.
Wow. Nice snap up under the lip on that one. Redirects it.
Claim.
That was one of the fastest and most critical maneuvers I'm claiming that we might have seen during this heat. Piero had that backside jam against the section for 6.33, and I think it might push up into that range.
Nice takeoff backside, bottom turn, top turn. Nice spray coming off of that. Another one, good spray coming off that, and a variety of turns, not the same turn, a little bit different than the first turn, so the judges love that. So that's two really good maneuvers in the critical section, and they reward him with an 8.50, Ben.
Okay, thank goodness. I was about to call it. Well, no matter the judges, I'm giving over a 7.5 on that one.
Yeah, that was a really good one. That was an excellent score in my eyes. He did do two really good turns at the top of the wave. He did two really carving bottom turns. I don't think bottom turns get enough oomph for in the score line, man, because it is a maneuver. And if you watch this, he hits that bottom turn, keeps the speed, boom, top turn. Hits that bottom turn, top turn. So the bottom turn is really critical to the combination of maneuvers that you're going to do to keep that speed.
Yeah, if you don't have an effective bottom turn, you can't go off the top as hard. So that's what directs all of your inertia, all your weight, and carries that speed into a maneuver. And so the judges do watch rail work, which the bottom turn would be a little bit of the rail work.
Right.
But Yeah, the bottom turn should be
I don't
part of
think
the
it
score,
gets,
huh?
I don't think it gets enough juice, man. I just, on wave ski, if you do a really bad bottom turn, you lose all your momentum. And the same thing in surfing. If you do a really bad bottom turn, you can lose all of your momentum. You can lose all your speed if you don't handle it right. White up and riding.
Piero jamming down this one.
Ooh.
Nice rail turn there. Gets a little hung up in the deep section at the end, but he did definitely put it nice deep on rail on that one.
That's going to get rid of the 2.33 100%. So we might see a change in situation right here. Here's the takeoff, front side, up on the top of it, pumping, staying in the section, wham, hand in the water, really putting a lot of weight on the inside rail and just roundhousing that thing.
Yeah, I like that turn a lot. We're going to see what the judges thought.
They give him a 4.27. I believe because he didn't ride out of that turn, they go probably incomplete on it because it kind of faded him to the back and he didn't ride out of it.
Yeah, it was kind of incomplete, semi-complete, I guess.
Well, the turn itself was complete, but I guess
came back in the wash, it stopped.
Correct.
They would have loved to see him come out of that with speed and flow. But yeah, we've seen some great surfing. It doesn't look like easy conditions at all, but as far as the scores and the performance we're watching, it looks like they're having a better time than some of the earlier heats in the morning.
Well, I can attest to the conditions weren't horrible for my heat, but they were a little lumpy, still a little morning sickness on it. Even though the wind was working in the right direction, it was the tide that was more so not working with us. When that tide gets higher, there's so many banks out there. It just gets filled in and it gets so peaky everywhere. It's peak here, peak there, peak everywhere. So it's not like these guys are right now, the tide's dropped out where it's more working on the outer banks, the outer sandbars out there where they can more sit and there's not as much push on the inside. It's more standing up on those outer sandbars. You get a little bit more scoring opportunity and you get more opportunity to sit in the same spot rather than having to kind of chase down between peaks.
Yeah, I'll definitely agree with that because then you also have that shoreline actually being shallow the way it's supposed to be rather than running into a big deep pool.
Yep.
You can see there's just a little bit of pooled up water right where that little wave is breaking in the inside, but yeah, definitely keeping the energy where it should be.
And that's kind of the free surf the other day that we had because we surfed for so long. We were out there for about 2.5 hours. And I know you were waxed afterwards.
We got to scour the whole bar.
But we did, and during that time, the tide had went from a little bit of a higher tide and kind of pushy to kind of draining out and kind of dropping to where we were able to get up on some of those banks. The early part of that session, I didn't catch a wave for 25 minutes because they were just push. Towards the end of that towards the end of that session, I'd caught a whole bunch of waves, and that kind of helped me in my heat today, kind of knowing that I was on a little bit of a higher tide. It was going to push. I was going to have to kind of sit inside closer to the ledge on the inside to say I'm going to have to kind of get one coming off the outside bank onto the inside bank. And that was kind of my strategy as well. I only caught 2 waves basically because I got stuck on the inside for a couple minutes, but was able to fortunately pull out a 7.03, which I'll carry into round 2 tomorrow, which, anytime I can score a 7 in a heat, I'm stoked. So if I can do the same thing tomorrow and carry a 7 out of that round robin, I'm sure that'll help me out.
There goes Matt Formston heading down the bottom of your right sand screen. And as you can see where that beach chair is sitting in that big wet spot,
yep,
that's one of those goalies right there. But
yep,
there's a lot more of an extreme version of that where you got that high spot and the low spot. And we've got a series of those all the way out to where these riders are. And they're all shifted in sporadic places. So.
Yeah, where that chair's sitting was probably about where I was taking off this morning.
Yeah. Either that or that was where the end of the ride was.
Right. So you can see how the bottom contours and why the wave stands up in some sections and goes fat and dies in other sections because there's just big holes out there. And there's Daniel right there, Daniel Toomey, paddling with his spotter, Sophie. They've got some local knowledge here. Even though he's only sitting on 2 small scores, don't count him out. If Sophie can call him into a good one, I'm sure he's going to be contesting.
Yeah, and it's not easy for the spotter right now because even as we've seen earlier, as the competitor themselves, they couldn't even find the right zone.
Yeah.
When you're trying to find it for someone else, it's
really hard.
Twice as hard.
And the good thing is, again, we're not dealing with the kind of current we were dealing with last year.
Yes.
Last year, the current was relentless. It was super tough on the competitors. As a competitor, myself, my first heat, I didn't even get to catch a wave the first half of the heat. I got swept down the beach, had to have the water crew bring me up, take me all the way down to the rock at the pass, and drop me into the channel there so I could get back out. So it was really rough last year. You had to work all the way up to the channel. This year, you can see those surfers are sitting right out front. They're not getting pulled down the beach. Even on this low tide, they're really not getting yanked down the beach very much. You can see the water moving on the very, very inside, but none of those surfers are inside of there. They're staying on the outside. They're staying on those inside banks, and the water's not really moving that fast between there.
Yeah, also when we get those kind of conditions and the surfer takes a wave, especially in this division, when they get taken away from where you can communicate with them, you got to go chase down your rider.
Yep.
And in this position, the spotters aren't able to ride in a standing position. They can ride prone, go meet up with their rider to where they can get verbal communication. But if you got those currents, you got those long-running waves, the rider can get taken way down the beach. Then you got to try and make yourself get taken way down the beach to meet up with them, which makes things really difficult in the middle of a heat.
Yeah, and that's the reason why the spotters can't stand up is because they don't want to miscommunicate that was the surfer possibly in that color jersey, because the spotter has the same color jersey as the athlete to identify them as a team. They're a team out there. It's not a team sport, but it is an individual sport. But you have to have a good water team with you. Myself, just to get in and out of the water, these guys have to have a great spotter that speaks the language. And there we go. Daniel up and riding. Wow, trio. Red up and riding with a big smack, Jack Jackson. Big snap on the top.
I like that one a lot.
Perot got one down the line, too.
Yeah, Jack has just turned it on in this heat. I'm really enjoying his surfing. It looked like Daniel got a little direction change down there on the right side of the screen just a moment ago, but yeah, things are looking really good out there. Amazing performance by all these guys. We're going to watch this one. I think this is Daniel over here on the right side. You saw he got up, got a little direction
All
change.
3 of them up and riding everybody. Up and riding everybody.
So Piero spun it around, and I'm not sure what the priority situation was on that.
Right.
But if you have 2 riders taking off head-to-head, one has to give way. You're usually supposed to give way to the one who got up first. But had it been the higher priority, you also cannot impede their way.
Yep, you have to give way. Jack Jackson doing that nice snap, getting rewarded with a 5.33. Also, some people don't know about priority is if you're already on the wave and the guy with priority is on the shoulder and wants to take off on that wave, you have got to give way. He takes off. He's not cutting you off. He's got priority, and you have to give way. So a lot of people don't know that. They think if they're already surfing the wave that that's their wave. It's not. If
the one who has priority, everything is their wave out there until they lose it.
Yep. And Jack Jackson getting a nice 5.33 with an 8.50 with a double wave score of a 13.83. And Perot Gagliano with a 2-wave score of a 10.60 with a top score of a 6.33. And Daniel Toomey does drop his 1.7 and gets a 2.33 on that last one. He's got a 2-wave score of a 5.0. And for his first competition, I think he's just stoked to be out here. He's stoked to just be surfing a place where he knows some of the waves. He's got somebody that's familiar with the surf out here in Sophie, so they're working good together to increase his score line.
Yeah, as we monitor the texture on top of the ocean, it seems like the wind has just been constantly cycling around out there. We've seen some really glassy conditions. We saw a little bit of an onshore gust. We saw it go semi-offshore during Joel Taylor's heat. And now it's looking a little bumpy again.
Yeah, it's got a little texture to it, but it's not really crumbling the waves. They're keeping their shape, they're keeping their form. There's still some really good opportunities to score. You got an 8.50 right there. There's an excellent wave in this division right here. So there's been really good scores all the way through consistently. There's been probably 7s, 8s all the way through. They're scoring when called for, those good waves that were coming through. A lot of exclamation points today. A lot of good snap turns to close out waves. To, a lot of these surfers are understanding what the judges are looking for in their criteria when they say, how do I get from the 4s and the 5s to the 6s, 7s, and 8s? Well, it's a combination of maneuvers, and it's doing critical maneuvers in that critical part of the wave, and it's closing the door with that exclamation point at the end.
Yeah, we've seen, especially by Jack's highest scoring wave, we was able to link up 2 maneuvers, both critical, both with speed, power, flow, and also kicking out, showing control throughout that last maneuver. But variety of styles and approaches, and all of these surfers have dealt with a big variety of conditions, even within their own classification, own division.
Yeah, it's... every contest is different, and that's what we want to do here with the AASP. We want to take you to different destinations. We want to take you to different waves where it's not the same. This, even from day to day, this event can change, because tomorrow we could be down at Clark's or at the Pass. White up and riding.
Puro driving across. Didn't have any room to get up on top of that section. He knows that time's running out, just trying to stamp whatever else he can out of the ocean in this last 1 minute and 40 seconds.
He's looking to replace that 4.27. This is heat 1 of a round robin, so they will get another opportunity, and I believe that there's 2 heats in this division. There is another heat coming up with the men, so there's six in here. So Matt Forstrom, Nicholas Medina, and Kyle Levitt will be in the next heat. So there is 6 men in this division. So 1 will get eliminated out of each heat. Top 4 scores from the round robin will move forward into the final heat on Sunday.
Well, it doesn't look like there's too much more out there. It looks like it's how it's going to sit. But, yeah, amazing performance by all of our competitors. But Jack Jackson was definitely switched on in that heat. We got Sarah Gibson, Brett, her husband. And we have Annie Goldsmith's dad, Ben, the other Ben, on the right side.
Ben, and Ben.
20 seconds, and yeah, I don't think we're going to see too much more, but Jack Jackson's definitely going to be stoked taking those scores into the next round.
And we're going to want to see what Matt Forstrom's going to do in this next heat as well. He's a well-decorated surfer in this division, and he's going to have the opportunity to answer back, so interested to see.
Well, the crew is super stoked on the beach. And we got so much support from our community down here. We've wrapped that one up. Jack taking a little victory ride on the way in. So we'll be back for the second heat of our men's visually impaired division in just a moment. Stick with us, and we'll see you in a second.
Hi, buddy.
Looking good, eh?
Cano.
What do you think, Nonna?
Giramento de K.
Hey, boss. Cannot sorted it. All good?
Canos.
From big jobs to even bigger jobs, get the Kenoth feeling.
Canos.
All right, a lot of action down on the beach. Welcome back. This is the Bright Sky Australia Australian Pro Adaptive Surfing Championships presented by Forward Mobility Support. As we got a bunch of our crew down on the beach. That was our last heat. Jack Jackson, Daniel Toomey, and Piero Gagliano. We had a ton of fun out there, and it looks like we already have a wave being ridden.
Yeah,
There's a surfer in yellow.
Couple scores up on the board already.
And red, Matt Formston taking a look on that one.
Yeah, he's not going to be stoked about that. He'll be stoked that he's got a score, but it looks like Nicholas Medina's got a 3.83 and Kyle Levitt's got a 3.17. So I'm not sure what that one's going to do for Matt, but you can sure bet he's going to want to do a lot more.
Yeah, so Nicholas Medina, I think, is he new on the scene for us this year, or he's been on the tour last year?
No, he's new on the scene, brother. He's a new
visiting
name.
us from Chile, is that what it is?
I think so.
So, yeah, very cool always to see new members of the community. But
Matt.
Oh, and that was yellow. Kyle Levitt was who we saw riding, I think, just after the break.
Yep, and then Matt put up that score, and it was a 1.0. So, like I said, he's not going to be real stoked about that. He's going to want to get something with some open face. He's got plenty of time. He's got 20 minutes left. He's going to realize that.
All right, yellow. Back, smacks it off the top there. Loses it on that second approach, but he got one nice snap under the lip on that one.
Gets a 3.17 for that.
Yeah, and Matt Formston, four-time world champion, and he was a world champion cyclist as well. He is very, very competitive, and he's definitely going to want to see more than that 1.0, which I'm sure we will see from him as soon as we have some waves come through here.
Yep, Nicholas Medina's got a two-wave score, keeping him out front of 3.83 and a 2.83 for a 6.66. And Kyle Levitt got a two-wave score of a 3.17 and a 2.03 for a two-wave score of a 5.47.
Yeah, and Matt, no one more than Matt has brought this visually impaired surfing to the mainstream more. He's done a children's book called Surfing in the Dark. It was a first book that has text and Braille ever for a children's book. It's usually either Braille for people who have a loss of sight, or it's text for us.
Sure.
He did double, which was the world's first, and then also they have a documentary film called The Blind Sea Film for him. And so really getting it out there. He surfed giant waves at Nazare as a visually impaired surfer. And, yeah, basically bringing it to the forefront. And all of these different members of the community have done their part to kind of spread what we're doing out to the world. Just as we mentioned, Sam Bloom with her book and movie, Penguin Bloom. We had... We have a few documentary films out there now about parasurfing, and
sure,
it's starting to kind of reach out there, and that's also what attracts our new members, which is very, very cool.
Yeah, on the plane, speaking of international, on Qantas, flying over here, filming, flipping through the movies. And what do I see? I see see Matt Forstrom's movie. So got a chance to check out the movie on the plane. It was a 14-hour flight, so plenty of time. Got to check it out. Great movie, great message. Big on Matt for sending the message and doing just fearless things in the community. We love that for him. We love that for us. So. And you can see that the conditions are still holding up real nice. It's a couple guys out there right now just surfing, you know, and that's what it is, coming to the pass and coming to these destinations where you can just have only a few guys out on the water, you know, and surf such a nice break. Where usually, you know, I don't know if you surfed the pass while you were here, but it was brutal.
It was.
I didn't catch any waves by myself.
You couldn't stop paddling for 1 second, or you would be way down at the wreck within seconds.
Yeah. So it's nice to get out here with just you and your team, a couple guys. We had a 3-man heat today. I didn't even get close to any of the guys. We were all kind of jumping peaks and just surfing over here, surfing over there. So you can see these guys aren't bunched up, and I don't know if White doesn't have a guide, but that's not how it's supposed to be.
That is, that's pretty insane. White finds his way into that wave, slashes it back. As we did mention, this division, they must have more than a 50% loss of vision.
Yep.
So we could have Nicholas on the higher side of that to where he is able to spot out his own waves. But here he goes. Off the bottom, slashes it back. And gets a solid turn there.
You can see that the conditions are cleaned up really, really nice right now. Tide's dropping out. Couple nice little gems coming in. Oh, yellow, just giving that one the business. Kyle Levitt throwing it up top. Right now, Kyle is got a 3.17 and a 2.30. Not sure that that's going to factor in going incomplete like that. But it looks like Matt's just being real picky right now. He's just kind of sitting out the back. Him and his spotter just kind of waiting for that big set to come. But he needs to probably get a little busier as the clock ticks down to 14:30 left. 10 minutes gone in the heat, and there's the man, the legend, Mono Stewart. He is the creator of this event. That's his daughter, Takara, carrying his board. She's spotting out waves for him. Hey, Pop, surf over there. But Mono, the architect of this event and the AASP committee member for Australia, him and his wife, Deb, representing on the committee in the AASP. So he is a major factor in what we're doing with the professional platform and making sure that Australia has a voice in everything that we do.
Yeah, so while we're watching Matt and his spotter sit out there on the outside, we've seen that strategy work against Parker earlier, was trying to wait out for those big ones that never came, and just taking a chance on anything, sitting a little bit farther in. Even if you're able to just get barely a bottom turn and something, at least you're going to get yourself that second score.
Right.
And then you might be pleasantly surprised that the thing actually works out. But
chipping away at it, you know, that's
on days like this with a lack of consistent sets, it's much better to stay on the inside and keep busy.
I mean, now that the tide's draining out a little bit, the consistency is up and down. You know, you'll get these little pushes in there, and there's Mono just gearing up. You know, he knows already this is the second round of a round robin. He's got huge numbers in the bank right now. He can go out and just free surf with you know, and just no pressure is on him right now. He put up a huge score yesterday, so he's got 2 great scores already in the bank, and I believe he's got a 9 on the board. So he's just going out for a free surf. The pressure's on everybody else in that division right now because he's sitting on top. Couple other guys had some really nice scores. Sponge had a really nice heat yesterday, put up some good scores. He's sitting comfortably also right now, but always when the conditions are better, when the waves are better, you're getting that more push. You want to increase that score line. So expect all of the kneelers to go out here and busy.
All right, we have Matt on the front hand driving across this one. He's found some upper space. He's going to like that. Nice redirection there. as we had, believe, Nicholas on the left splitting the peak with him. But yeah, that one will work out much better than that first wave as he was able to find his way around that section.
Yeah, Matt will be happy with that for sure. Gassed it around that section, taken off. This is going to go with White. Nice turn right there. Comes out and completes that. That's going to be juicy on the scorecard.
Yeah, it looks like that little side wind got up under his board. He kind of released the fins on that turn. And we're going to see some more scores coming in. One thing was yesterday in the Australian titles. Oops.
Let's get Matt.
Yep. Okay, let's check this one of him. Gets that speed going. Look, he's riding a pretty wide-nosed board this time, kind of a fishy shape. And that's helping him keep that speed through kind of those open spots. Was able to get a nice redirect on that. But Matt had chosen to use a longboard for part of the Australian titles heat because it was that small out there.
Right.
And he put his spotter on another backup to where they swapped from longboard to his normal board and had the two options out in the water,
right,
which is always great. I remember when I spotted an Oceanside, he gave me his smaller wave, his groveler board to sit on, just in case they needed to switch it up mid heat. So always a smart strategy when most surfers will keep their extra board on the beach. When you do have a spotter out there, you got someone that's also a board caddy of your extra equipment, so you want to shift your strategy.
So it looks like that last wave was a 3.03 for White. And Matt caught a wave in there that went for a 5.50. So that nice one that he caught another one that they're going to score as well. And everybody's been really busy. Kyle Levitt caught two more waves. They're not going to factor in a 2.10 and a 1.53. So it's been super busy out there. These guys are catching waves. They're just either not catching waves that are in their score line, or they are helping their score line right now. Matt on that second one, and also Nicholas on his sixth wave increased his score line with that 3.03. So Nicholas super busy, has 6 in the bank. Kyle Levitt 4 in the bank, and Matt Forstrom, his third wave is going to factor in a 2.30, and he's going to change the situation. He's going to take the lead on this with a combined score of a 7.80.
Yeah, so that just popped up on the screen. And at home, if you guys want to catch up on the schedule and what the judges are doing, aside from our graphic, we got it on live heats. You can just look at the Byron Bay Adaptive Pro Championship and find the schedules throughout the day. And our upcoming days, I believe, are scheduled as well. You
Friday
have
and Sunday.
Heat draws of who's going to surf when, in what heats, as well as our competitors can figure out what color they're going to be when they're checking in for their heat.
All right, well, another change in situation. Nicholas Medina caught a 5.83, so he has now put the pressure on Matt and switched it up again. That's the second lead change that we've had in the heat. So 5.83.
There we got Masa Kobayashi and Joshi Bogle getting ready. So we got some kneelage coming up, along with Mono, who we saw earlier.
Joshi stretching out right there. And this heat, it's got some heat. I like it. These guys are exchanging blows. 7:40 left in the heat. And we've got our highest wave score of the heat with a 5.83. These guys posing here. Joshi dancing. Joshi loves to dance. Masa loves to dance too. These guys are both really good friends. So it's kind of ironic that they're just going to surf out this next heat together. So you can see that the water, it's almost blowing offshore. It's kind of side shore, but it's definitely not onshore. And there's Kyle Levitt taking a look at this one, just kind of getting in and out. He's looking to replace that 2.30. I don't think that's going to be there. it was just a quick look, kind of dropped down and just cut out.
Yeah, I don't know what the priority's doing, but we had Nicholas Medina all stacked up on top of those guys. And then in one of the last exchanges, priority might have changed. That's why he's kind of running away from everyone. Be interesting to know what the strategy is there. It looks like Kyle Levitt kind of paddling against the drift and the wind to reposition.
And it is getting a little windy, so you are going to see a little bit of current there at the end of the way. You see there in the blue shirt, that's Chris Steele from the Sydney Adaptive Board Riders Club. And there's Daniel Toomey and his guide, Sophie, just coming in after the heat, feeling stoked. Got a couple good waves, probably discussing strategy and how we can score better. Ooh, Kyle Levitt down the line. Can he get the open face? Still caught behind it and just gives that the business.
Yeah, got nice and low there. You could see it's got some pretty high performance equipment. As soon as the wave goes flat, it's slowed down just a little bit. But he did get a good smack there before and at least finishing that first maneuver with speed and control.
And that will be his 9th wave, which will increase his score line. It looks like a 3.03. So Kyle very busy. Nicholas very busy. 7 waves for Nicholas, 9 waves for Kyle Levitt. And we got Matt Forsstrom with 3 waves. So Matt just caught his 4th.
Yeah, I got a little bit off balance on that approach right there. And there we go. You can see him driving across this one.
I don't know. Athlete was kind of close right there on the face of the wave. I don't know if you saw that. But it almost looked like he almost had to divert from running into the athlete.
We will see if there was a non-priority interference. I don't think that was the case, though. And Matt Formston's used to using more high-performance narrow. Oh.
Right here. Oh.
Okay, yeah, now I see what you're talking about. Yeah, so he had to divert his line.
So that could be something, I don't know. Maybe not. It was Kyle Levitt. You'll see it appear on the score line if that was an interference.
So priority interference is when they drop in and under priority on the higher priority holding competitor. Non-priority would be impeding the way of a ride of another rider. So we'll see his lower score get dropped in half if
Correct.
it is a non-priority. We'll keep our eye on that 3.03. If that does get dropped, we do know that there was an interference called.
But that was pretty close.
No, it definitely, I hadn't even noticed him in the face on that first, when it was live.
So, yep, that last score, Nicholas Medina, was a 4.23, which increases his score line. There was a nice little cut on the inside on that left. And we'll get a look at it right here. Oh, this is a different wave. Kyle Levitt.
Oh, nice turn there. Unfortunately, caught the nose out of that turn.
If he can complete that turn right there, he's looking at a really nice score. That was his 10th wave. Kyle Levitt busy out there, 10 waves in. Nicholas Medina also very busy, 8 waves. Here's Mr. Medina with his 9th wave right here.
Really nice snap there. You saw where he jumped off the board, how shallow that sandbar is at the end now. Well, we got that tide has gone way out. I think it's probably about the bottomed out tide by now. And this is where it would start to push back in. And here we go. Replay of Matt. Backhand. Ooh. Cuts it back. What I was going to mention earlier, though, is Matt's usually on narrower, more high-performance equipment. Looks like he's switched up to his small wave board.
Right.
And it looks like he's kind of just getting used to pushing on more width. He's not used to having that round of a nose, which will getting your way as you're trying to climb up the steep spots of the wave. So in a lot of ways, it's helping him get the waves because it's small and gutless. But I think in the maneuvers, it's not what he's used to turning on.
Nobody wants to hear that their board is small and gutless.
No, the wave is small.
Oh, the small. I thought you were talking about the board. I was like, wait a minute.
No.
Oh, the wave, small and gutless. Yes, very much so. Not enough to push the board. I got you now. But yellow up and riding. Kyle Levitt getting up in there. Hopefully replacing a low of a 3.03.
Yeah, you could see.
Speaking of small and gutless, the wave is not really giving him enough to push him and give him a lot of speed to really chase it down.
Also, watching the spray off of those hops, you can see the wind was really working against him. So I think, again, the wind has switched around, kind of blowing from more of the north than the south as it was earlier.
And I don't believe that last ride is going to...
Matt up and riding, finds some open face here, redirects it. And once again, I think he's used to the board reacting quicker from rail to rail.
He's just not quite completing those maneuvers, doing some really nice turns. But after you do the turn, you have to ride out of it. You can't turn back into the whitewash and then not complete the turn. You have to turn back into the whitewash, then get back to the power part of the wave, or straighten out right in front of the whitewash if it's not completely going down the line anymore. But Matt, I think that's his 7th wave, so now he's starting to get a little bit busier, and that was a 1.93, so that's not going to factor in. He's trying to get rid of that 2.30. Realistically, he's trying to get rid of that 5.5.
Well, we've just heard the buzzer blow, and we're going to be moving into our Neil division coming up in just a moment. Seen some action, seen some decent scores. We're going to take a quick break, and we're going to get back to our boy Mono Stewart and the rest of the guys in the Neil division in just a moment. Stick with us. We'll see you in a second.
This 30-second holiday for your mind comes to you from Tiny Home 56 at Reflections, Byron Bay. If you want a little more, you know where to find us.
Looking good, eh?
Cano, what do you think, Nonna?
Giramento de K.
Hey, boss. Kenneth sorted it. All good?
Kenneth. From big jobs to even bigger jobs, get the Kenneth feeling. Kenneth. Kenneth's make your job easy.
All right, welcome back. This is the BrightSky Australian Pro Adaptive Surfing Championships presented by Forward Mobility Support. And we have just moved into our Neil division, and we watched Mark Mono Stewart redirect it. In this heat in red, Mark Mono Stewart, white, Red Dog Wheatley, and yellow Toby Begg. This will be the first of 3 heats in this division. So Mono will be putting the first score on the board.
He put up some big scores yesterday, so he's just going out here having fun. Mono dropping down nice, top turn. Down the line, finding the pocket, whips it around, back into it. Can't quite complete it, but he'll put up a decent little score.
5.0 for that one, as we have our new visually impaired surfer from Chile, Nicolas Medina. So the only surfer that we have in that division that does not use his own spotter. A lot of these guys are kind of funding their way to these events, and all the extra costs for an air ticket for one more person and
food, lodging,
and food will definitely add on. So it's a great thing that he was able to get here.
Nice looking jerseys right there. Visit Oceanside on the side. Ooh, Mono coming down the line, snapping it up after a really hard turn, sending it full.
Yeah, bottom dropped it out on the end there, but man, vicious attack on that end section. 4.77 is what they give him for that. Here's the replay, snapping it back, draws it back in the roundhouse, and then hits that, and you can see he finds that far outside corner of the rail as we have a Red Dog live action banking off the section there.
So Mono's trying to replace a 6.33 from yesterday. He'll be hard-pressed to replace the 9.33 that he got. So, of course, if you can replace the 9, you want to, but he's also got a 6.33, so he's going to want to replace that. Red Dog had a really nice 7.67 from yesterday. Here he is coming down the line right now, trying to get some speed, trying to get up there and crack that thing, but it's really kind of small. Not a lot of juice behind it, but he did have a 7.67 yesterday and a 5.43. So, and Tony Begg trying to replace a 2.50 and a 2.43. So, Mono's got his work cut out for him. Here we go down the line.
Yeah, that's Toby Begg, I believe. On the backhands, gets a 1.83. So I saw Red Dog earlier. Remember in the heat yesterday, we saw him kind of come up and go to hit the lip, and the board just kind of dug in. He said he didn't know what was going on there, so he switched back to his old faithful board.
Mm-hmm.
But he's been using a new board with some new fins, and it seemed to just kind of lock stiff as he was going up the face. He said he felt that, and he switched back to what normally works, and
nice.
A lot more pivotty.
Well, he did put up a 7.67, so that board, whatever.
He said backside it works great. That's what his score was on.
Okay,
front side, I guess it was a little sticky. And then we got Joshy Bogle just walking. He's been riding Matt Kinoshita Kazuma boards from Hawaii. We've had quite a few different riders doing great on those from Team Hawaii. Eric Lazar uses those boards.
Yeah, Joshy wanting to give it his best. He's been surfing some big bombs out on Maui. He's always out to charge it, and he's traveled the tour for quite a while, so he's been doing these events from country to country. He's done the U.S. Open quite a few times, Hawaii Adaptive Surfing Championship. He traveled to Costa Rica last year. He's been all over the place with us. So we love the support. Most of all, we love seeing Joshy just pushing the limits for adaptive surfing and big waves, producing all kinds of little content on his Facebook page. And there's Masafumi Kobayashi from Japan, one of the great ambassadors of this sport. Never saw the guy without a smile on his face, stoking everybody out. And that's what the Team Japan is all about, is just bringing the stoke. Him and Kinjaro Ito. Kinji. We need to make some shirts that say Kinji time. I believe it might be Kinji's time. You know, Balu is holding on to that title right now. But Kinji really came out yesterday and let everybody know he means business. He put a stamp on that heat with 2 8s. And he really kind of set the bar for the scoring yesterday as far as when it started, really the performance started reaching the excellent, when those guys are really challenging the top of the third of the wave and snapping it and throwing spray and really doing great combination turns. That happened yesterday on, not so great surf, really poor conditions, but the guys found really good spots in the waves to be able to do high performance maneuvers and kind of show what's going on here.
Yeah, and that's one thing when you're a competitive surfer. You got to be able to surf the worst conditions all the way to the best. And as someone who's non-competition, they usually wait for the waves to get good, but you're better off practicing when the waves aren't good, so you can surf like this. As we have Red Dog really whipping in the pocket, fits in another one, finding his rhythm here.
Red Dog throwing down. That was a nice little wave by Red Dog. Taking off backside. Just ripping a top turn right there, kind of forcing it. Another little whip turn right there, kind of getting out in front of it, but completing those two maneuvers, really showing some power on that first maneuver to just will that board, will that turn to happen, So
one thing to be said about Toby Begg, he's a new competitor. He was attacked by a 4.2 meter great white shark just 2 years ago.
Wow.
Came here to just check out the competition, and in this competition, he's already a competitor, as well as walked up to do the sand ceremony on his prosthetic legs that he's only been on for less than a year.
Well, big ups to Toby. We always love hearing those stories. Here comes Mono, dropping in, just going for a victory lap, I think.
It looked like he didn't really want the wave, but he was already in it.
He is trying to replace a 6.33. So that's, he is sitting on a 9, but the 6.33 needs to go, and he knows it. He's got 15 minutes to do it. So he's still sitting on a 5.0 and a 4.77 from today. He's got a 9 and a 6.33 from yesterday. So he's kind of living on those, looking to replace something. Red Dog had a really nice 7.67 yesterday, and I believe that 5.20 is going to replace his low score from yesterday. So I think he's increasing his score line right now. It's kind of been the story of the day. Yellow up and riding, Tony Begg trying to get in front of this one.
Yeah, kind of hanging in the pocket there. Found a great line. You can see how that wind direction's back to the direction we're used to it, being that side offshore, opening up those lefts. Kind of let him hold that shoulder and let him hold in the pocket as we see Red Dog keeping tight in the critical section.
Red Dog staying busy. Got rewarded for that last one, a 5.20. Pretty sure that wave he just got is going to get rid of that 2.67.
So speaking of Red Dog, on one of the first nights I got here at the Services Club, and he normally works as a coal miner, and just recently I think he's kind of stepped away from work to focus on surfing, and he's looking ripped.
Looking big. Red Dog's a big cat. I'm glad to see he's surfing really good. He got that wave comes in at a 3.57, so it replaces his score, and he will increase his score line to an 8.77. He's really wanting to get rid of that 3 as well, but that was a nice little wave. I think if it would have had a little more juice and he could have ended it with that little snap, it just kind of died out on the inside bar. And that's the thing when the tide's dropped out like this, is the power drops out with it.
Yeah, or the power comes all down at once at the end on those shallow spots.
Right.
But yeah, it's not giving you a lot. The less water you have on top, the less transition down the face, less ramp you have to drop down, and sometimes it just picks up and drops. But good speed flying on this one.
Oh. Well, Mono, giving that one a go. He knows that he's sitting in a pretty good position, but he is leaving the door open, just kind of leaving that 6.33 there to hang. He's done had a nice couple maneuvers down the line, speed to flow, but digs that outside rail on that inside bump. So there's all that bump on the water.
Second one that's happened on those lefts. And part of it, I think, is to do with that wind coming from that direction. But I think there's also kind of a bubbly deep spot that just hits all of a sudden.
You know, it's kind of funny that you say that, because when we were surfing that little bank, me and DJ, the same thing happened to us on that left where we were working down the line and we dug that outside rail. And that's exactly what just happened with Mono 2. It's just a little funky softy right there when you want to think that you're coming down with a lot of power, and it's a deeper spot, and it just gives, and it just sucks that rail, that outside rail down.
Also, in a setup for maneuver, that's where you're pressing the hardest. And right when you're pressing the hardest, you push it right into that little funk zone.
Yep.
So you're just pushing the rail.
He had a lot of speed going right there. He was setting up for something big. He was going to just take the top off of that thing with a big roundhouse.
Yeah, backside, nice connection with the lip, up above the lip line. That's a much better hit. One single turn, but really critical and really committed.
Let's see if it goes above a 6.33, because that's what he's trying to get rid of from yesterday. Here's the replay. Big bottom turn, riding on the top of it. I think he should get rewarded real nice for that, and he does. He goes 6.23. Doesn't help his scoreline overall, helps his scoreline right here today, but his overall scoreline, he's trying to get rid of a 6.33. Comes close, but just a one maneuver wave. It's a great score for a one maneuver wave, though.
Yeah, release the fins up on top of the critical section. Definitely got rewarded for that one maneuver wave. But if you look at the conditions, man, we're basically, they're lucky to get a wave that does provide one big maneuver at the moment. And it's looking tricky out there.
Yeah, you got to pick and choose, and so far he's picked a bunch of good waves. And you can tell he knows he's in a secure position, but he's going big. He wants to get rid of that 6.33, so it's going to take something big to do that. He's been throwing it up at the top. He's been doing combos. He just hasn't finished one to where it's going to be a bigger score of 6.5 or 7 or something higher. These guys are having to hunt these waves down. This heat is one of the tougher ones we've seen today. There's been a lot of waves just that don't offer a lot of power or a lot of option, like which way to go. It's just kind of crumbling. It's just kind of, so that's earlier today. We got a lot of really good waves on offer. Had a lot of good scores today. Had a 10.00 by Jocelyn Newmiller. Had multiple excellent 8s and 9s. Kai Colas throwing up a 9. Joel Taylor throwing up some 8s. Plenty of great high-level surfing, plenty of good waves. But right now the tide is going out. It's the end of the day, and you're seeing it. These guys are having to work a little bit harder.
The other thing is, I think this wind has been more of a factor than any of our previous heats. And as we talk about a single maneuver and a combination, if they do try and sneak that first maneuver, that could easily hang them up in the wind, and they'll never make it to that end maneuver, which was a higher scoring and more critical. So it looks like they're skipping going for the combination just to make sure they keep that speed all the way through to that end section. So to get a combo ride, a combo score, is pretty difficult, and it's going to take the best wave out there.
Yeah, and I think that's what you were seeing with Mono on that left where he dug that outside rail. He could have got up there on the lip on one of those, that spot in that section where he was building up all that speed. He could have used that to just pop it right there, but he wanted something bigger at the end of the wave. He used that speed to get down the face.
Still building momentum.
He was gonna explode something big, but unfortunately dug that outside rail. But that's kind of what you're seeing today is as the afternoon goes on and the tide drops out, is you're seeing guys having to be more selective. They're having to chase down more waves. And that last heat, those guys were really busy. So you're getting rewarded when you're busy. You're catching a lot of waves, but are they waves of real good quality? That's the thing, is they're going to be few and far between as the tide continues to drop.
Yeah, it's really. I was talking to Katsan in the stand division. He was saying, man, it was so difficult. And I said, well, everyone throughout the day, even in the same division. One person has a good heat, the next heat's not, and it's constantly changing with the tide movement.
Yep.
So you've been really lucky with your heat draw or slightly unlucky?
Yeah, it looks like the afternoons are where it's kind of like getting drained out, but also we had to pack today as deep as possible because of Saturday's unfortunate forecast that Saturday is just going to be unsurfable with the 20-25 mile an hour onshore winds. It's just not going to be doable. So that's where they had to stack today. They had to stack tomorrow and put more heats than usual. Normally we'd be stopping about 1 o'clock, so about an hour ago is where we would have been stopping today, and we would have put some heats, but we had to stack today and stack tomorrow. That way we could go without Saturday and we could put all the finals on Sunday. So a lot of semifinals are going to be had tomorrow.
That's always also going to let these boys and girls party on Friday night.
Well, it depends on where you're at. Did you make the semis, and do you want to party, or do you want?
What do you want to drink away your sorrows too?
That's
Either
right.
way,
that's it. You know.
But
So
yeah, we're gonna have a pretty cool crew rolling around town. Which reminds me, by the way, we do have an event at Deus here in Byron on Friday. And I think it's either 5 to 7 or 4 to 7. I'll check that out again. But they're going to have a cool little event for us. And so everyone go down to the Deus shop here in Byron Bay on Friday afternoon. I think it ends at 7. I know it ends at 7. I'm not sure if it ends. I think it's 4 to 7.
Yeah.
And so we're going to have a lot of fun down there. And thanks to those guys for offering up the zone for us to go get rowdy.
Well, I don't know about rowdy, but definitely want to come down into downtown Byron, check it out. It's a super amazing place just to, cruise around, but the food's great here, the culture's great here, the people are great here, the surf's great here. So, we're having a little bit of a tough day at the end of today as Mono takes off on this right-hander, screaming down the line, snaps that one on the top. It does not have the juice to get them all the way around.
So it's just peeping tides. We're 7 minutes past the low, and now it starts creeping in. So probably one of the last heats of this division is going to have some improving conditions. It should actually, by the minute, should start getting better as far as that tide starting to change direction.
Yeah, it's you can see that Japanese flag just howling right now, and so you can see that the wind condition has changed a little bit from being onshore to being completely sideshore. You're starting to see the crumble. You're starting to see the texture on the water as this tide is fully drained out. But throughout the day, we did have some super fun surf. We had a lot of great conditions for the majority of the day. And again, we had to cram the schedule today and tomorrow because Saturday the forecast is unsurfable with 20-25 mile an hour onshore winds. Even though the swell will be building, the wind here, when it's a northerly wind, it just kills the conditions and it becomes super unsurfable.
Yeah, it blows the wave into itself. It's not a great direction.
No, and you don't want to be out in the water when that is happening here, especially the way that current bends around into the bay. You'll be swept down to Broken Head shortly. But Mono holding on to this heat with 3 minutes left to go. He is, this is the second round of a round robin. So he was trying to get rid of a 6.33. He hasn't done that yet. He's sitting on a 9.
All right, live action. Gets a quick top turn, carves it back for a roundhouse, brings it back again. And the wind didn't seem to hurt him on that one. Just kept him nice close to the pocket.
So you can see he's even got urgency with 2 minutes and 30 seconds left here. He's still got urgency. And here comes Red Dog dropping down backside, challenging the top of that one. kind of chandeliering on him. You can tell that it's kind of not as powerful as he wanted it to be when he got up there. But here's Mono's replay. Taking off left, bottom turn. Nice check to a cutback. Draws it out, another cutback. So we'll see if they like that enough to give him more than a 6.33.
Yeah, if you count that little check setup going up the face, it would be a 3 maneuver combination. However, it was kind of initiating the cutback as well.
Right.
So it'll be interesting to see how the judges take it.
They liked it enough to give it a 5.10. So that won't help his overall score line. It helps his score line in this heat. But again, the second round of a round robin, he's looking to better a 9.3 and a 6.33. So that's not going to factor into his overall score line.
Yeah, if you go out and better your 9.3, you're just showing off.
Yeah, I was,
you know. Probably just,
like, well,
probably just aim for the 6.33 for now.
That's what I've been saying, you know. But he hasn't quite been able to get there. He's not going to stop trying. Here he goes. Pow! Off the top of that. Now, they gave him a 6.23 for the earlier snap off the top one maneuver. That one looked a little stronger. It looked a little more with a little more intent. So will they climb past the 6.33 that he needs to replace? So let's see what that does.
5.77 looks like. So
don't do it.
Just bumped it up. I think he just had more speed going into the earlier one.
I think you're right.
And that was pre-wind as well.
Kind of hung at the top a little longer too. That one just kind of looked good, but the judges have a different view of what that is. This one's ticking down. 20 seconds left. Mono holding on with a two-wave score of a 12. Red Dog Wheatley replacing one of his scores. That 5.20 is going to come into play for him. Booked up with a 7.67 from yesterday. And Toby Begg with a two-wave score of a 4.47. Big congratulations to Mono, but he didn't quite better his overall score line, but he's sitting on a 9 and a 6.33, so he's looking good.
Well, we got a lot more action to come in our upcoming 2 Neil heats. We're going to take a quick break, and we'll bring you back for some more action. We appreciate your company. We'll see you in just a moment. Don't go anywhere. All right, and we are back. This is the Bright Sky Australia, Australian Pro Adaptive Surfing Championships presented by Forward Mobility Support. You are looking at our giant infrastructure of this amazing championship. That whole bottom of your screen was covered with ocean in the morning. We've had that tide recede all the way out, and now it's slowly starting to creep in, as you can see on the bottom right of your screen. This is Ben Way here with Charles Chukka Webb as we have moved into our second heat of the any knee kneeling men's division of the day. And this is white. Japan's Masafumi Kobayashi got a 4.67 on his opening ride. Hawaii's Josh Bogle 0.50, and Lockie Sullivan yet to get a wave. We're only about 3.5 minutes into the heat, and we'll see some action happening soon.
Yeah, I think this is just a two-man heat, Ben. It's just Joshi and Masa from yesterday. Latchland couldn't make it, so he's not in the heat, even though he's on the schedule there.
He's here in spirit.
He's here in spirit, for sure.
Here in graphic.
Hopefully he's watching us on the live stream, cheering us on.
He's here in graphic form. So 4.67 for Masafumi, and look at that. You almost have a dry island right there, smack dab in the center of our contest area, surrounded by deep water. So our competitors have been using that big bank to let all of this energy pop up. This is how Masa got his opening score. You can see redirected down, got a top turn, was able to navigate around the section, and ended right up on top of that island bank.
I think if he completes that inside maneuver, he's looking at a much higher score than that.
Most definitely. These riders are way out to sea as we've just passed our midday low tide. Really extreme tides here in Byron Bay at the moment. And we've got it slowly starting to creep back in, which will bring our riders and bring that action that much closer to the setup.
So you can see through that drone shot how dramatic the banks are and how filled in, how it was this morning when I was surfing, was probably breaking on that reef right there, that bank right there.
Just going to say, it looks like dry reef. If it was not sand, that would be pretty darn gnarly.
Yeah, so, and then you can see all the deep spots we were talking about earlier where the wave hits that shallow spot, then pushes across that deep spot, and then tries to hit another shallow spot right there. You know, that high tide was so far up, way up past right there, all the way up.
If I were a competitor, I would be taking screenshots of these drone shots just to figure out my lineup, because once that's all covered in water, you can't tell where the zone is. But you can really tell by that whitewash, that little triangle right there, of which way the waves are breaking and where they're breaking at. And you can see these guys way out over there on the corner. And as you can see by the color of the water, they're in a pretty deep spot right there.
Yeah.
So if the waves are smaller, you usually go for as shallow of a zone as you can to ensure that you're going to have the most waves break in.
Right.
At the moment, they're pretty far away from it. So we'll see if anything comes through there. If not, they may end up back up around that little sandbar island.
Looks like it's getting a little push. And what we're hoping for is that the swell fills in so we can get up around the corner on Friday and Sunday and surf Clark's, Tomo's, and the pass up there around the corner because the swell hasn't quite filled in so much. And there's Red Dog Wheatley in the white, talking to Sponge Williams in the red. Sponge going to be in the next heat. Red Dog was in the last heat. So Spongy saying, hey, man, where did you get the juice? And Red Dog saying, hey, man, stay away from this spot and kind of sit over in that spot. That's the kind of relationship these competitors have. They're not going to withhold the knowledge if it can help them catch a wave if they're not in the same heat. Pretty sure if they were in the same heat, there would be no conversation other than, hey, bro, how you doing?
Doing all right.
Doing good. How are you, bro? Doing great. You know, that's about how me and Mike Johnson communicated today out there. I got to surf the Sydney Wave Pool, Wave Garden, Urban Surf with Mike Johnson and Chris Still. Mike Johnson, great competitor. This is the first time I've gotten to compete against him. Great surfer. Looks like he's having a great time. But, yeah, me and him saw each other once today out in the heat, and we looked at each other and we smiled and said, "How you doing?" and then I didn't see him the rest of the heat. We were just kind of paddling around in different areas and catching waves away from each other. It wasn't in the same area. We weren't kind of bunched up together. So that's kind of been the story today of, can you chase down that bank? Can you sit in that right spot where a little bit of power is going to hit the sandbar and you're going to be able to pick off a corner?
Yeah, Mick was sitting in a pretty good zone, man. That guy was getting a lot of waves over in that little north end of the bank.
He was going back and forth.
Yeah.
So he'd catch the right, and then when he'd paddle out, he was catching the left. So he had some kind of intuition or something, man, because it was going good.
Yeah, that was a bit like Kai Collis's heat this morning. He'd be paddling out from a pretty decent score, and he'd spin right around and get another one, keeping the judges on their toes constantly.
And here goes Josh Bogle on the right, dropping in, just kind of fading out on that one. Didn't have a lot of power on it, so he's just wanting to get up something on the board other than that 0.50.
Whoa, look at that big rain cloud out there.
Yep, yeah.
Oh, that is coming for us. We smash out our last heats before that comes and dumps on us.
Yep.
That's going to do a number on my my paper Aldi shopping bag.
I showed Benway a little meme that my wife sent me, a little news flash, and here comes Masafumi Kobayashi dropping down on the right, getting a nice little turn right there.
Oh, was that the year's worth of rain? And
that's a year's worth of rain.
That's the one out there? That's it?
That's a year's worth of rain coming at us, buddy.
Oh, man, it only looks like a couple months to me.
Hopefully it's not even that, man. I gotta go from here to the hotel. Oi.
You and me both.
I know. We're going to have a nice trip, buddy.
All right, well, we have another ride by Massa. Got a 3.17. Josh, he's gotten a couple. And yeah, our buddy Sam knew to bring the drone down right away, where that thing gets lost.
You can see that the conditions are really starting to deteriorate here. We got one more heat after this one. There's 14:30 in this heat left. We had the conditions held up pretty good all day, right up until these last three heats. It's kind of been really the wind kind of switching around, that rain come pushing in, and it's going to dump rain tonight, part of tomorrow, but the wind hopefully will stay down. The wind is forecast tomorrow for a slight southeasterly wind early, and then maybe a little bit of this kind of side wind towards the afternoon. So tomorrow we're pretty jam-packed. We got to get all the semifinals done tomorrow because Saturday's forecast is unbelievably horrible. So, but Sunday's forecast looks to clean up. Looks like it's going to be some really good surf. Could be some challenging conditions. We're going to have to see what happens.
Yeah, tomorrow we welcome anyone who'd like to come in, as far as our competitors, come and share their thoughts, as we're minimum on our web rotation in here. So come in, share your thoughts, give us some insight from a competitor's edge, and let us know early if you want to.
Ben's basically saying, come give me a break.
Give us all a little break at certain times of the day.
Yeah, I'll be surfing in the morning at 10:30, so I'll come in on the first couple of heats and do some live streaming with you guys. I'll be visiting you in the morning. But as the morning continues, after the first few heats, I will dip out, go jump into my other uniform, which is my competitor's uniform, and see if I can't stack something on that 7.03 that I got this morning and try to better my condition. I need to get up in the top 4 to advance out of this round robin. There's 6 of us, so I need to be in the top 4 if I want to be in the final. I do have a nice 7.03, but I need to stack something on top of that. So I will share my thoughts with you guys and then off to compete, and hopefully you guys will bless me with some good luck.
We also have a little inside angle at watching what people are scoring rides on. Anyone who watches the live webcast of the morning heats pre-heat, they will be able to see what the options are for tomorrow's conditions, especially with those morning tides.
And I'll be down here early, of course, as, you know, got to be down here early just to get ready to do commentary and compete. I like to keep my eye on the surf before I go out. I know the conditions are going to change because I'll be on the dropping tide even more early than I was this morning, which I surfed at 8:50 this morning. So it was just on the other end of the dropping tide.
Pretty full, though.
It was still pretty full, and it was a little wonky. So I'm hoping that tomorrow the tide is a little bit dropped out a little bit more, because that tide around the 10 o'clock hour right there was really nice, and people were getting really good waves. There's a bundle of joy right there. Mark Mono Stewart, Cam Bloom, Sam Bloom, and Melissa from BrightSky. Whole bunch of heroic things going on right there.
Yeah, so today was 7. Tomorrow is going to be 8:30 a.m. will be the max.
Okay,
But
so
you already have a little bit of drainage going on.
So it'll be an hour later, so it'll be similar conditions as I had today, a little bit on the drop, maybe a little bit even more on the drop. So that should be good news for us.
Wow, the darkness is creeping upon us.
Yeah, they're forecast a lot of rain for the next 5 or 6 hours.
It looks like I'll be having dinner at home again.
Well, I have a special anniversary dinner with my wife, and we're gonna looking like we're gonna be taking an Uber there. We wanted to take a walk down the sidewalks of Byron, but it looks like we will be taking an Uber.
10 minutes and 15 seconds.
I love that. Naomichi Katsukura wearing that beautiful moniker. Get some stoke in your life, baby.
Do they have an Uber here?
Yes, they do.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, we've been taking them when called for, so, you know, I don't know.
I got to take over a spin over to the McTavish factory at some point. I was wondering how I was going to get there.
Well, Ben, the rain's here already, so we'll be getting wet on the way back.
Nothing new.
Right. I brought a rain jacket that's over in the other tent. So I'll be getting wet to go get my rain jacket.
Maybe I'll get my jacket on to go get your jacket.
Oh, that would be awesome.
9 minutes and 30 seconds. Wow, not a lot going on in this heat. We saw a couple rides in the beginning. Josh is going to give us something to talk about. Joshy on the front hand, driving his way across this section. Got some stretch to it. Now you can really see that inside pooling up right there, that little weird ripple zone.
Yeah, Joshy just drawn a nice line, hand on the face, getting down the line, kind of just the wave not really cooperating, and just says, you know what, that was fun. Dip. And there we got a bunch of spectators on the beach throwing shakas, willing to sit out in the rain to watch these last few heats of the day, since we have got to squash Saturday. And Masafumi Kobayashi taking off on a screaming left down the beach.
Man, monster speed. That must be that same zone that Mono was hooked up on. Is there's that one part of that sandbar that just zips across, and a lot of speed, not a lot of room for maneuver, but just a nice zoom to it considering he's going against the wind.
Yeah, if he could have got on the open face and really challenged the top third of that wave, he probably could have walked away with a big score. Unfortunately, just kind of drawn a line that he's just racing past those sections as they're chandeliering because of this wind change. And you can see the wind has really, really picked up over the last 2 hours. The wind has really just started going crazy. And there are some people on the beach having a great
That's
time.
Okikazu. We saw him out going prone earlier.
Nice.
And our buddy up top with the white shirt, his support is living locally here.
And those are your friends from the restaurant, yeah?
No, different group. But the guy in the white shirt, I guess, is a friend of a friend from Chiba, Japan.
You know that old saying, I'm a friend of a friend. Can you get me in for free?
Yeah.
That's what it was back in the day. If you know, I know, and can I slide by you? You know what I mean?
You know me. I'm your sister, brother's, cousin's, mom's
uncle
teacher.
Totally.
All right, 7 minutes. We're getting silly. You can tell it's the end of the day.
Yep. It's a long one, you know.
Got a little wobble on us.
Little weeble to the wobble, but we won't fall down.
Yeah. Little chunk on our texture.
You can tell how drained out that tide is. It's just way out there, and that looks like...
That's Kenji foot.
Kenji and Tomoki chilling. Got, yesterday Kenji really put the smack down on the division and was saying, "Look, man, I'm gonna throw up some big numbers." That was realistically the first heat where the level of surfing was just it raised up, and everybody followed suit. All the other divisions saw that and we're like, we better rise up too. And there's been big scores across the board when the waves are on offer. These last two heats are kind of the accumulation of the tide and the wind and the weather coming in. It just deteriorated realistically from Mono's heat to this heat. It's been very obvious that the waves are just flattened out because of the low tide. And that weather's coming in pretty quick, so
in our next, who do we got? We got Sponge. Who else? Michael Foti, is he in that?
He is in that. It's Michael Foti and John McLean.
Okay.
Now. And there is Naomichi Katsukura. He's got some stoke in his life, baby. He is the above knee champion of 2024, your AASP world champion, Naomichi Katsukura in the above knee. Now, the reason someone might be saying, well, he doesn't have an appendage above knee, he's got both of his legs are impaired severely, so that equals an above knee amputation or impairment. And he followed the tour for the last couple of years, and he brought himself home a title last year, got it tattooed on his chest.
No way.
AASP world champion.
That is epic.
It is epic. So we love that so much. We geared him up with some Stoke for Life gear. He spreads the Stoke everywhere he goes, just like everybody on Team Japan. So we were more than happy to dial him up.
I don't know if it was you or Stevie in the booth when I was saying earlier, Katsan lives about 40 minutes away from where I stay at my girl's place in Japan. And he was religiously going out and training every day, showing the waves on his Instagram. And I would use him as my surf line to go see how the waves were for each day. So he'd take a picture of the surf in the morning, maybe a couple shots of action, and then he'd take a picture of the lunch that he had after it. And, he's been no joke after it, training like crazy.
Yeah, I do follow him on Insta and Facebook, and I see all of his adventures. And, all those, the Japanese team, the guys that follow the tour, the guys that are representing the adaptive surf community from that side of the planet, they're dedicated, man. They're dedicated. They're happy. They're stoked. They're great culture. They do hold an event over there in the wave pool. Masa and Kinji head that up. It is the Japanese Open Adaptive Surfing Championships.
We had a few international competitors over there, didn't we?
Yeah, Richard Julian went over there. Mono went over there. Josh Bogle went. They had a nice, and they have a lot of adaptive surfers over there. The pool is the same technology as Waco, but a little bit smaller. So, yeehaw.
Yeah, I think that's the American wave machines. Here we got Surf Garden is a longer wave.
Oh, yeah, it's beautiful. The urban surf in Sydney was amazing. And, again, I'm going to thank Chris Steele for that opportunity to go out there and experience that wave. It was amazing, and I can't wait to do it again.
I can't wait to go do it for the first time. I was having to drool over the pictures of everybody in the barrel, just imagining myself in there.
No, it was a great opportunity. I was super blessed to be able to do it. Took DJ Lombardo, Stoke for Life, kind of dragged us over there, and Chris was very accommodating in helping us to be able to do it. There was a minute there where we weren't going to be able to do it, and kind of had to call him and say, man, I don't think I'm going to be able to make that. And he said, look, I'm going to do what I can to help you. And I'd like to thank Darren from Waveski Adventures. Dude, you are a beast. He came and picked up my board and drove it all the way to Sydney from Byron, so I didn't have to take it on the plane and have the expense. And then he drove it back the next day. So not only did he get to surf urban surf and shred it up, and he was doing aerials and getting giant barrels, but he drove my board 16 hours so I could go surf it. So I want to say thank you to Waveski Adventures. Thank you, Darren. I appreciate you so much. It was awesome and a great opportunity for me to experience. And also like to throw a shout out to Jackie Dillon of Waveski Adventures and the Waveski Federation, World Waveski Association. Jackie's been out here just really sucking up all the knowledge, trying to make sure that World Waveski has an adaptive division to offer to wave skiers with disabilities. And yeah, she's been doing some amazing work with us and Mo Johnson. So we're branching out, man. We're reaching out.
Jackie was a wave ski competitor herself.
Yeah, she was a very, very hardcore competitor for many years. And she's a great person. So just want to throw a shout out to her and her team coming out here and just trying to get involved. You know, the AASP teaming up with Surfing Australia to connect the first nationals connected to an AASP event, which increased their national footprint. Here goes Massa taking off on the left.
Massa, nice redirect under the lip on that one. And he knows time's running out. He's got to come in either way. And he's taking a little cruise back in. I don't think that will move into his scores. He did get a little turn there. We'll see what that happens as far as his backup score goes at the moment. But I think the 3.83 was for a little bit better of a wave. But we have wrapped that up. We just heard the horn of the end of the heat. We got one more final heat coming up. That will be Llewellyn Sponge Williams, Michael Foti. We'll have those guys coming back in just a moment. We appreciate your company. Don't go anywhere. We got one more heat, and we'll see you guys in just a second.
You and I, we belong together. You and
journey's shaped by people. And your path home should be led by people who value community. People like ours. McGrath, guiding you home.
Life. It's full of changes, and your need for space changes with it. So it's good to know there's a flexible, secure storage solution just for you. Roomier Self-Storage. With our focus on service, security and understanding, you'll discover how a little extra space can change your life. Get a quote today and make your life roomier.
And we are back. This is the BrightSky Australian Pro Adaptive Surfing Championships presented by Forward Mobility Support. High five and Masafumi Kobayashi from our previous Neil Heat. We now have our third and final men's Neil Heat out in the water at the moment. And we've had an amazing day of competition. Been lucky. We just saw a big black cloud that we thought was going to be on top of us. It's gone down the wreckway.
Nice. We like that. We love that for us.
At least we'll have a dry last heat, and Chuck and I might have a dry visit home.
Right. Got a little stroll to get back to the spot. And you can see that wind is still kicking pretty hard. You can see that the tide's still drained out a little bit, but it's supposed to be turning around. Looks like Sponge has already put a couple of scores on the board. 5 minutes has went by in the heat. Looks like he has a 5.83 and a 6.33. I think that he might be trying to replace some scores from yesterday. And here's a replay.
All right, so he came dropping in, navigates around that first section, draws it back, lets this inside build up, and gets up and off of that. And so tricky conditions, but definitely reading the wave well to maneuver himself around there and fit in some turns.
So Sponge is trying to replace a 6.83 and a 6.93, so he's looking to go to the 7 range. And that's going to be about the only thing that betters his score line from the first round of the round robin. Again, this is a second round of a round robin, so you surf 2 heats. You take the top scores out of those two heats. You take the top 2 scores. Here's Michael Fody.
Michael Fody, nice top turn. 2 redirects there. Eyeing up this next section, see if there's any more opportunity. And gets a clean finish.
So Sponge yesterday scored a 6.93 and a 6.83, so he'll be trying to go higher than that. Michael Fody is trying to replace a 3.93 and a 3.83, so he's trying to get into the 4 range, which he just did on his first wave. Got a 4.0, so that'll replace one of his waves from yesterday. Sponge, not so much, even though he did lay down a 6.33, which is in anybody's game, a 5.83 and a 6.33 is looking good on your score line.
All right, here we go. Spongy live action. Whips it, gets a little fin drift on that redirect. Goes for another one, almost overcooks it, and then he recovers to ride it out.
So he laid flat and then got back on his knees. So anything after he lays flat is probably not going to get scored.
Yeah, and he kind of he shifted off on that second turn.
Here's his 6.33.
I'm going to call this one.
Yeah, just ripping it down the line. Really nice cutback. Gets another nice little cutback into the drift right there. So that was the 6.33 from earlier.
So this last wave, it looked like he turned, got that fin drift. He hadn't completely engaged his fins and kind of righted his stance before he went into another one. And he kind of went into the next one, a similar turn, possibly a little bit too soon.
He increases his score line right there. You can see.
You got that turn. Then he hasn't quite set himself up before he goes and whips another one. So his head was going one way, the board was going another.
And then he lays flat, and then he gets back on his knees. So when you reset like that, even in regular surfing, the score line stops. So there's a really famous viral clip of Kelly Slater at pipe going backside and getting super deep and the spit coming out, and he falls off, but he lays on his board and then he jumps back on, still kind of halfway barreled, and as he comes out he resets. He didn't get he didn't get a completed score for that. So it was basically like he got a deep barrel and fell inside of it, and that's where the scoring stopped. So that's kind of what happens when you reset. You lay back down on the board. That just lets everybody know that you're unbalanced, and it's just almost just like falling. So again, Sponge looking to get a 7 into his score line to help his overall score line. So that 6.33 and that 5.90 look really nice, but his overall score line is already set better than that from yesterday.
Yeah, he, looking at the conditions on the way out, he probably wasn't expecting too much more. He's just going out there giving it his best. But I think where he got those scores from yesterday, the conditions were much more contestable, a lot more speed, a lot more predictable.
And again, today we would have normally stopped the contest. The schedule would have probably stopped at about 1 o'clock or 1:30. But because of Saturday's bad forecast, as we're not going to run on Saturday, we had to stack today and tomorrow with more heats. So normally where we would be stopping at about 1:30, 1 o'clock, 1:30, we're going all the way until 3:25, probably 3:20 today. So we're going over by a couple, 2 or 3 hours. So the conditions, we haven't seen these kind of conditions at this event even last year because we didn't have to stack a day. So that's the thing, is when you do a contest, you always know that the schedule is subject to change because of weather. And that's happened at the U.S. Open numerous times. We've had a few hurricanes come in September, and we'd have to stack a day and do a half a day into another day. This happens to be Saturday, which is a whole day of competition that we have to stack into 2 days of whole competition. So you're putting a bunch, probably 3 or 4 or 5 heats on the end of each day. So
yeah, always schedules tentative to weather, and sometimes the waves just go completely flat. Can't always judge the surf reports. The weather and nature does its own thing, and sometimes it says it's going to be pumping and it's not. Sometimes it says it's going to be junky and it's really good.
That's when you catch the best wave of your life.
I'm happy to come from the days when you knew what the surf was doing by going to the beach and looking at it.
That's it. You didn't have surf line. We didn't have surf line back then, buddy. You know, I think I'm older than you too. So
that's what kept all the people from Vista and Escondido away from the beach back in the day.
Couldn't tell. They had to call a friend. If the friend wasn't home, they knew he's either surfing or he's at work.
You'd have to take a 20-minute ride and come and see kids.
Right. Yeah, that's the thing. You remember they used to have 1-800-SURF? You could call that surf line and get the surf report from Southern California.
I think I remember hearing about that. I never used it.
Yeah, I never used it either.
Luckily, I lived at the beach.
Yeah, I just skate down the road and check it out. But you'd be amazed at what surfers do to figure out if they can go surf, and if they're not lucky enough to live within an earshot of a good surf break. You know, that's where the old call a friend thing comes in. You know,
reschedule your meetings.
Change
the date of your marriage.
You leave a half an hour earlier to work so you can drive by the beach and look at it. So see if you can surf after work or jump in the water at lunchtime. That's the realest thing I've ever heard from the 1980s.
Well, there's our crew taking shelter.
Adam Land.
Like water safety's all good. We don't have anyone that needs any assistance. And not a lot of surf out there either. It looked like Red might be calling for situation. I think I might have seen his hand come up.
So just under 13 minutes left. You can tell that the tide is really bottomed out right here. The conditions were holding up real nice throughout the day. Got to the bottom part of the tide. Kind of explained the reason why we have so many heats today. Saturday's forecast is turned off, so we have to stack Saturday into Thursday and Friday, and all of the finals will be run on Sunday. So no semis on Sunday, just semifinals on Saturday. on Friday. They moved from Saturday to Friday. Saturday's forecast is undoable, so we can't surf it. 25-mile-an-hour onshore winds, big swell coming around the corner, and way too out of control with these northeasterly winds. They call them the devil winds, and it makes it unsurfable. So Saturday has been mixed into the end of Thursday and the end of Friday.
Yeah, I'm wondering if there's a little nook for free surfing somewhere on Saturday. A little sheltered corner.
Good luck. You might try it in the morning. The forecast might have a slight southeasterly in the morning, but I don't think that's the case. I think after tomorrow, the winds really turn around for Friday, and then I think we get a slight break on Sunday. So Sunday might be pretty good. The winds and the forecast change here so quickly. We had a great forecast creeping up 4 or 5 days outside the contest. Everybody was flipping their lids because it was all southeasterly offshore winds here, and it was all 3 to 4 foot surf, and that changed real quick. A front came in.
Just what we were saying.
Just was like, whoops, we're going to throw a monkey wrench into that.
So Michael Foti driving across that section. Not a whole lot to it. Just kind of tracking across the whitewash there. He had a 4.0, 2.33. An opportunity to replace that 2.33 possibly. We'll see what happens there.
Very slow towards these last 2 or 3 heats. Hopefully tomorrow, here we go, Sponge taking off on the left, pulling that flat 360 as he's dropping down. Not sure what they'll give him for that. But a cute, nice little spin trick.
Sometimes a little shore break closeouts. The most fun thing that you can do is throw a spin.
Well, they show up on the scorecards when you do a combo. You know, if you can do what Joel Taylor did earlier in his heat when he did that nice closeout bank, and as he was come down, kind of spun that 360, that flat 360. It's kind of what Sponge was going for. Just needed a bigger maneuver in front of it. I gave him a 3.60 for the flat spin. Not bad, not bad. At least you know that if you're doing a couple bigger maneuvers and then you do that, you're going to get an added bonus of probably 1.5 points, maybe 2 points, if you can do it with a real nice maneuver on top of it. It's basically a 2-man heat right now. Sponge, Williams.
Is John out there? I haven't.
John paddled out yesterday in this heat. Today he did not paddle out in this heat.
Okay.
So he was reclassified from Waveski. He gave it a shot, and we want to throw a shout out to John McLean. Thank you so much, John, for understanding the classification process. Being a Paralympic athlete, he understands the classification process. And, you know, the minimum requirement doesn't fit every single athlete. Just because you have a disability and you free surf a certain way doesn't mean that necessarily you are going to match up with the minimum requirement. And a few athletes got reclassified, and some of them chose to compete, some of them chose not to. And it's understandable. It's a frustrating process. And, you know, it's normally people just know that they fall right into that category due to, you know, whatever spinal cord injury they might have, or amputation they might have, or TBI, or something that comes into play with your coordination and your strength and ability. But unfortunately, we had a couple of people reclassified that chose not to compete. So we want to throw a shout out to those guys and say, hey man, don't give up on us. You know, give us a chance to either, you know, fix the classification all the way. It's mutating all the time. Classification is completely mutating because of the athletes. They're all different. They're all fingerprints. So we have a really good base right now as far as the classification. It has been recognized by the IPC, the International Paralympic Committee. When and if parasurfing makes it to the Paralympics, this will be the classification that's used. So it has been recognized. It's very high level. Just needs a couple little tweaks here and there if it's called for. So we're always keeping our ears and eyes open for that kind of thing.
Well, down to 7 minutes, and man, with that incoming tide, we would expect a little more energy to blow in. It's been a little uneventful. We're still kind of at that bottom cusp of the tide where it hasn't really started surging in yet. So that mixed with the wind is working against the conditions here. They have been able to get a couple waves as we see our mobile judging panel. This is a completely unique setup here. There you have your priority board. As we said, 2-man heat. So that means Sponge at the moment has pick of the pack. Anything that comes in is Sponge's wave if he wants it. Red and white are quite spread out, so I don't think they'll have any worries about the priority or blockage. They're just in a contest for themselves, trying to get points.
Well, we got a 6:20 left in the day. This was a long one. The surf was really holding up during the daytime. These last few heats, not so much, but we want to hope that we're up the beach tomorrow. Hope we're surfing Clark's or up towards Tomos and getting off of Main Beach right here, even though we had some fun scores. Scored a 10 today. Big shout out to Jocelyn Newmiller for throwing down a perfect score. Had a lot of excellent scores earlier in the day. Very good contestable surf throughout the day. And, you know, towards the end of the day, it just got a little dicey. Tide really, the tide swing here is a lot different than where we come from in Hawaii also. I'm not used to these big, humongous tide swings where it does it so dramatically.
Yeah, in California, we only get, well, it's definitely not even this big, but we call the extreme tides when we have a full moon. We'll have a minus tide and a really high tide. But this beach grows about 5 times the size of our beaches at home.
Yeah.
And just having that tide go out.
And you could really tell by the drone shots from earlier today and how we were talking about that. Here's Michael Foti taking off on the left, getting a nice little bottom turn, trying to stay with it in the pocket. Not much on offer on that. You can tell he's just out there having a good time. Does the Fosbury flop over there. Sponge taking off. Not much on offer there.
Yeah, it looks like the tide's moved into where it's just outside of that shallow bar, but just kind of ending up in a pool right there. Bailey Hensler dragging the buoy. Buoy cam.
Buoy cam. Looks like just the end of the day. And here goes Sponge, taking a look at that one over the edge, says no thanks. He knows that he's got some pretty good scores from yesterday. He's got some high 6s. He's looking for a 7 to replace one of those 6.83 and a 6.93. About 3:40 left in the day here, Ben.
Yeah, we're starting to wrap down the day. Looks like we got a little space in the action, and so we'll give one more shout out to all of our supporters and our sponsors. I want to say a big thanks to BrightSky Australia and Forwardability Support. Visit Oceanside, Storage Investments Australia, Rumia, Surfing Australia, High Fives Foundation, Reflections Holiday Parks, Byron Bay Services Club, Waveski Adventures, Kennard Tire, McGraw Real Estate, Royal Rehab at LifeWorks, and Sargid on Coleroy, Thomas Foods, Byron Central Osteopathy, Wet Flicks, First Nations Lifeguards, the AAFP, as well as Brook Farm and Stoke for Life. I want to thank everyone who's made this what it is, as well as all of our volunteers, our support, and our water safety. Here's a replay of Spongy. A little cover up. Goes to sneak out of it.
Showered up his man bun right there.
Speaking of which, I'm out of shampoo at my outrigger.
Oh, no. That's the good thing about my hairdo. I don't need much shampoo, bro.
You're on bargain shampoo program.
I am. It's called whatever's in the shower. And that's as bargain as it gets.
I'm no stranger to surf trips.
Right.
So
you got a nice hairdo though, bro. I can't function like that no more. 2 minutes left in the heat. Spongy on the left, whipping that around, still trying to replace a high 6 with the 7. We'll see if that does it. I'm not sure that that's going to get there, but he did have a nice little cutback right there back into the section.
that was one of my favorite turns of the heat. Real zappy. We haven't had too much punch. Mostly had them chasing down waves. This one's getting that little side wedge push. Little whip there, and got a little release on the first turn with a little finish on it. I guess the earlier turn on the right where he released the fins was a little cooler.
Right. But he is trying to get into the 7 range. I'm not sure that's going to get him there. He has those 6.83 and a 6.93 from yesterday. That's the first round robin heat. This is the second round robin heat, so you're trying to either top those 2 scores or replace one of them to increase your overall score line. You're going to take the top 2 scores out of those 2 heats, and those guys will advance to a semifinal.
"45 seconds. Can anybody get their hands on anything? Oh, it looks like Michael Foti finishing a ride there.
Yeah, 30 seconds left, counting down. Little replay right here for Michael Foti. Paddling.
Just redirects.
Yeah.
Yeah, it just fizzled out.
Just no juice behind it because of the dropped out tide. Really just sucked out all the power of everything that this little swell was offering.
Spongy, buzzer beater. Heat management, making sure he gets one more opportunity before the horn.
I think he just wanted to ride in.
That too.
What a great day here. Day 2 of the BrightSky Australia Pro Adaptive Surfing Championships. The first stop on the Visit Oceanside Adaptive Surfing Professional World Championship Tour in full swing. Day 2, long one, but it's now over, buddy.
Yeah, thanks for the day, dude. It's been super fun.
Had a great time in the water and out of the water, man.
Thank you to all of our friends viewing around the world, and thank you to Byron Shire and all the local people for letting us hang out in such a cool spot. Everyone from Surfing Australia, our production team, Chris over the mic controlling everything, great production, and we will see you guys for day 3 of competition tomorrow. For the BrightSky Australian Pro Adaptive Surfing Championships, presented by Forward Mobility Support, right here in beautiful New South Wales, Byron Bay, Australia. Thanks for sticking with us. We look forward to you joining us tomorrow. Thanks a lot.